ready for what is more strengthening storms. They're already taking off in some areas of western New England. So earlier in the day, we live streamed for the storms that were headed to the beaches. We saw issues with storms that were headed out toward the coast of Maine. Those ended up arriving with a decent amount of lightning when they blasted on through. Now this time around, they're coming in from the west, a little bit more traditional late-day storms. This is a trigger that's feeding off a lot of heat and humidity in the atmosphere. This is probably going to be a live stream that will last for quite some time. So if you happen to see this on, let's say, social media, because we do stream live on X, we stream live on Facebook, we stream live on both YouTube and Twitch. Look, the best thing to do if you want to watch it live, right, is either watching our app, the 1 Degree Outside weather app. It's 5 stars, totally free. Download it on the App Store and Google Play. Or head right over to our website, and the direct link to the live stream is livestream.onedegreeoutside.com. So again, either the 1 Degree Outside app or livestream.onedegreeoutside.com. Some of you are going to be joining this on social media or other ways of watching, and hopefully you can just skip right to the live part, because I do expect this to be a little while. We'll be on for quite some time here as we follow the storms. At times, you're going to encounter me kind of talking about really a lot of action with the storms, and at other times, things will be a little bit quieter. But what I will be for you is your meteorologist in your pocket, right? So whether you're at Lake Winnipesaukee, whether you're out at the beach, whether you're in Boston at the Hat Shell for the rehearsal of the Pops, whether you're in the Berkshires, no matter where you are, I'm going to have you covered. We're going to take care of all of New England. We're going to follow these storms carefully, and there have been some strong ones already. So you're going to hear all about it, and I'm going to keep you on top of it. And not only that, this is interactive. So it was for years and years when I was on television at NECN throughout all of New England and NBC 10 Boston. It was a broadcast, right? It's changed. Danielle and I launched 1 Degree Outside as a digital-first weather operation, and that allows us to have this be more of an interaction. So, for example, earlier today, we were actually getting damage reports from you as the gust front was moving through the Merrimack Valley into some of the northern suburbs of Boston. We coordinate and communicate directly with the National Weather Service Skywarn Spotter Network. Everything you send to us on the Send to Us tab of our app, photos, reports, etc., goes directly to them. You are helping out overall with the weather mission. So I'll thank you in advance for that if you chime in and we keep communicating over the course of the afternoon and early evening. So with that, we'll dive in. You'll see I have my Patriots, Go Pats, water ready to go. So a couple of things that are set up. I want to take you first of all to the imagery, and you can get an idea for what we're looking at right now. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place across northwest Connecticut, also in south central Vermont, and now coming out of New York State for that matter as well. These storms have a history of damaging wind. As a matter of fact, we've had what's called a supercell that's been coming out of New York State. That's the one that actually has the warning that's down across the Catskills of New York right now. But as that starts to move south and east, and I'll switch over to the Albany radar because I think that currently I'm probably on the Boston one. So give me 1 second and I'll switch things over to the Albany radar so we can get a good look. That's the other thing we'll do, by the way, is because we cover all of New England, we'll be jumping around to different radars so you get an idea of what's happening from the best view possible. Of course, you can also use the app, the radar app that we have as well in our app on the radar tab. We always suggest using past plus future mode for that so you can see it best. We've got strong storms now. I was starting to mention that we were looking at a supercell that had come across portions of upstate New York, Binghamton, New York. We ended up with hail to 1.5 inches in diameter. You had numerous trees and wires down throughout Broome County, which is where Binghamton is. So this is one nasty storm. That storm actually, as it starts to make its way toward the suburbs of New York City, has lost a little bit of momentum, and instead that momentum is shifting to New England. And the reason for that is multifold, but generally the energy that's driving this has been across northern reaches of New England. So we've been looking at the storms firing up in the heat and humidity that we have across central and southern New England, but the actual energy axis has been across the north. And if you look at the large picture, and I go to the U.S. radar composite, it's still raining in northern Maine. We've had like 3 or 4 rounds of thunderstorms in northern Maine. That's the center of the energy. So you can also see that we've got an area of thunderstorms coming into northern New York State. If you're watching us from the Champlain Valley, along the shores of Lake Champlain, be ready. You already had 1 round of thunderstorms that brought you in off the lake today, and you can see why the little dots there caused some damage. But you've got more coming in and out of New York. We now have a new storm taking off in western Maine. A special weather statement just been issued for that very small storm. That one going to stay north of Sebago Lake. But here we go. This is the stronger storm, severe thunderstorm warning for Springfield, Vermont, on a storm that was starting to rotate. It rotated for probably about 4 minutes to the point that it was tight enough. It was borderline on tornado warning material, but it did not yet reach that point. We're going to take a look at that one together. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning from Lee running out west through Stockbridge along the western end of the Massachusetts Turnpike on a severe thunderstorm that's coming out of Ghent, New York, and coming off the Hudson River. We've got a nasty storm that's starting to take off across Litchfield County in Connecticut. A severe thunderstorm warning for Norfolk that extends all the way down Route 44. So that's going to be another one that we're going to be looking at. And then, of course, you've got more storms still coming through Kingston, New York. We'll be dealing with those. Let's go to the local radar. We're going to start out with what's going on in the Boston area. And there's not much to speak of right now, but just so you know, and this is something we had talked about on our live stream earlier when we said goodbyes a few hours ago. We said you were going to be looking at an axis somewhere near the Massachusetts Turnpike and Boston that was going to focus scattered storm development out ahead of the main cluster. So the issue is that as we watch storms like this one in northwest Connecticut continue to take off, if they can develop like that one out in an environment all on their own, they can become what we call supercells, which means self-sustaining and surviving thunderstorms that can produce long-lived damaging wind, large hail, and if they wrap up enough, can produce an isolated tornado as well. So this is going to be the area near the Mass Turnpike that we watch for this type of storm development. Then when you get into areas of central, southwest Connecticut, you're looking more at the line of storms that's trying to drop down from the north and west. And we can switch things over to the Albany radar, which gives us a better view of those storms, and notice the line of severe thunderstorm warnings that runs from western Berkshire County all the way down through Kingston, New York, Poughkeepsie just south of one warning, but another warning now coming out of Fallsburg. So you get the idea. There's quite a bit of action that's on the radar here. So again, what I'll be doing here over the course of what will probably be the next few hours is taking you through these storms, because we know a lot of you are outside. You have plans that are ongoing. If you're on Lake Winnipesaukee right now, you had a nasty storm earlier. Question is, are you going to do it again? This one appears as though it's likely going to stay south of Winnipesaukee, but Lake Sunapee, notice that you are right on the north side of what would be this storm. At this point, it looks like it probably the heart of it goes over Newbury on the south side of Lake Sunapee. New London may end up just getting rained on, but staying just north of the strongest storm activity, because it is diving east-southeast. But nonetheless, this will be one we'll watch as well. Average storm motion, just to keep you kind of abreast of where these things are going, is generally to the east-southeast at about 25 miles per hour. That's going to be the storm motion we'll use, at least for now, until and unless we see a change overall in the pattern that would warrant it. So with that, you've got at least an overview on where we are. I'm going to dive into what I think is going to happen over the next few hours. But before I do, I'll take a pause here just to see what's going on in terms of the chat, because this, I mentioned at the start, is going to be an interactive experience where I can chat with you. So I invite you to offer kind of your own either observations or questions here as well. Helen says, North Shore area future radar. Looks like we'll get something. We'll go to that in a second. Williams on from Palmer. Thank you very much. Do you think these storms will make it all the way to Cambridge, Boston? Yes, I do. I think the question on whether or not they make it to Cambridge and Boston is, do they end up straddling the Mass Turnpike for their northern side on those strong storms that we're looking at coming out of western Mass and Connecticut, or do they end up just, and I do mean just, riding south of the Mass Turnpike? So TBD on exact path on those, but yeah, I would definitely say you're on guard. Of course, all of much of New England, except for parts of Vermont, is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm watch, meaning conditions are favorable for damaging thunderstorms to develop. So we're all ready for it. The warnings are when it becomes imminent. Patricia says, anything for the South Coast. All right, Patricia, let's do it. Let's dive in. Let's take a look at what's going on. I'm going to start out for you, and I'm going to swing over, first of all, to what we've got for thunderstorm energy right now. Let me just make sure that you're seeing it properly. Yep, you are. Good. Excellent. All right. So let me go ahead and take you through and show you the motion on how I think things are going to go. We'll start out with where we are now on thunderstorm energy. And where we are now, essentially, is that we've got a big pool of energy that's built up across portions of Connecticut. And now notice also what I was saying, just south of the Massachusetts Turnpike is one of those pools of energy that we have. When you get to the south coast, you've had a southwest wind that's been blowing in. So what that means is it's coming across the cool ocean water. That doesn't completely, now the oceans have warmed enough, it doesn't completely negate the thunderstorm energy, but it does decrease it. If you look at the coloring and you line it up to the legend at the top, you can see certainly we've got more in the way of energy away from the coastline than we do right at the coastline. So that's the first thing that I'll point out to you there. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take you to the 6-hour thunderstorm energy plot. Okay, let me go out 2 hours And you'll see that just 2 hours, let's say from now, as we get toward about 6:30, so a little less than 2 hours, you've still got a lot of energy pooled up from southern Vermont, southern New Hampshire, down through southern portions of New England. But again, when you get to the south coast, there's definitely less. So here's what that would tell us. That tells us basically that the storms will lose some of their punch as they come to the south coast, but it doesn't mean they're not going to make it at all. And again, I'm going to get more specific for you in a second. By 8:30, though, notice the decrease in thunderstorm energy. You've got some up along the Route 2 corridor, but many of us see it diminishing. And if we go out toward, let's say, fireworks time around 9:30 or so, very similar situation where there's not a whole bunch in the way of thunderstorm energy to speak of. You've got that still running across some of the Route 2 corridor. So you say, all right, well, what does that mean in terms of the predicted radar and how that's looking, right? Okay, so look, you can never take this stuff completely literally. And I say that because, a matter of a half hour is really small in the world of meteorology, but really big in our lives, right? But this is going to be a good general idea. So the timestamp is at the top here, and you'll notice 6 p.m. Notice the storms coming in just the areas that we analyzed together. Either side of the Mass Turnpike and running points south as well. The South Coast, subject to some of these, but notice a lot of the stronger ones, what do? They try to stay off the South Coast, even by 6:45. The issue here, particularly with regard to fireworks at the South Coast here for this evening, is that even if they're dying when they get to you, if they survive, they're still making rain, right? So if we go farther out, they do survive the trip, and here they come into New Bedford, onto the Cape as we head toward 8 p.m., There they are with downpours still embedded. There still may be some thunder and lightning by 8:45. And then finally, if we go out to 9:30 or 9:45, look, preliminarily, it just doesn't look that good, right? Preliminarily, it looks like you're probably going to be dealing with some of this action left over, even though it won't be as strong. And even though what I would say is you're not looking at the same amount of like damaging force behind them, you still may be looking at rain and thunder that could jeopardize fireworks across eastern, but particularly southeastern Mass this evening. And then it goes by, right? As for this stuff farther to the north, again, I think timing is going to really be key, and we're also going to have to watch and see just how it develops. Because if you go back in time, that stuff that ends up, let's say, over the North Shore in southeastern New Hampshire, see that? That's at 10:45, right? If you go back to about 9:30, it's coming in through, let's say, the Lakes region in southern New Hampshire. If you go back in time, that stuff is over in northern New York State right now. So with that, let's go back to the radar and see exactly where that really lines up with. I'm going to take you back over to a New England view, and then we can take a look farther to the north. It actually is lining up pretty well. Those thunderstorms are about where they're supposed to be. So at this point, the question just becomes, as they drop southeast, do they indeed continue to feed off of the available warmth and humidity that's in place across much of central New England, and therefore survive the trip all the way down to the New Hampshire seacoast and the North Shore of Massachusetts? Again, here is the current storm energy. Definitely some energy in place for those. If they drop southeast, they would end up coming right across, let's say, Concord and perhaps Manchester, and there is a pool of thunderstorm energy there. So that's the answer, the long answer to how things are looking for various spots in terms of thunderstorm action as we head into the course of this evening, and how that may impact fireworks time for you. Let me pause again and just take a look at your questions and comments. I'm seeing a concerning storm. That one in Connecticut I was telling you about continues to get stronger. So if you don't mind, before I look again at the chat, I would like to switch things over to our velocity plot coming out of Albany. This is storm relative velocity, where red indicates air moving one way, green indicates air moving another. This is a very large rotating storm. At this point, though, the rotation appears to be separated enough that it's not imminently tornadic. And what I mean by that is you've got air that's moving in one way on one side of the storm, in another way on the other side of the storm, but there is a corridor where you're not looking at the meeting up. So you're not looking at a really tight spin or a really tight rotation necessarily with this. Right now it's broad scale. Broad scale doesn't make it better. And in fact, here, this is interesting. Stand by, because I do want to take a look at one other thing. Let's go back to the regular reflectivity here out of Albany. Okay, so where I was looking is you do have, if I zoom in just south of Colebrook along 44 from Grantville over to Nelson's Corner, and I go back over to storm relative velocity, you see that there is this one area that draws my eye right away of where we do have what appears to be some pretty tight rotation. However, you need that rotation to be tucked underneath an updraft. In other words, it has to be under the heart of the storm, or else the air is spinning, but it's not necessarily resulting in any type of tornadic development. And And there, you're right on the edge. So what I'm going to watch for, just so you know with this, I'm going to be watching really carefully on this Connecticut storm to make sure that that updraft doesn't catch up to the area that's rotating. Because if we start to see the rotation tuck underneath the updraft, that becomes a significant problem, right? So that's going to be one area that we're going to watch. But when you see that kind of classic pancake shape where it's got the real broad purples at the center, that's where you're talking about, yeah, we've got a really strong storm here. This one probably bordering on supercell development. It may not quite be there yet. Your hail, you can see the hail tracker, significant hail that's coming down with this one right now. The lightning is increasing. Just so you know, if you're into weather, the white strikes are negative strikes, which are often pretty common. The yellow strikes are positive strikes. And I will say that we do watch pretty carefully positive strikes because a sharp increase in the number of yellow or positive strikes oftentimes indicates a storm that's ready to strengthen pretty handily. Sometimes it's a precursor to the strengthening that's expected to happen. We can plot shear in the atmosphere. This is changing wind. So in other words, rotation focused a little bit more. I don't see anything super concerning. You can see a big area of green. If you line that up with the legend at the top, that's moderate shear that we have going on right now. So that's going to be one area, obviously, that we're going to continue to watch. Then there's another storm developing off to the east that's about to move through Granby and across Route 202, headed out toward East Granby. That'll be another one to watch. Over the course of today, with regard to this storm, these storms, there'll be times that I'm going to click on the storm itself, and you're going to see a series of pieces of information come up. Oftentimes, the automated algorithm, the computer kind of doing the analysis for us here, is always going to key in on the center or the core of the storm. That's okay when you see these times of Colebrook of 5:05. You say, okay, well, that's 6 minutes from now. Right, but it's already storming like the dickens in Colebrook, right? So just keep in mind when you see this, and I'll try and remind folks who come on later on in the live stream as well, that what we're doing there is tracking the core, where you would have the hail, where you would have the most intense lightning, etc. So oftentimes I'll manually draw the track out ahead of it, just so you can see towns and times of arrival of the front edge. You're also going to see here the severe estimate. It gives the direction of the storm and the speed of the storm, the overall width of the core of the storm, the percent chance of hail, which is 100% with this one in Colebrook, the 70% chance of severe sized hail with maximum sized hail to 1 inch, and then the BTI. So that is the Barron Tornado Index, or really Barron Threat Index, but essentially what it is it helps us on a quick way to be able to see what the tornadic threat is. That is not the only thing we're going to use, because you can get tornado development out of a 2.5. You can get none out of a 4.5 or a 5. But that is something that we use Barron products here for some of the storm tracking. I'll show you some of the other stuff we use later on. So this is something else that we're going to be keeping a close eye on, just so you know. So again, severe thunderstorm warning in Litchfield County, Connecticut. If you're watching from someplace else like the Boston area, you say, is this whole thing just going to be about Connecticut? No, what we're going to do is I'm actually going to stay with you and kind of follow these storms over the course of the evening. So you may want to check back in later on when you've got some action that comes in around someplace like Boston, or if you love weather, you might just decide you want to be here the entire time. So let me zoom out a little bit, and then I'm going to take some more of your comments and questions. Notice multiple severe thunderstorm warnings now that are going in Vermont. Let's get a quick fix on that. Large area of severe thunderstorm warnings, essentially from Pulteney running all the way through Clarendon, Wallingford, Cavendish, Weston, and Londonderry. These are all headed southeast towards Springfield and Chester. Chester, you'll be getting hit pretty hard by these. Some localized damaging wind, a possibility for us. At times, we've seen rotation in the center of these storms in this area of south central Vermont. Right now, I don't see anything that is imminently concerning. All of these storms have some amount of weak rotation. Right now, I don't see anything that jumps out at me as being an, oh my goodness. We will watch the south side of the storm coming out of Pulteney, but at this point, again, that's not something that looks imminent on something like tornadic development. But you don't need a tornado to have a damaging storm, as we're about to find out in northwest Connecticut and southwest Mass, where a line of damaging thunderstorms is coming out of the Albany area. So let me check the chat. Let's see what you guys have. Really appreciate everybody being here and chiming in. Let's run down what we've got from everybody. All right, so we've got Christina saying, is this a bit early in the season for storms like these? You know what's interesting, Christina, is that actually in modern standards, meaning in the last 10 years, we're almost a little late. We started to see a trend more toward May severe thunderstorms over the last several years. This is pretty typical of where you would expect to be on the long-term average. It's a great question, but pretty typical for where we would expect to be a little bit later than recently. JP Study Time, thank you, Matt. Huge fan since the ACN years. JP Study Time, thank you very much. Look, Danielle and I both would thank you for your support and also would ask you spread the word, right? One of the big things, we've been going 15 months now here at 1 Degree Outside, which is awesome. Especially, I don't know if you guys are aware, NECN, unfortunately, was pulled off the Xfinity lineup, the Comcast lineup. So I have to tell you that timing-wise, I certainly didn't know that was coming, but I really am glad that we have our own digital-first weather network where we can provide this, because I think it would have killed me after 20-some-odd years there to not be covering all of New England, on a regular basis like that. So happy to be doing this. Please spread the word. Have folks download the app. Would really appreciate that. How about for Lee in Durham, New Hampshire? Yeah, right, because you got hit earlier, Greg, right? So, look, what you're going to watch this exact area that's dropping down from Vermont right here, okay? Because the average motion on that is going to be east-southeast. So one thing I'm going to do is let me – and you're going to find, because this is a live stream, I can do stuff like this. You're going to find me on the fly updating things because you guys asked for it, right? And so is it going to be the same exact thing as a TV broadcast? No, you're not going to have the same exact kind of, thing where I don't stop talking the whole time. But I think it's a good thing because I can stop and I can answer these questions for you. It's a different, we hope, modern approach that folks will like. So what I've done is I've set the mean storm motion for about 25 miles per hour, Greg, which is about where we're going to be. And so if we keep this storm, it actually should go a little bit farther to the east-southeast like that. So, I mean, on its current speed, you'd be talking about maybe like an 8:35 arrival on that core. We'll see if it can pick up any speed. Sometimes as they develop into warm and humid air, they start to hopscotch ahead of themselves a little bit. But nonetheless, you're going to be pretty close on an area that we're going to be watching here with that cluster as it comes down later. Greg, thank you for that. Patricia, thank you so much for this. Dark here in Taunton. Keep our eyes on this guy. Yes, please do. And you know what, Patricia, I can show you. We'll go to the radar right out of Taunton. All right. So right in your backyard over Miles Standish Boulevard. And so the dark skies you're seeing are basically building clouds. We do have a downpour that's just south of Warwick, Rhode Island. But notice also, this is really fascinating. And you see this. So we're getting a bit of what appears to be a sea breeze boundary that's kicking up in here. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at the surface observations. And yes, indeed, we have gone to a northeast wind at Marshfield and east-southeast wind at Plymouth. So the reason that that's important is because that actually can serve as a little bit of a focal point for storms itself. So we're going to watch that. I bet if we set that into motion just over the last 30 minutes, has it been moving or is it stalled? It's pretty stalled out, right? So we're going to see what happens. But there are two areas that you're going to watch. That's one of them. The other one is right where we had the storm development or the downpour development around Warwick. There's another boundary in here. So basically, this is where your southwest wind has brought in the cool air off the ocean. This is where your sea breeze has kicked in. And so in the middle, like at your house in Taunton, is an area that we're going to watch. Even though the worst of it right now is definitely to your north and west, we're going to pay close attention to that later on, like over the next 2 to 3 hours, okay? Let's see. Debbie, I'm going out to dinner. Make the storm wait till I get back home. I love it, Debbie. I love it. All right, we'll do our best for you. Have fun at dinner. Think of me. I think we've been out to dinner since we started the company, but we're going to do it again someday. Let's see. Daniel, can you send some more thunderstorm energy toward the Fitchburg? Actually, Daniel, more thunderstorm energy to the Fitchburg area. I don't know if you saw it earlier. Route 2 corridor is in an area that's got a little bit of a kind of an enhanced thunderstorm energy pool right now. I'll show it to you again in a few minutes, but I just don't know whether we'll get enough what we call forcing, enough upward vertical motion for storms in the atmosphere for you, because you get some going to the north, some going to the south. You may get split. Storms do that. We'll see. All right, let's see. Kevin, Enfield, Connecticut. All right, so basically, Kevin, just about everywhere in Connecticut is going to be under the gun. But Enfield, you can see you are right ahead of this storm that's coming in from the west right now. Let me go to the current image for you. And so this is one, Kev, if you got folks that are out there, if they're out at the river or if they're out enjoying, you let them know that there's a storm coming in on top of them. So you want to know towns and times, because I think that'd be important. Look, the light rain starts ahead of it. I'm going to start from where we're getting the heavier rain and the lightning, okay? I'm going to take that from the state line of Granby. I'm going to drop it off to the east-southeast. I'm going to bring the speed to about 25 miles per hour right there. And this is going to give you your time. So Enfield, you're going to have that heavy rain and lightning in on you at about 5:22. So you got about 15 minutes, Kev, to tell folks that they need to pack it up, head on in. Let's get inside within 15 minutes before that significant lightning and hail gets in on top of you. And you can see those towns and times that I've put up there as well. I'll leave those for a second. Plymouth Rock says, Plymouth here. Will this area get this, or will it fizzle out? Well, look, yeah, let me take you to the forecast chart again, okay? So what I'm going to do is, Kevin, hopefully you got this for your area in Enfield. You're not in a warning. You'll be in a warning any second. They will absolutely, I think, extend that warning out. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit more. There's that line of storms developing now, straddling the Mass-Connecticut border. All right, but Plymouth, one of the things we kind of looked at a short time ago, and you're probably just joining on, so I want to do it for you again, is I just want to show you the radar forecast, okay? So here's the concern and here's the problem, right? Is that, okay, at first you've got the sea breeze that came into Plymouth, so you say, all right, good, the heavy stuff's all staying in my north and west, but uh-oh, wait a minute, that's pretty close at 7 p.m. The issue is, particularly with fireworks for tonight, I do think that the storms are going to lose momentum. They're going to run into less thunderstorm energy in Plymouth. They're going to run into less thunderstorm energy in southeastern Massachusetts at large. But notice that even though that means they're not as strong, it doesn't mean they don't make it. And in fact, there's the map at 9 p.m. You got a widespread area of rain. The one thing I was mentioning, I'm a little bit kind of TBD on here, is the areas from Boston northward, where it's quite possible that, again, if we get that split I was just talking about for Fitchburg, you may actually end up with some stuff going to the north across the New Hampshire seacoast as we get toward 9:30 or 10 o'clock, and you may end up with the stuff over southeastern Mass, and you might get split at someplace like Boston. But I don't think you're going to get split on someplace like Plymouth overall. What other things do we have here in the chat? Again, if you're just joining in, we're going to probably be here for a while. So if you look at your area and say, I'm good for now, okay, cool. Come on back later on. You can always access this through our 1 Degree Outside app. But one of the things that we try to do is make this wholly interactive so that we can communicate together. You can talk with me just as much as I talk with you. Ralph, will these things hold together inside 495? Always seems like they weaken unless the wind stays out of the west. Yes. So in this particular instance, our current winds have gone sea breezed at the South Shore, all right? But most of the rest of us are still sporting a westerly wind. We've got a west-northwest wind at 495, up and down the 495 belt right now. And if I take you over to the thunderstorm energy plot so you can actually see where the current pools of thunderstorm energy are, let's pull that up for you. And you can see right now that there is definitely one pool of energy in place from, I don't know where at 495 you are, but let's say from the Route 2 interchange all the way down through Franklin. You've got a big pool of thunderstorm energy here. You run out of it a little bit to the north, and do you know why? Because in the Merrimack Valley, there was a big gust front that came through earlier. We had damage done from Atkinson and Plastow in New Hampshire, all the way down to Arlington and Stoneham. And that was before we had any rain or thunder come through. That was purely off a gust front, which is essentially cold air that evacuates out of the storm. It's like an exhaust pipe for the storm. So that's what we had earlier today. But you could definitely see where that thunderstorm energy is still kind of pooled up. And yes, I think we're looking at storms that will develop there. I think, as I mentioned, the only question is going to be, do we get a bit of a split going on where near and south of the Mass Pike gets into some of it, and then the other area is going to be that stuff coming out of Vermont, so that in between, from let's say the Mass Pike to the New Hampshire border, do you just end up kind of split in between? And we'll see about how that exactly turns out. What else do we have here for Brenda says, need some rain here in Middleborough, Mass. Desperate. All right, Brenda, you're going to get some. That's going to happen. Anything going down tonight in Newburyport, Portsmouth, this evening? Yes, so Portsmouth has already, of course, gotten one area of storms, right? And I'm looking at the next area that's coming out of Vermont. It is going to be on its way to you. And in terms of an overall time, let's see if we were to time that out for you. Let me see. Oh, you know what? I need to swing over to analysis mode to do that. My bad. Bam. There we go. Good. Okay, let's time it out. At its current speed, let's say the heart of it, right, the heavier stuff, Portsmouth, somewhere around like 8:45 p.m. would be your arrival time if it maintains its current heading and its current speed. The heading should be maintained. The speed may change slightly. It may speed up a little bit, but that's, I think, what we're looking at. I think at this point, too, the only other thing you'd be saying is, well, are they going to weaken on approach? They may. There's less thunderstorm energy in southern New Hampshire, again, because of the storms earlier today. So far, the storms certainly are impressive across central and southern Vermont, but having said that, again, there is, as we just looked at together, less thunderstorm energy in here. So I think you're going to certainly get some sort of raindrops. The question becomes, are you going to end up with something that is non-severe when it comes through? And could we maybe even try and get that so that we don't get much lightning out of it? We'll see. We'll see. Let's see what else we have here for your feedback. We've got Doreen. Hi, Doreen. How are you? Headed to James Taylor at Tanglewood tonight. Oh, boy, Danielle's parents were just there the other night. Well, Doreen, I think I have good news for you. You're looking at the Albany radar right now, okay? Tanglewood, of course, you already know, Western Mass, Berkshire County. Notice that we do have a big line of downpours that's coming through. There's some thunder and lightning as well, but there is a back edge around Albany right now, and if we zoom out, there's not a lot more that's coming toward Tanglewood. So I pretty much have good news. The one thing that I will do for you is I want to make sure that I bring up our overall radar forecast so that you can see that too. Here's that back edge that comes through Albany. Here we go deeper into the night. Notice, if you watch out at Tanglewood, what do you have? Nothing. Clearing sky and a little bit more comfortable air that tries to move in. So congratulations, you're one of the people that I can actually give good news to here and enjoy. You've seen fire, you've seen rain. You're going to enjoy tonight. Have a great time. I would always have loved to see James Taylor in concert. Maybe I will someday. That sounds great. Daniel, you're welcome. On the stream, happy to do it. 7:10 split could be. Lily getting dark again in Allstead. Here we go, Lily. All right. Thanks, Matt. Bonfire night on most of the Plymouth beaches tonight. All right, if you would, Plymouth Rock, spread the word. Let them know. Get the 1 Degree Outside app. Would really appreciate it. It's a free download, and hopefully they'll get a lot out of it. There's a large anvil cloud I could see in the distance as I approach my office in Lawrence. Okay, so for those who don't know, an anvil cloud is that top of the storm that kind of reaches out beyond the storm. It looks flat at the top, right at the top of a thunderstorm, and it looks like an anvil, the tool that you would use. Well, in this particular instance, I would say the one you were looking at, if you were driving in on 495 northbound or something like that, was probably that stuff coming out of Vermont, because you can actually see on the radar, when you see that rain kind of extending to the east, that's your anvil. All right, that's actually your anvil that's coming off to the east as well. So that is very, very likely what you saw. Here we go. These storms continuing to strengthen now in the Pioneer Valley. So lightning has been ticking up. We talked about how Enfield, Connecticut was right on the edge, and we said about 5:22 was an arrival time. So it's 5:15 now. You've got about 7 minutes left before the heart of the rain, lightning, thunder arrives for you. One thing I would like to do, if you don't mind here, is take a moment just to take a look at the storm relative velocity to make sure we don't have any tight rotation inside of this stuff. I've got one area, and I'll highlight it for you. I've got one area that I want to look at here, and I've got another area I want to look at right here. So what I'm going to do is switch things back over to the more conventional radar. Let's go out of Albany. And I'm not concerned about the one on the east by Barkhamsted. Right now, anyway, it's not underneath a strong enough thunderstorm updraft to result in any type of tornadic development. The one out by Salisbury, Connecticut, I am going to watch more carefully because that is under a stronger updraft. So I do want to pay close attention to that area of rotation trying to develop over Litchfield County right now. So that'll be something I watch. By the way, as you continue to watch this with me, if you like this and you watch it and you say, yeah, it's not really near my area right now, so I might come back later, fine. Would you be so kind as to let folks that you might know who live in the area know that they can follow along right here as we continue to kind of build out and let more folks know about what we offer here at 1 Degree Outside. All right. Daniel, don't forget to like the stream. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate that. Ralph, thanks, Matt. You're always the best. Thank you. And Melrose, yeah, got windy earlier, didn't it? All right. Thank you, Doreen. Love back to you. Thank you so much. Have a great time tonight. And all right. And Ralph, that was this morning. Okay. All right. Very good. That was with the earliest storm. All right. Very good. So right now I'm going to take a moment, too, to take a look at some of our other chats, because some of you are chatting in on what is the Chatango chat, which is embedded right into our live stream. So let's see. Here we go. Fireworks at the beach in Weymouth tonight, 9 o'clock. How's it look for storms in that area? Hopefully the map I showed you answered that, but if not, I will show you again. Ductor Matt, what are we looking at? What timing are we looking at in Boston? So in Boston, you're not looking at the storms arriving until probably much later. We can go ahead and show you. Let's go ahead and do that. The one area and thing that I'm watching is going to be right along this line along the Mass Turnpike, okay? This mostly is going to likely stay south of the Turnpike. I am watching to ensure that we don't get any additional development going on north, right? But other than that, in Boston, I think that we certainly should clear through 7 before we'd have any problems here. And I say that because if we take the storm track, and even if you were to take, let's say, this back edge of the line and draw it out, I mean, you're talking about probably a 9:30 arrival time to someplace like the city. Now, of course, the issue on this is going to be for those who have concerns or interest in the fireworks, right? Because if they're out there for the Esplanade and the fact that we've got at least the rehearsal that's going on at the Hatch Shell, this is going to be an area of rain that comes in. If we can get lucky enough, and we might, that the lightning and the thunder stays down to the south, that would be lovely. But one thing that I do is when I look at the Albany radar, I say there is a pretty good kind of drop-off on the north edge of that. So at this point, given the fact that it's moving the way that it's moving, it would look like the north edge of this stuff would be pretty light. And at the heavier stuff, even if it built up a little bit, let's say north of the Pike, let's say it even built up to Amherst or Holyoke, would drop southeast and then would end up passing south of Boston somewhere between 8:30. That's no, because we need to account for the time back off to the west. Here we go. So yeah, somewhere around 10 o'clock or so. That makes more sense. All right. So that's what I'm kind of thinking there for Boston anyway. What else did we have for Chatango questions showing up here? Getting gusty in Claremont, New Hampshire. Thank you very much. Derek, thank you very much for the compliment. Fireworks at the beach in Weymouth. I'm going to show you here in just a second. Good to hear me live once again. Thanks, Anon. Appreciate that. And how does it look for Georgetown? All right, so we've got Georgetown and we've got Weymouth. Let's go ahead and dive in and show you what's going on. I'll take you to the forecast radar map just in case you either missed it earlier or we didn't have a good enough focus on your spot, okay? Let's go ahead and play things through. And notice that you've got, again, I think that what we're looking at here is very likely a little overdone on the north side. At 6:45, is it possible that we find some of those storms trying to build back out through the South Shore? Yes. I think it's perhaps more likely, though, that you get into this on the north side that we were looking at coming out of the Albany area in western Mass as we get toward about 7:45. And then that would last you in someplace like Weymouth maybe till about 9:30. So I know that kind of stinks, right? One of the things that I want to look at, though, standby, is, let me swing you back over to the radar. So I actually have a series of other kind of products that I can look at here. Some of them I'm able to show, some of them I'm not. And of course, I show you everything that I possibly can, but I tell you about those that I can't. So let's see here. So 1:15 Zulu, so you're about 9:15. Yeah, unfortunately, there's really good agreement, among multiple sources of guidance here on the fact that it'll go pretty close to what I just showed you. So right now, Weymouth, boy, unless we can get lucky and almost everything can go south of us, then I think that's we're probably going to have raindrops as we head in toward fireworks time. And again, I say that because even if you don't get the worst of it, you've still got the stuff that's on the north side that's kind of that rain shield that's coming in. Now, meanwhile, Georgetown had asked about what things are going to look like there. Look, if you actually look at what we're talking about with the storms coming out of Vermont, they have been weakening a little bit as they drop south and east. And not only that, but when you take them on their current trajectory, if we were to follow out the south edge of that, comes real close to Georgetown, doesn't it? And it would come pass by you at about 8:30. If you get lucky and you get split, which is a possibility, and I'm not cocky enough to just tell you you're definitely going to get split, but you can see for yourself. I mean, there's a pretty broad area in here in between the storms. And so you say, is he just guessing then? No, what happened earlier is we had a line of storms that went through southern New Hampshire. They sent a gust front or a cold burst of wind, down to the south. that cold burst of wind down some tree limbs and some trees all the way down to Stoneham and Arlington, but it also represents an air that's not quite as favorable for thunderstorm development as it is when you get near and south of the Pike. I'll give you, for instance, you're talking about a temperature of 82 degrees at Fitchburg right now, 83 at Beverly, but it's 89 at Boston, 88 in Hartford, and 87 at Providence. So it's definitely a little bit cooler, a little bit more stable air that's come in behind those storms earlier in the day in the area that I've circled in blue. And that absolutely could help out in terms of trying to get you to get a split overall. Just looking at what's going on here in northern Connecticut and coming out of eastern New York State. It is now, of course, thundering in the Pioneer Valley. Let's switch over to our storm relative velocity. Okay, so what I'm looking for here is I'm looking for any areas where I'm seeing, green and red abutting against one another that would be showing that there's rotation in the storm. And at this point, I don't see anything that's imminent in that regard. So that's really good news. I really don't like the look of the storm that's coming out of eastern New York. So we'll watch that one for Litchfield County as well. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. Now, Avon to Burlington, Connecticut, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning. But right now, if I put this into motion, you'll see just over the last half hour, that stuff's staying here north for the time being. I mean, eventually, it's going to be after the warning expires, so it's going to have to be a new warning. So basically, Burlington, Farmington, Avon, you're pretty much south of the area that's got damaging weather now. Eventually, you're going to be talking about the next storm coming in. That one out of Salisbury and Canaan is going to drop southeast, and you're going to deal with that. But that's going to probably be a whole different warning that's going to have to be issued on that, and that won't be for at least another hour and 15 or so, I would say, by the way it looks right now. Let's see. Okay, we're vacationing in Old Orchard Beach. Anything major for us tonight? Tim, major? Probably not. You've been through one round of storms already. The only thing is, I do think you're going to still have more storms. And I say that because one thing I'll do, actually, let me switch. I want to go to a composite of all the radars. And let's see. There we go. So one of the things that I look at here is I say, okay, we've got one cluster that's dropping down out of Vermont, New Hampshire border. You've got some more that's developing near Sanford, Maine, and up by Sebago Lake, but that's really weak stuff. And then you've got the actual kind of next burst that comes out of New York State. So we got to watch all of that tonight as it drops southeast. However, once we start getting past about 8 o'clock, you're going to lose a lot of thunderstorm energy. So I think it's going to start to weaken. So at this point, I would say that as long as you're okay with one of these smaller things that we're looking at on radar that might come through and could have a lightning strike, I don't think you're looking at like rocking and rolling type stuff coming in for tonight. So I hope that helps a little bit there. By the way things look, I think you're probably you've spent a lot of your energy in the atmosphere already. Let's see, who else do we have chiming in? Lily, thank you very much. Appreciate your compliment, and check in anytime, and please spread the word. Really appreciate it. Let's see who else we have on Chatango that might be chiming in. Again, this is on that livestream.onedegreeoutside.com page. Sad for Weymouth. I know, Stacy. I know. So we're going to keep an eye on things, and maybe we get lucky, right? Maybe the focus ends up being just a little bit south of Weymouth, but that's kind of what we're looking at for right now anyway, just so you know. Let's see. In terms of what we're looking at with lightning, one of the things I'll do here for you, let me change that perspective just a little bit and see if we can get a little bit better representation of lightning. All right, let's come back out again. There we go. All right, and come on over here. Let's go to analysis. And again, if you're just kind of joining in, it's great to have you. And one of the things I mentioned earlier is this is going to be a little different from TV, right? This is going to be something where you're going to have moments that are slower. It's a live stream. And at the same time, I'm going to be able to explain things in much more detail than I ever was able to do in television. So if you're checking in and you're kind of new to 1 Degree Outside, look, we believe it's the future. We believe it is the kind of the where things are heading, right? Interactive, a chance to form relationships and bonds with one another and kind of analyze things in more depth. But at the same time, it does mean a little bit different presentation. So anyways, one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to jack up can I jack up the size of the lightning? Let's see. Stand by. Let's see. If I were to do that. There we go. Super. All right, great. So now I've made the lightning bigger, and so you're able to really kind of very quickly and easily see where all your lightning strikes are happening right now, up and down that line that's straddling the Mass Connecticut border, now into Enfield, and here we go in Springfield, right? You've got the lightning that's coming in from the west. You can see part of why I always end up making the lightning smaller, because when you start zooming in, it's an awful lot. But we do have lightning with a special marine warning now at Narragansett Bay. We'll swing you over to the radar out of Taunton for a better view of that. That's headed back in toward Tiverton and Fall River. So in terms of the core of the storm, I could give that to you off of the automated algorithm, but that really isn't going to do you any good. What I would rather do is give you the leading edge to the storm and let you know when that's going to arrive. So we'll take this off to the east or just north of east when you get down along the south coast. Because remember what we talked about. This is really straddling the edge of the cooler air that comes in off of the ocean. So in this particular case here, let me slide it where you can see it a little bit better. You're talking about Acushnet at 604, Rochester at 616, Marion at about 622, if it indeed holds together all the way to Marion. We'll see, because you've got cooler air coming in off of Buzzards Bay. But nonetheless, that is your expected times of arrival there. And that special marine warning for Narragansett Bay is because of the lightning mostly that's coming across there, but also the fact that you've got some gusty wind that's coming through as well. All right, so that's going to be one area that we'll keep an eye on too. Let's check back in on the chat here, see if anybody's got anything to say that I've missed so far, because I always want to make sure that I take good care of you. How does Needham's forecast look? Okay, so look, Needham and the Metro West fall into this same area, and what I'll do is I'm going to reset the view so that you can get a better look at it. Stand by, and we'll clear this. There we go. So look, Needham is likely going to rain, and here's the kind of the crux of the situation for you, which is we had that earlier gust front that came down from the north. All right, that was colder air coming out of southern New Hampshire thunderstorms, knocked down trees all the way to Arlington, Massachusetts, without a storm. It was just the cool air coming out of the storm. But what it's done is it's set up this boundary that is essentially right near the Massachusetts Turnpike. So you're seeing a lot of the storms developing south of the boundary right now. It's always possible that you'll find storms develop along the boundary. And if you look really carefully, one of the things you can see is that we are starting to get some radar returns out of Worcester, which tells us that, yeah, we are starting to see at least some big congested cloud development going on in the Worcester area and near that boundary. So for some place then, like you in the Metro West, I think that you do have a chance you're going to pop a thunderstorm over the course of the next 60 to 90 minutes. But I also think that you're going to, regardless, have to deal with that big kind of area of rain to the north of the thunderstorms. It's going to have to drop in. Now, admittedly, if we shift the view out that way, it's not as big as it looks when you get a closer view. So it may just be passing showers, but we're going to be very, very close on exactly how much we're getting in here. And I think over the next 90 minutes, I'm going to be watching that boundary really closely. So at this point, look, you're in a severe thunderstorm watch, right? So obviously the conditions are favorable for thunderstorms, and not only that, for potentially damaging thunderstorms as well. But that's kind of the skinny, I think, on where we land with that. I'm going to make the lightning small again, only because it's driving me crazy. We can put it back again later if we need to. And that way, by the way, when I make it small again, that does allow us to get right down to street level. So if we come into someplace like Enfield, Connecticut, or Suffield, Connecticut, you can see exactly where the lightning bolts are striking and exactly what part of town they're striking. Thompsonville now is into the lightning. We're getting it up around Longmeadow for that matter as well. Raining at Six Flags and Agawam on the north side of the storm. Not much lightning at Six Flags right now. Southwick has had a little bit of lightning, and that's going to continue to, again, probably straddle and go just south of the Massachusetts Turnpike here. So what's interesting is that we have not seen a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for this eastern storm around Enfield, which I fully expected we would. Let's take a look at the velocity inside the storm. So you get about 40-mile-an-hour wind on the backside of the storm here, which is aloft. You have to figure it's probably a little bit more forceful when you get down to ground level because the heavy rain will bring down some of that wind and accelerate it on the way down. So I think you're probably talking about 45-mile-per-hour gusts in here. So this is definitely an area that you want to keep a really close eye on overall because I still think we can get some bursts of damaging wind at the center of this thing around Windsor, Locks, and Enfield as it drops south and east. We'll go back over to storm relative velocity to see if there's any rotation inside of these. Right now, nope, nothing overly concerning, nothing overly imminent, which is certainly a good thing. We'll zoom the view back out again. Southwest Connecticut, we were waiting on you because we knew that you had stuff coming out of New York, and it has arrived to some extent. The first round has arrived, and this yellow box is not a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a special weather statement. But nonetheless, we've got heavy rain and a lot of lightning right now around Reading and Easton, and that is going to continue to move east through Trumbull, Shelton, and Orange here over the course of the next 40 minutes or so. It is likely going to survive the trip to New Haven and West Haven over the course of the next hour. And then just so you know, in southwest Connecticut, including Danbury and then down through Wilton and Norwalk, where you got missed by that first storm and just got a shower, you got a pretty strong one coming out of Middletown, and that's dropping south and east, so it's going to cross the Hudson, and it may be able to hold together as it gets to you as well. Farther to the north and west, severe thunderstorm warning again for the storms that are coming into Litchfield County. Really nasty ones right now. Hail size to 1 1/4 inches. That hail, the center of the hail core, likely to arrive to Cornwall at about 6 o'clock this evening or so. And then again, watching for the additional development farther down the line. Back to that one coming off of Narragansett Bay. This is one that developed immediately along, and this is so funny because we had just in the live stream a short time ago talked about the fact that this is where we were getting our southwest wind off the ocean, and that a lot of times on the leading edge to that air change is where you can get thunderstorm development. And sure enough, thunderstorm fired up right along it, just came out of Narragansett Bay, now is coming into Fall River, and that's going to continue to move east. It may start to lose its punch because if you notice exactly where that boundary is, the boundary itself is actually north of Fall River. So what we've done now is we've taken the storm and we've actually displaced it to the south, which is into that cooler ocean air. So it's really possible that the storm starts to weaken as it moves east. It'll still produce rain, but it may not produce much in the way of thunder and lightning. And then the other thing I had mentioned a short time ago is you really have to watch also this sea breeze front that's come in off of Plymouth and Marshfield and Duxbury, because this also could touch stuff off as you start to get, let's say, the storm from the south and west drawing closer. You may see development anywhere along that line, which, by the way, if we were to zoom in a little bit more, is pretty much Carver up to Plimpton, coming across Route 44, and then running across over 27. So that's going to be one area that you're going to pay close attention to. Same thing where they come together, obviously. So from Wareham up to Lakeville would be another spot, and running along both 495 and 140 as you head out towards Somerset. That'll be another area that we're going to watch for potential development. Farther to the north, no more severe thunderstorm warning when you get across portions of south central Vermont. However, there's more storms coming out of New York. So for Lake Champlain, let's take a look. There they are. All right, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect from Malone, New York, across northern New York State. And now we've got more in the way of thunderstorms that are dropping in, running across the northern part of Lake Champlain. You've got a downpour that's coming in toward Burlington. So you're going to get that coming in when you get right to the city docks at Burlington. So just keep in mind, anywhere from Burlington north, thunderstorm moving in, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. If we zoom in a little bit more on that one, you'll see it up by Ellenburg. Look at all the cloud-to-ground strikes that are in here. And that is all going to come right across Alburg, going to come right across North Hero, right across Grand Isle and South Hero, and eventually into St. Albans and Swanton, right? So just be advised, you've got more in the way that's coming in across the lake. Let's see, I want to check in with the chat, see what else you guys have had to say so that I make sure that I'm not leaving anybody out. I feel like I look blue. I do look blue, don't I? Let's see. Let's turn that off. Is that any better? No, still blue. Okay. Could be interesting to have live feeds from webcams in New England or viewers and photos. Yup, agreed. Show occasionally mixed in with the analysis. Totally agree, JP Study Time. And that is absolutely part of what we hope and plan to grow to. Right now, it's we are very fortunate to have a team of 4. We've got Annie, who is our Vice President of Brand Integration and doing a great job at helping us grow. We've got Aaron on board now, who is great with data analysis, which is awesome. And then it's Danielle and I. So right now I'm running a single operation this evening, so a little bit hard to get that stuff involved. But I agree with you 110%. That is the plan. And in order to get there, we need for you to spread the word. We need lots of folks to use the 1 Degree Outside app. Lots of folks to come to us to the website, but especially the app. So keep spreading the word. That would be fantastic. All right. Meanwhile, I'm watching with the volume down at work. I'm supposed to leave from Middletown, just south of Hartford. Should I plan on staying here a while, or will this be over? All right, let's take you back down south then. You're watching with the volume off, but we'll take care of you. All right, we're going to make it clear that this is for you. All right, here we go. Ready? We're going to put this to Middletown, Connecticut. Stand by. Okay, so Middletown's right here. These storms, for the time being, are mostly making their way to the east-southeast, which means we've got time before the next big round of storms would arrive to Middletown. All right, so in terms of when they would get to you, though, on their current path and their current speed, I think you'd probably be talking about an arrival time at Middletown somewhere around 7:20 or so, by the way things look right now. So I think I've done this in a way that even someone who's got the sound off right now at work is able to get what's going on in Middletown, Connecticut. That's the hope and that's the plan, all right? Daniel, clear skies in Brighton. Would be cool to see a storm. Well, you'll see the storms down to yourself in your southern sky. I don't have any question on that. You'll be able to see the clouds, as they pass down to the south. I'm not sure how much of a storm you're going to get into, aside from just showers on the north side. But we'll see what can fire up out ahead of the line. Right now, it certainly looks like the line has been mostly going to be firing near and south of the Pike. Let's do an analysis of that for you. You ready? All right. So here is our thunderstorm energy. And yeah, you can really kind of see where that thunderstorm energy drops off when you start getting north of the Pike, can't you? I mean, even Brighton, to your point about where you are right now, you're not in it right now. If we can get that wind to come a little more southwesterly, then that could absolutely carry some of that in for you. But right now, the wind in Brighton is west-northwest, and I just don't see it coming southwesterly. It's southwesterly through Connecticut, but that's about it. Windsor locks, what did we just gust to at Windsor locks? Yeah, 43 knots. So I was telling you that northern Connecticut, I was surprised there was no severe thunderstorm warning there, but that is, you just gusted to 43 knots. So my guess is we'll probably see something come up shortly on that. And yep, just came out, I believe. Yep. So they just issued the warning now, and we should see it pop on the map momentarily. So that's good. But that was the storm that we've been watching together. That's been coming in across Enfield, and now has just produced that gust now to 49 miles an hour at Windsor locks. So let's go back to the radar. If you're joining us from Connecticut, we certainly want to take good care of you. There's the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued now. Enfield to Stafford, Tolland, and Union on a storm that we did an analysis on the wind field together, right? And we saw that it was 40 miles per hour back behind it. But we expected to find gusts to 50 inside of it. And sure enough, we just verified 49. Let's see. Hearing from the Skywarn spotters that there's half-inch hail in Suffield, Connecticut. So this is one nasty storm. And we'll just say thank you there. Great. So again, I mentioned this before, but all of what you share with us goes directly to the National Weather Service Skywarn Spotter Network. So there's a new severe thunderstorm warning, New Haven. Remember this one we had looked at together coming through Trumbull. We had told you it was going to hold together to New Haven and West Haven, right? Well, here it comes. A lot of thunder and lightning. There's frequent lightning. You can see them all there, either side of the Merritt, and that's going to continue to extend east out toward Orange and then eventually into New Haven itself. So severe thunderstorm warning in New Haven is going to be out till 6:15. Obviously, I think you know if you're watching this stream, right? If you're in the path of any of these storms, you want to be tucked indoors away from windows as the storm comes through. That storm coming out of Enfield continues to look pretty nasty. One thing that I'll do is let me swing over to, I want to switch over to another radar program that I have that'll be a little bit different view. This one I had last had up for Vermont, so I'm going to go ahead and just readjust. Oh, no, excuse me. Do I? Okay, stand by. There we go. Okay. So I had this on Vermont. Let's zoom it out. Let's bring it down. I'm going to take this to our Taunton radar. We'll load the scan. There we go. Here's our storm that we're looking at. It's coming out of Windsor Locks. It just produced the 49-mile-per-hour gust. So this is your downdraft gust potential. What this does is, and this is a program called WSV3. Paul Maravelis developed this out of Windham, New Hampshire. I absolutely love that. I love using local stuff. It's great. But one thing we can do here is we can actually probe inside of the downpour, the thunderstorm, to see what we're looking at for wind. So it's the bottom number. The top number is a radar return number, but it's the bottom number. Notice 55 miles per hour. So this is what we're doing here is we're taking into account the wind inside the storm, but then we're adding in the fact that there's a downpour and you're getting a downburst wind. So the estimated downburst wind out of this thing is a big, broad area right now coming across I-91 of 54 miles per hour, basically from Thompsonville down to Windsor Locks. Now remember, you just verified 49 at Windsor Locks, which, by the way, the estimate, look at that, at Windsor Locks is 49. So this is a really great piece of technology. And when you start to look at this, you say, okay, well then in that case, where's it going next, right? So the answer on where it's going next would be coming across 191, Hazardville. We should find damage done from Route 5 and 91 going across Hazardville to 191. And then eventually the storm will track out toward Crystal Lake. We should find damage reports starting to increase from this area. Again, I would invite you to submit your reports if you're watching from these areas via our app, the Send to Us tab, because not only does it go to us, it also goes to the National Weather Service Skywarn Spotter Network, which will relay them in real time to the National Weather Service and the meteorological community at large. Looks like we have a little bit of broad scale rotation going on inside the storm now that's located coming up on New Haven. So what I am going to do is switch us back over to our other view that we had going in Connecticut. And I'm going to take that product and let's come down south. We can get rid of that severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to switch us to the Long Island radar, which will give us a little bit better measure of the storm. And I am going to take a look at storm relative velocity. Okay, so this is showing us the wind inside the storm over Trumbull, Connecticut, headed toward Milford, West Haven. And one thing that you'll see right away is that you definitely have a difference here where you've got air moving in one direction in green and air moving in another in red, but you don't see them kissing right now. So at this point, I look at this and say, okay, well, it certainly is a broadly rotating thunderstorm, and thunderstorms do that, particularly strong thunderstorms. They broadly rotate. It's what they do. But you need to watch and see if you get any tighter rotation that takes place. Right now, we're really not seeing that. I can look at a shear representation, and you can see we do have some increased shear that shows up when you get south of Trumbull. Let's go back over to storm relative velocity there. I see. So what you're seeing here is you're starting to see a little bit more on the south side of the storm. And okay, I can see this. So basically, just west of 108, you've got an area that you need to watch. At this point, it's not tucked under the updraft enough to make us say, uh-oh, that's something that could be imminent. But the fact that you actually do see lower radar returns in that area shows that it is pulling some different air up into the middle of the storm there. But obviously the worst of it is definitely north of that. And a lot of times, if your worst of it is located to the north and you don't have a very strong updraft, even if you're seeing some shear, some directional change with the wind, you're not necessarily going to see something like tornadic development. So at this point, you've got straight line wind damage and a lot of lightning that's expected here. Core of the storm in terms of towns and times, coming through Woodmont at about 6, West Haven at about 6:05, East Haven at about 6:12. Just remember, that's the core of the storm, right? That's not the leading edge to the storm. I can show you the leading edge to the storm. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Really, I mean, look, the leading edge is already in the Milford. So there we go. And we'll bring it off the east-northeast. It's going about 25 miles an hour or so. So leading edge to the storm, that's different, right? Your towns and times are definitely different if you're talking leading edge versus the core of it. Okay. Let's zoom back out. And one thing we can do now is I'm going to go back to the chat, and then we're going to take a look at some of these storms that are coming through northern Connecticut. So a lot of our focus now is on the state of Connecticut. All right. Daryl's Auto Detailing. Say it happy 4th, everyone. I like that. Shout out to Daryl's. All right. Fantastic. Let's see. Let's go over to the Chatango chat. And see what you have to say there. Try to follow you in all different places where you are. Really appreciate everybody who chimes in. Okay, yes, Alec, I do read the chat. Thank you. And so storms in Rhode Island, yes, we talked about those earlier. Thank you for that. Really appreciate that. In fact, we did a little zoom in on the fact that they were going to weaken as they made their way east of Narragansett Bay, but we're going to watch that sea breeze convergent zone that's just east of there to see if anything new fires up. Alec, why don't you create a Discord server to create a community to help you with running the company? Wow, that's kind of neat. Love that. I'll have to look into it. What about the storms that went through Rhode Island, which prompted a marine warning? Yep, so we covered those already, so but that's fine. If you're just coming on board, appreciate you being here. And absolutely, yeah, no, we covered those as they were happening. So one thing I try to do is keep you a step ahead of the game so that you actually get a good idea for what's coming next. So absolutely, we covered those storms when they came through with that special marine warning. You can see them coming now over Tiverton and weakening. And part of the reason that we looked at together on this is because you've got essentially a southwest flow. And what that southwest flow did is it brought up the cooler air off of the ocean. And so you had the storms almost outrun the boundary. The boundary you can actually see on radar has been set up just to the north. The storm started to fire very close to the boundary here. And then as they worked south of the boundary, they ran into more and more stable marine air. So they started to weaken. So one of the other things that we were mentioning earlier that you want to be watching for is we want to watch, right in this area around Carver, Plimpton, Halifax, because you've got a sea breeze convergence zone developing in here. You're out of the east-northeast at Duxbury, Marshfield, and Plymouth. And then you've got essentially a westerly or southwesterly wind that's trying to kick here. So you very well may start to see some stuff, and we're starting to see what may be the beginning of this. This certainly is looking a little bit better in a later scan. So you might start to see something coming out of there and a little development of a thunderstorm or downpour core as well. Storms, okay, we've got, here comes some of the damage that's in out of Litchfield. Tree snapped and down on Reservoir Road. That was at 510 out of Litchfield County in New Hartford, Connecticut. And again, I truly expect we're going to see similar reports before too long coming out of the Enfield area, coming out of, probably Summers, Ellington, where this storm's been cutting through. Your severe thunderstorm warning continues all the way out to Union until 6:15. That's going to be when that one expires. And then, of course, here comes the next round into Litchfield County, right? Let's go back to the Albany radar for this one, get a little bit better look at that. Core of the storm, which is producing hail to about a ½ inch or so, coming through Litchfield at 6:11 and Torrington at 6:17. The only thing that I always say is that's the core of the storm, right? That's not the actual leading edge. If we wanted to get the leading edge, let's do it. We'll come right from that leading edge on the line that's coming through New Hartford. We'll carry it out essentially the east-southeast. At about 25 is your current storm trajectory. And here's your towns and times on the one out of New Hartford coming in through Avon, Windsor, and South Windsor over the course of the next 50 minutes or so. And let's do the leading edge also on the storms that are coming up in on Goshen. Here we go. I'll put it closer to the storm for you. There you go. So Bristol, Connecticut, about 647. Farmington, about 650. You'd be in line for these. So much of the state of Connecticut now is going to be under the gun. In terms of power outages and what we're looking at, Massachusetts has very few, 165 in the state of Massachusetts right now. Power outages when you get into Connecticut, only reported to be somewhere around 800. That may climb. You've got 62,000 or so without power in the state of New York, where the storms obviously came through first. So I would expect the number in Connecticut is likely to rise as the storms continue to work through. You've got a whole other area of storms now coming through East Fishkill. That's going to drop off to the east-southeast as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. Staying on top of the chat, Judy says, thanks so much. Nothing better than 1 degree. I'm so glad. Will the line in Connecticut make its way to Attleboro, Mass? Let's see. Yes, I will answer that question for you here in just a second. I believe that it will. National Weather Service Skywarn spotters, Windsor Locks, Connecticut. Here's the damage that we were waiting for out of Windsor Locks. Tree down on the road on Center Street near Indian Mountain Road, Enfield, Connecticut. There you go. We were waiting on that too, weren't we? Got a couple of Enfield reports coming in now. King Court has trees and wires down. King Street at Depot Hill Road, tree down on the road. Granby, Connecticut's got a half-inch hail. So again, you're hearing it here first, but we also would say keep the reports coming, because by sending us the reports, you are sending them directly and immediately to the Skywarn Spotter Network, which is tremendously helpful to them. So keep the reports coming, whether you're doing it in the chat and I relay via the live stream, or preferably even if you're sending them in through the reports they send to us tab on our app. They will get those right away as well. It's a great partnership, and it's one that we're happy to do because it's all about working together in the meteorological community and about making each other and making the whole meteorological community stronger to help the public. So let's go to farther to the north. Quick update on what's going on now when you get into Vermont. Again, remember we had talked about these and how they were going to drop east-southeast, but there was less thunderstorm energy in a lot of New Hampshire. So it looks like they're starting to run into that, and you're starting to see some weakening, which is great. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now across northern Vermont. So let's swing back over to the other radar tool that I was using just a short time ago, the locally homegrown and built WSV3. And what we'll do is swing the view up toward Vermont. And let's see if we can go ahead and take the view, there we go, out of the National Weather Service radar just outside of Burlington and Colchester, Vermont. So there we go. We've got the storm now making its way right onto Lake Champlain. In terms of towns, times, etc., we'll put them up on the screen for you. Coming through Alburgh at 6:05, Swanton at 6:19, St. Albans at 6:24, Milton at 6:25, Winooski 6:27, and Essex Junction at 6:33. So for folks who are in northern Vermont, or if you know somebody in northern Vermont, let them know that we're covering them here at 1 degree outside so that they can watch and they can get the latest. We'll continue to watch all the scans as they come through as well, because I know that that's an important one for us here. There's the severe thunderstorm warning that extends out to Burlington and includes Burlington. Severe thunderstorm warning will be up until 6:30 this evening. And again, the worst of the storm, very likely to stay just north of downtown Burlington, but nonetheless, still in the warning anyway, as you're just south of the storm itself. But boaters on Lake Champlain, if you're watching us from the boat right now, certainly you need to be headed into port anywhere north of Burlington because you've got a ton of lightning that's coming across the lake. Thank you, Skywarn spotters again. Enfield, Connecticut once more. So Enfield hit hard. Wynwood Drive, tree down, went through the wall of a building. Again, Wynwood Drive and Enfield. Tree went through the wall of the building. Let's go ahead and get back over to Connecticut. I'll swing you back down there and show you what's going on there. If you're watching from anywhere else and saying, how come you're not covering me? Well, there's not that much going on right now in eastern New England, but this stuff is moving east. In Attleboro, let's see, you had asked about Attleboro, and Judy, The answer on that is on their current path, you've got, what's that, about an hour and a half-ish, right? Hour and a half-ish before they arrive. And I do believe that they're going to hold together for you. Now, is it going to be as bad as it was in Enfield? Perhaps not. That may go just south of you, but you're very close to it. So I would be in the mindset for severe thunderstorms to come calling in about an hour and a half by 7:30. Perhaps slightly sooner than that. Sometimes they accelerate just a bit when you start getting into the front edge of these. Matt, you're welcome for the times. And Kevin, not seeing anything in Northampton so far. Okay. You're going to end up just getting, you can see, the back edge to the rain showers, and that should be about all you get out of that. Over to the Chatango chat, where we have folks chiming in at livestream.onedegreeoutside.com. In the past hour, the winds have picked up substantially in Rhode Island. Very good. Since there's damage now, what do the power outages look like? Alec just updated that. Hopefully you heard that. Looks like Connecticut has the strongest storms. Agreed. Very good. All right. So there we go. We've got a good updates there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Keep the chat questions and comments coming. Judy's going to prepare. I like that. Heather, how about Needham? Fireworks are at 9:15 in Needham High. Yeah. Okay. So Needham. Look, we got that question a short time ago from someone in Needham. I'm glad you guys are checking in, and I'm glad to be able to help you out a little bit. Look, I really think that the majority of these thunderstorms are probably going to stay south of Needham, all right? But having said that, you are admittedly in a severe thunderstorm watch, meaning conditions are favorable for thunderstorm development, right? But what I'm looking at here is essentially what we've done right now is, Heather, we've taken a wind that's coming out of the west-northwest, and that's sloping down off the Worcester Hills, which is drying a little bit. Earlier in the day, we also had thunderstorms over southern New Hampshire, and those thunderstorms sent a little bit cooler air southward, so much so that it actually knocked trees over in Arlington and Stoneham without a thunderstorm. It was just the cold air blowing out of the storms in New Hampshire that did it. The reason I mention that is because now you're in a situation where you guys are right on the line in Needham of that more kind of stable air that's come in. The problem is, even if you don't get into the stronger storms, and I don't think you will, I think probably these storms are going to build, it's going to be close. I think they're going to build very close to you and maybe stay just south of you. But the problem is that you've still got this area of rain in general that needs to drop through. And on its current kind of path, I mean, you're talking about an arrival at about 8:50 or so coming into someplace like Needham. So I guess that's the only thing I would be concerned about, is that if you end up getting kind of rain instead, and even if it's not the stronger thunderstorms. But I will say that you can see that yellow line I drew, right? It's a really tight line. I want to show you also, and because it's one thing to explain it that way, it's another thing, I think, to show you some examples of what I'm talking about. So I'm going to go over to our current thunderstorm energy, and I'm going to zoom right into Needham. Okay, there you guys are, all right? You are right on the northern edge of that pool. If you line it up with the legend at the top, you've got moderate thunderstorm energy around Milford, Holliston. You're right on the northern edge of that. And that's why when I drew that line, it almost came right down Route 9, didn't it? So look, I got to be candid. I'm not overly optimistic. The lightning is going to be coming through here over the next hour and a half. The biggest thing I think that we could hope for is that if the storms can rumble by to your south, and what time are the fireworks? Probably 9:30. So if the town wants to do it and they want to go with it and they wait till 9:30, fine. I just think that folks may be out there getting wet, waiting for that to happen. Whereas, tomorrow evening will be fine. But if at this point, the best thing I can say is I think that's how it shakes out. I think the strongest stuff probably stays just barely to your south, but you get some amount of rain that comes through. Killingly, Connecticut. All right, Jim. Here we go. You ready? So overall, let me start out with the overall kind of view on Connecticut. Let me get off of this. You've got, couple things. You look at the storm energy map, and you say there's a lot less energy right now over central parts of Connecticut than there is over the rest of the state, right? Well, here's one thing that I just want to take a look at off to the side. Yeah, I think that may be a bit of an error. I don't think that we really have a lower kind of area of thunderstorm energy there. Let me see. Not really. I'm looking at current observations. I'll share them with you out of central Connecticut. I mean, admittedly, the reason it's coming back less is because Hartford downtown is at 76 over 54. So basically 76 degrees with a dew point temperature of 54. So what you're talking about is like right in the heart of central Connecticut, you've got this area where you have less in the way of thunderstorm energy. But by the time you get out to Killingly on the east side, I mean, you've got a storm coming in on top of you now, and you've got that whole round that still needs to drop in. I really think that what you're going to be talking about here is likely going to be new thunderstorm development that's going to take over at least over the course of the next 2 hours or so through about 8 o'clock. If we go to the forecast map on the radar forecast, are you seeing it now? I believe you are, right? Yep, good. And if we play things out, the one thing I'll say is if we can get that back edge through this 8:30, between 8:30 and 9, you got to try and get that through. So I don't know if you got fireworks going on in Killingly tonight, but if you do, there is a good chance that this stuff will be out of here in time. And so there's at least something that we could kind of look at with some optimism there anyhow. But for right now, you're getting ready. Brand new storm just developed west of you. We'll zoom in a little bit more. All right, here's Putnam. And there's Danielson. All right, and here it comes. It's coming out of stores right now. So I guess the short story on Killingly is we're going to batten down the hatches. We got a lot of lightning right now coming out of stores. One thing I want to do again is with that new storm really taking off, let's do a couple of things, okay? I want to take a look for you, and this is for you in Killingly, but we're going to do it for everybody. Let's go to the velocity plot. We'll do the same thing we did last time. So you got about 36 miles an hour, and that's aloft inside the cloud. When you figure how hard it's raining with the hail mixed in, and your downburst is probably going to be going on the order of 45 right now. But the storm is just starting to ramp up. So my guess is we're going to end up seeing this storm, if it continues to grow the way it is now, and I would expect it will, then not only are we seeing hail, we're going to see a core damaging wind headed out toward Danielson and essentially kind of probably traveling along and just north of Route 6 over the course of the next 30 minutes or so. Let's go ahead and get you towns and times because I do think it's probably likely to continue to strengthen. So rather than play catch up later, let's go ahead and stay ahead of it now. So there's your towns and times on the leading edge to the heavy rain and the increased lightning. Danielson about 6:32, Foster about 6:41. By the time you start getting up toward Putnam, you start out running that one, but you're going to wait on the next one. So if I move the view over just a little bit, this stuff coming out of Stafford, if you say I'm in Thompson, Connecticut, when am I going to have that coming my way? Somewhere probably around 6:45, you start to get into the beginning of it. And then if you were to draw it from the heart of the storm and make it out toward Putnam, then you're probably talking about 6:58 on an arrival time of the core of the storm. So that's going to be the next one that we're going to watch here. I do want to, while we're looking at this, I do want to do two things. Let's go back down to New Haven. New Haven, Connecticut's getting smacked pretty good right now. And New Haven, we see you, we hear you, we love you. You are one of the top 20 cities on our app very often on the 1 Degree Outside app. So we really appreciate folks in Connecticut who are so dedicated to 1 Degree Outside. And I don't know if that's because you followed over from when I used to be on NECN or if that's just because you found us since we launched, but really appreciate you making us a part of your weather plan. So notice the wall of lightning from West Haven through East Haven. That's headed out to Branford. Now, see, it's different at Long Island Sound. One of the things I had talked about earlier with Narragansett Bay is as the storm was going to make its way toward Buzzards Bay, it was going to weaken because it was going to hit the cooler, more stable air on a southwest wind off the ocean. Long Island Sound is warmed up enough now that you're not really getting much weakening going on with this thing. Instead, what you're getting is you're adding moisture, you're adding humidity, and so it's doing just fine. you'll notice it's actually building out over the sound right now. So if you're watching from Guilford or Madison or Old Saybrook, it's coming your way. I really don't see this as being a weakening trend as it makes its way east. If you say, when does the leading edge get to me, we can take it out for you. We'll bring it east. We'll take it at its current rate of speed, which has been somewhere around 25 miles per hour. And you're coming into Clinton at 636, Westbrook at 646, Old Saybrook at 654, Essex at 657, and Old Lyme at 701. So those are your arrival times there. And I'll leave those on the screen a moment just as I take a look at some of the other chats that are coming in. Because remember, this is an interactive thing, right? So a lot of what I'm doing and showing is based entirely off of what your questions are. Webster, Massachusetts, and Concord, Massachusetts. All right, well, welcome aboard to both of you. Glad to have you here, and absolutely, I'll answer your questions for you here. So Concord and Webster. Let's get back out of the Connecticut view for a second. And if you're in Connecticut, we'll come back to you again. All right. Notice the wall, by the way, of severe thunderstorm warnings. All of Western Connecticut now is under a severe thunderstorm warning. All right. So Webster, this stuff coming out of the east is definitely going to give you at least a round of some thunder and lightning. I mean, when you zoom in a little bit more and you see what we're looking at with the cloud to ground lightning strikes around Sturbridge and Holland, it's not like it's prolific lightning there, but there are definitely continuing occasional lightning strikes. So this is coming in on top of you. In terms of your arrival time on this, I would say in terms of getting into the rain and the chance for thunder, if we take it out, look, your time at Webster 6:33, but the heart of the storm is not going to be the worst of what we've been dealing with down by Stafford. It looks like probably that stuff stays just south of the Connecticut border. What I do want to do for you in Webster is I want to go ahead and just loop this through. Let's loop it through over the last 30 minutes and see if there's been any northern deviation to the storm core. And the answer is not really. Hasn't that been remarkably consistent coming across coming along the Connecticut border and south of the Connecticut border? So I'd be much more concerned for Woodstock, Pomfret, Putnam, and Thompson than I would be for Webster. So that's in terms of the storm core itself. I think the issue then becomes, all right, well, what about on the back side of it, right? So let's swing over, because if you've got fireworks or something going on tonight, and I wish I knew off the top of my head if you did, but I don't know everybody's firework times. But if I look at this and say, okay, take the back edge at its current rate of speed, right? We're talking about probably somewhere around 9:30 on the back side. If we loop through over the last hour just to make sure that we've got a good trajectory on it, I would say probably it may be between 9 and 9:30 that we find the last of the rain letting up. But nonetheless, that's kind of where we're at there. So technically, Worcester County now has just gone into a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's bring it up to the current radar, and we'll make sure that we are on the, there we go. So again, what's happened here, and this is exactly what we just talked about, right? So basically, understandably, the government was looking at this saying, okay, look, we've got a storm core that's over Stafford headed for Union, but you certainly have the potential that you're going to extend wind farther to the north. And part of the reason for that is, look, in Hartford, Connecticut, and there's a brand new thunderstorm warning now that comes out in advance. Remember, this is the one we just looked at that I told you was heading in south of Putnam toward Danielson. So there you go. Now you've got the severe thunderstorm warning that continues, or that has been issued for these areas to the east of the storm that's taking off there as well. Next up, I think we're going to probably have to see Hartford, Farmington, and Bristol fall in suit here, because we've got some pretty nasty stuff that's coming out of warned areas in Torrington and Plymouth. So as that drops south and east, I wouldn't be surprised to find the warning extend. The only thing is, I was starting to say, in downtown Hartford, we got gusts that were upwards of 40 miles, 40 I believe. I'll take a look and see again in a second. It was somewhere near 40 miles per hour on an outflow boundary. Basically, the cold air exhausting out of the storm coming from the north. So you could see a little weakening on those storms coming out of Burlington and Avon, but I think by and large, they're going to still be capable of causing pockets of damage. Let's see, I think I just saw another chat come in. They're coming in, and I appreciate everybody who continues to ask. We had Webster was one. Concord, okay, I'm going to get to you, Concord. Traveling from New London, Connecticut to Cape Cod now. How's it looking? Okay, so we'll take care of you too. So let's start out with Concord, Mass. Concord, Mass, I'm definitely more optimistic on. So you've got one round of downpours that's still been very slowly, and I'll put through the last 1 hour, very slowly expanding south and east, coming through southern New Hampshire, southwest New Hampshire. These are very likely to stay north of the Massachusetts line. Meanwhile, the stuff to the south is very likely to stay near and south of the Turnpike. So what you're left with in someplace like Concord is this ribbon of rain that's coming out of the west. And yes, there is rain there, but it's a fairly thin ribbon that comes in here. So if we switch to the Albany radar, you can get a really good view of the back edge. And you can see that it's actually not that far away. It's coming through Greenfield right now. So I look at that, and I think there's plenty of hope there. The only thing, Concord, Mass, that I'd be saying is, notice that we do have some extra that's up around Queensbury at Route 87. But even that, I think on its current trajectory, it's going to come just south of the stuff that's already up around Lake Sunapee. So I guess long story short is you're probably looking pretty decent at Concord by the way things look now, although you may get some rain. New London to Cape Cod, here's what's going on, BB. So let's zoom you in a little bit. If you're going to make the drive now, I don't know about traffic, but drive-wise, you would stay ahead of the stuff. This stuff's moving about 25 miles an hour. It's a pretty slow moving as thunderstorms go. So you'd stay ahead of it there. The problem is if you take 95 to get to Cape Cod, my guess is you're not going to. My guess is you're going to go like 138. But if you were to take 95 or something like that, you'd run into stuff at Providence. But if you're just going to basically straddle, and kind of make your way across, then chances are good you're going to stay mostly ahead of this. So I think you're going to be in an okay place, all things considered. Plus, keep in mind, the closer you get toward Cape Cod, the more you're going to start getting into stable ocean air. And it will rain tonight on the Cape. Unfortunately, it looks like it will rain at fireworks time. If you haven't seen that yet, I'll show it to you again in a minute. But having said that, I do think that even though it rains on the Cape, it's not going to be strong thunderstorms, if that helps at all. Let's just go over, if we could, to the storm relative velocity again. Okay, so this is what I wanted to look at. I wanted to look at the storm that's kind of winding itself up here over Chaplin, Connecticut, headed in toward Brooklyn, producing likely damaging winds and some frequent lightning. Hail, you can see where the hail's come down across Storrs, Connecticut. This is likely hail that's on the order, I would guess, probably to about 3/4 of an inch. All right, this is about 1¼ inch estimate out of the National Weather Service radar. And our in-house stuff is about 1¼ too. All right, so you may have 1¼ inch hail then coming over Chaplin, making its way east and headed out toward Hampton and Brooklyn. So just keep that in mind. We'll swing back over to the regular kind of more traditional radar view. And a lot of the state of Connecticut now under the gun. Remember what I was telling you with the fact that that stuff headed toward Madison was not going to weaken at the south coast, right? There you go. It's arrived. Here we go. It's coming into Guilford. And Madison, you're up next. Look at that. The lightning, these storms, it's a totally different beast. Long Island Sound this time of year is a totally different beast than a Buzzards Bay or anywhere that you've got a good long wind fetch coming across the ocean. So there's a lot of thunder and lightning now. It's making its way over 146. And that's going to continue to straddle right along the Long Island Sound beaches. One other thing I want to do, storm relative velocity far to the north. Now, we're looking at a lot of wind, but we're not necessarily looking at a lot of rotation. You always have to watch carefully right here along the Long Island coast. Anywhere you get near the Long Island Sound coast, you have to watch very carefully. Storms love to rotate when they get along this Long Island breeze. I mean, just like I'm telling you from years of watching these, they love to rotate when they get along the Long Island breeze, and they successfully rotate. They do it, and they drop brief tornadoes that come with little warning. So I am always wary of storms this time of year, anywhere through the summer, when we have a wind that's coming off Long Island Sound, because we have a setup where you have to watch them like a hawk. So I'm going to keep very close eye on that, even though right now there certainly doesn't appear to be anything that's imminent. If you have any damage reports, things of that nature, I encourage you to share them with us. We do have more coming in from the National Weather Service Sky One Spotter Network. Storrs, Connecticut, dime-sized hail covered the sidewalk. We looked at that together, didn't we? So that was dime-sized. So isn't that interesting? I told you I thought probably it was 3/4 inch. The radar estimated 1.25 inches, but dime-sized what's reported out of that. In the area of 24 Sugar Hill Road in Tolland, Connecticut, tree and wires down. Several large branches down along the side of the road on Route 30 in Tolland, and Hunter Road in Tolland's got a tree down as well. So Tolland hit hard on these storms that now are coming over Ashford and Brooklyn and Putnam. Let's see. One thing that I'll do here is I'll take just a moment, and I will make sure that we've got something. I'm going to just send something very brief out on social media that says our live stream coverage of thunderstorms continues. Access in our app. Bottom of the home page, home screen, or at livestream.onedegreeoutside.com. All right, and that's going to be, we are as of 6:20 or 6:15 p.m. All right, great. So we'll get that out to folks so that they're aware. And if they want to join us, they'll know that they can. Very good. And that just went out on social media. I will not push notify on the app again because folks already were push notified on that once. Okay, back over to the chat to see what you have for recent comments, questions, etc. Let's see. We've got Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Fireworks at 9. Oh, here we go. All right. Let's take a look together. Fireworks in Portsmouth. We've got showers and downpours. If I switch over to the gray main radar, you'll probably get a better view. There they are. These showers are moving, unfortunately, at the same speed a lot of the other ones, which is only about 25 miles per hour. I say unfortunately because that means on their current path, you'd say, well, geez, the back edge then doesn't come through until about 9:38 to Portsmouth. Here's the thing, just so you know, these are running into lower and lower thunderstorm energy. So my guess on this would be that we will see a continued gradual weakening of these showers that are coming across central New Hampshire, that they will continue to weaken on approach to Portsmouth, and that we probably will be looking at a situation where you'll be all right. I can't tell you wouldn't have any raindrops, but you'll probably be looking at a situation that does all right here. I think the stuff that's farther to the north, when you get up across northern Vermont, that's going to be something that we're going to have to watch for areas that are across the White Mountains, that are across the Northeast Kingdom. And the only other thing that we have to be careful for is when you switch to the Albany view, there definitely has still been, if I loop through over the last hour, I want you to watch right across this area of south central Vermont. All right, you're still getting downpours that are taking off. But having said that, on their current path, they would probably make it somewhere around the Portsmouth area. But I actually think even on this, they might come in just south. The thing that I think is going to save you is I think it's going to be the fact that we've got the lowering storm energy around central and southern New Hampshire. But last thing, I like to leave no stone unturned. Let's just make sure that that's still the case. So this is your thunderstorm energy currently, okay? This is the stuff in Vermont. Notice it's low to moderate energy if you line it up to the legend at the top. And notice how it does drop off. Now you got a little pool that's around Dover and Portsmouth. But generally speaking, this stuff drops off as you get in through central New Hampshire. So that's my hope then, is that we'll take what is currently occasional lightning and we'll bring that down to very little lightning. That's my hope. And that's kind of what I would bank on right now. Bristol, Connecticut, heavy dark clouds moving in, strong winds. Thanks for the info about the warning. You bet. Thank you for the report. Really appreciate it. Robert in Cumberland, Rhode Island, keep me posted on what's going on. Here we go, Cumberland. Let's get you back over to the radar. So, here we go. All right, Cumberland, you are just at the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go to the current view. And notice it isn't slowing down, right? We heard from someone earlier ask about Attleboro. I said, yeah, probably holds together going into Attleboro. Certainly holds together going into Cumberland for that matter as well. So, time of arrival here, let's go ahead and do it. Let's take you out. We'll zoom in a little bit more. I know Cumberland well. Absolutely. My best friend ever since meteorology school at Cornell is from Cumberland, Rhode Island. Dan Skeldon. He's a meteorologist down in Allentown, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia. But he and I go way back, and he's from Cumberland, Rhode Island, so I've been down there many a times. All right, here we go. And Cumberland, look at that. We got your town and times on there, and Cumberland's included on there as well. Let me slide that to the side so you can actually see that area a little bit better, get a better feel for it overall. But bottom line is that anywhere between about 656 and someplace like Scituate and Smithfield around 659. Cumberland at 713. Pawtucket at 719. Your time of arrival. If you find this helpful, if this is helping you out in Rhode Island, if this is helping you out in Connecticut, if this is helping you out anywhere in New Hampshire, please do me a favor and spread the word. Let them all know 1 degree outside is the place to come. Tell them the app's free and it's 5 stars, and they can access these live streams right through it. They can do everything they need right off of it. If you have not mastered the art of tracking these storms through our app yet, bottom line is when you go to the radar page, you want to make sure you're in past plus future mode. I always suggest that because you can see where it's been, where it is, and then get an idea where it's going. So if the where it's going isn't right, you'll know right away. The other part of that is I always go into the overlays, and I love to turn on storm tracks. If you go into overlays and turn on storm tracks, you can follow the storms and see which ones are producing hail, which ones tend to be rotating, and the general direction of where they're going. It's really useful stuff. Look at the mess that is Connecticut. Well, I told you we were going to get that severe thunderstorm warning in Hartford, right? So there you go. Bristol, Hartford, you are under the gun with a severe thunderstorm warning. But admittedly, one of the other things we talked about, if I go through the last 30 minutes, was that outflow had come right down the Connecticut River Valley and lowered the storm energy around Hartford. Interesting, you're getting a broadening of the storms going on in the last 30 minutes. They're still nasty, there's no question about it, but you're not getting the same kind of real intense core that you had at Burlington, Avon, and Simsbury, are you? At least not for right now. Now, here's what might happen. This might do an actual little bit of a hopscotch, a little jump, a little skip over Hartford. And I say that because we got the outflow boundary rushing down through the Connecticut River Valley. But once you start getting back out by Andover, you still have plenty of energy that's available. So you've beat up the atmosphere a little bit, meaning you've used some of the thunderstorm energy with the first round that came through. But you actually may find these storms, even though they're kind of weakening on intensity now, gaining a little bit more life and a little bit more steam as they start to come east of the Connecticut River. Let's go back down to Long Island Sound. I told you I always want to watch those like a hawk because I just don't trust storms on the edge of Long Island Sound. I've seen too many times. Let's go to storm relative velocity. All right, so we do still have a broadly rotating storm over Guilford, Connecticut, headed to Madison and Clinton. But thankfully, it is a broadly rotating storm. And what I mean by that is, yes, you've got air that's going one way, coming around the belly. You got air going the other way, coming around the top. This is a sign of a well-developed thunderstorm, but you have a nice space in the middle. We want the space in the middle. Getting the space in the middle means that we are talking about what is not a tight rotation that would cause tornadic development at this point. Again, I wouldn't trust anything along the coast of Long Island Sound, but nonetheless, for now, we're in an okay position with that storm. It's the thunder and lightning that's the problem. And here's the other thing is, for folks along the beach, Clinton, Old Saybrook, you don't get a warning on your phone if there's not a severe thunderstorm warning. So we got a special marine warning that's out right now for the areas that are just along the Long Island Sound to Old Saybrook. But we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning because at this point it doesn't look like the wind is quite damaging enough or quite strong enough to result in damage. So as a result, you're not getting a severe thunderstorm warning out of this. But you're getting a heck of a lot of lightning. And this is part of the concern. And this is part of why we say if you have our app, always please have notifications turned on. I mentioned this earlier today. Location. I always say turn location on. And I know, look, I don't trust giving my location to anybody either. I don't, right? A lot of times, ask app to track. No thanks, I don't want the app to track. But I'm telling you, Danielle and I, we're the ones who put together the app. And so unless somebody buys us out someday for a lot of money, then don't worry about it. We're not tracking your location. I don't care where you are in terms of what you're doing with your life. You live your life. It is purely so that the app can send you the notifications and you can get them. So in a circumstance like this, along the beaches of Long Island Sound, where there is no severe thunderstorm warning, you'll at least get a lightning warning from our app. And you'll know that lightning's within, I think it starts at about 11 miles. It starts to notify you. You understand what I'm saying there? So that's just something that I think is a good idea. It'll keep you and your family safe And I could tell you point blank, we have no interest in your location data whatsoever. We're just trying to keep the company upright and ourselves upright day after day. If you've ever done a startup, you know. All right, it's here in, let's see, wondering about North Kingstown, Rhode Island, too. Fireworks at dusk, says Heather. Oh, Heather. All right. I'm not optimistic at all. And the reason is because we have a pretty thick wall of rain that's got to come through Rhode Island. The farther southeast you are, so let's say once you start getting around someplace like Brockton, points south and east, the more worried I get for you with regard to fireworks tonight. Do you want to know why? Plain and simple. If I take this, I've set it for the average storm motion. All right. Even if hold on a second, even if I change the view to Albany, so I can see the back edge really, really clearly, right? I take that back edge of the rain out. Even just, let's say, I don't care about showers. Okay, let's say back edge of the steady rain. I mean, look, it's 10 o'clock. It's 9:45 by the time it gets through. So I'm not real optimistic, unfortunately. All right, let's go ahead and wipe this out. Let's scroll farther down to the south here and see what's going on. Hey, everybody, it's Danielle. Hi, Danielle. Hello. How you doing? Oh, thank you. How are the kids doing? Oh, okay, very good. Thank you for all you're doing. All right, so let's see. Here we go. New storm taking off Cheshire, Connecticut. This one deepened in a hurry, and that's headed off toward Middletown. Here we go. So this has come in a little bit earlier, I think, to Middletown than what we had thought, right? We had talked about 7-ish, and we're only at 6:30. But remember, the other thing I had told you was a lot of times these storms, they start to hopscotch and they start to move a little faster. So one thing I'm going to do is I am actually going to get a new overall motion vector on these storms. So what do we got here? We've got about 35 miles. Yeah, they're speeding up. 35 miles an hour there. This one's still moving at about 20. Okay, let's go to the Boston or the Taunton radar. We got about 33, 22 miles an hour. All right, so your average, oh, look at that. Okay. Here we go. All right, so they couldn't do a severe thunderstorm warning, but they could do a special weather statement, and there you go. National Weather Service issues a special weather statement for the Long Island coastline. All right, and again, that's what I was saying. The warnings, unfortunately, but the special weather statement's not going to set off the phone, right? That's the issue. You're not going to be able to set off the phone with that. All right, so I gave you the bad news anyway on Rhode Island. Sorry about that, Heather. Thanks, Matt. I'll bring my umbrella. All right, sounds good. Bring the umbrella. Let's check back on the Chatango chat, see how we're doing. All right. Fireworks in Attleboro for 9 p.m. Plan to ride bikes. Oh, Heidi, I think you're going to have your answer before 9. Whenever I go, oh, it's not really a good sign. I think you're going to have the answer before 9, and here's why I say that. Look at the storms. They're coming in fast on you. I'm going to increase. We just took our new storm motion. I'm going to put it about, they're starting to speed up, and they do this. As you get deeper into the evening and they build into the heat a little bit more, you tend to get the storm speeding up a little bit. So why don't we do this? Speed them up to 30 miles an hour, all right? I'm going to take the leading edge to the tough stuff that's coming in through Thompson and coming up on Foster, all right? Let's bring that east on its current path at about 30, 31. All right, here's your updated towns and times. Attleboro's in there, taking care of you, although you're on the tail end of it, all right? You don't see yourself on the list, but you can see a little dot that's showing up on Attleboro. That's right at the edge of basically about a 1-hour window. So the rain starts before then, but your heavy rain and your lightning and comes in probably about 45 minutes to an hour, since these things are speeding up. Why don't we call it 45 minutes among friends? And again, I think that the real issue that I have here for Attleboro is the fact that if we look at the bigger picture and we say, all right, where's that back edge? Again, I want to be optimistic, so I'll say, look at the Albany radar, fine. But you're still going to have to carry this all the way through. I mean, let me get rid of this thing. You're still talking about, the back edge. Even if we could take it, even if you said, well, is there any chance, can I take this and maybe if I go in a straight line and I take it direct down from the back edge of this thing in here, and I say, oh, come on, about 9:30 or so, the back edge would be on you. And again, so I'm not real optimistic on that right now, because you've still got, by the way, thunder and lightning all the way back into northwest Connecticut right now. Let's go ahead, but you know what? While we're talking about it, let's look at the radar forecast. This updates every hour. All right. First of all, how's it doing right now? 6:45. Let's compare to reality. Reality is we've already gotten some of this to taper down on the backside. Not by much, but we've gotten some of it to taper down. Let me see if I can switch this over. I'm going to fine tune it just a little bit. Well, that's a little much. That's a little too much. Hold on. Well, I think that the moral of the story is still kind of the same here, which is even if we play this out, you look at someplace like Attleboro, 8:45, it's getting lighter, but you're still dealing with some amount of it. And it's about 9:15 or 9:30 that you get back into kind of the meaningless stuff. And by that I mean, the kind of the lighter radar returns. So, you're right on the northwest edge of where I would be kind of pessimistic. But that's just my take on it. Notice on the Cape what I was talking about too. You don't get the strong severe thunderstorm type stuff, but you still get some rain eventually. Someplace like Nantucket actually maybe so far southeast they could get them in before the rain arrives. I don't know. These have been speeding up a little bit, but nonetheless, there's a possibility for you there. Yeah, see what I mean too about Attleboro? I mean, if you look at the thunderstorm energy right now, you're right in the heart of some of that higher energy. So that's where I think we're at on that one. And then the other one was, thanks Matt and Danielle for the thorough weather reporting. Wondering how you and Danielle do all this in parent at the same time. It's very tough. Let me switch you back over to the radar. It's been a lot. And I think that we are both really, really happy with the choice, and we're so happy with 1 degree outside. Now it's been taking off, but I'm also not going to fib. It's been a lot. There's no question. We just believe very much, both of us believe very deeply in the mission, and really at this point, it's a matter of getting the word out there. I hear from folks all the time saying, "Oh, where did you go? I don't see you on TV anymore. It's too bad you're not doing any weather anymore." It's like, no, we are. So that's why our big thing has been just getting folks to talk about it and say, "Oh no, you got to follow 1 degree outside." So the more you do that, the more we appreciate that. Okay, let's get over to storm relative velocity here on this one. I do want to make sure that I do something with this. Here we go. There we go. I want to look at the center of that storm over northeast Connecticut. I'm just a little concerned about the way, I'm a little concerned about the way it looks. So what we have now is we do have at least some amount of rotation that's going on in the storm, although right now we're not looking at what appears to be tight enough rotation for tornadic development. But I guarantee you, if I go over to that other tool I was telling you about, watch this. Let's go ahead and let's switch things over to WSV3, that locally homegrown tool that's out of Windham, New Hampshire. All right. By the way, those of you around Burlington, pretty much you've got it right on top of you right now, don't you? City remains under a severe thunderstorm warning. We were talking about how the worst of the storm originally was starting to go north of the city, but that southern edge really expanded on top of you. And what I can do is I can actually tilt the radar up. Oh, yeah, there we go. So when you get into Vermont, bottom line is you've got your beam gets cut off in the mountains. Look down by Waterbury, Vermont. But if I tilt the beam up higher into the sky, there you go. Now you're looking right over the tops of the mountains. And now you get a really good picture of that thunderstorm that's coming through Burlington. So that's where we're at on that. But let's scroll south, because remember what we were doing? We were going to take a look together at that storm that's coming in through northeast Connecticut, because I was starting to get a little worried. We were starting to see some broad-scale rotation that was not tornadic at this point. But I was going to say, let's go over and see if we can get that downdraft gust potential to work. There we go. Yeah, wow, Danielson. Okay, So if we go ahead and we probe this, look at that. Danielson, Connecticut, we're estimating about 59 mile per hour downdraft gusts, 59 to 60 coming into Danielson. That's pretty substantial there. 59 to 60 mile per hour downburst wind estimate on radar into Danielson right now. We'll see what happens in terms of what we get for damage reports out of there. But this should be something that right away screams at you. If you are east of Danielson and you are along Route 6 in Rhode Island, all the way out to Johnstown, we want to be sheltered indoors away from windows as this storm approaches. This is one not to mess with. Let's go, and I want to get another look at storm relative velocity here. All right, so I'm watching very carefully on the backside of this storm. I'm starting to see just a little bit of kind of an extension to the storm. It's not a scream from the hills at this point, but it is enough that I definitely am going to watch that back edge coming in southwest of Danielson toward Warwigan. Either way, I've got substantial downburst wind potential that's going on. Now I'm starting to see just west of Danielson the rotation trying to tighten a little bit. You can see the red and the green that are right next to each other west of Danielson. Danielson, we want you to be indoors, away from windows. Let me switch back over to the other. System, and let's see what we've got going on now in Danielson. All right, we're going to zoom in. I'm going to get back over to storm relative velocity. All right. So we're starting to get a little bit tighter rotation to this storm. So we know for a fact it's producing damaging wind. We believe it's producing straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. But we're watching this rotation as it tightens a bit here at Danielson. It is not quite yet at tornadic levels. You've still got a little separation going on. It's not much. Here comes your blast of wind, Foster, Rhode Island. Hang on. You've got a big blast coming in. This is going to take down trees and power lines in Foster. I don't have much doubt on that one. If we look at what's going on with the overall velocity scan and I probe into the center of that thing, this is horizontal wind of 55. Downburst winds are probably going 60, 65 right now, I would guess, coming into Foster, Rhode Island. So if you have friends, family that are in anywhere between Foster and Route 6 running out to Johnston, let them know. Just download the free 1 Degree Outside app. Let them know that if they come here, they start watching, we're going to take good care of them, and we're following it every step of the way. But that is a nasty storm right there that's coming on Route 6. So we're going to keep watching that one. Let's see, our threat index about a 2.8, so still below what you look for something with imminent tornado development. And again, that makes sense because, again, we're still looking at some separation that's going on here, but this is a broadly and strong rotating storm. It's what we call a mesocyclone, one that is spinning around in the atmosphere. The shear has been able to increase pretty significantly with it. I want to swing over to analysis mode so I can get rid of the base layer underneath there. Stand by. All right. So this is your big game in town in New England right now. There's no question about that. The storm headed for Foster, Rhode Island is your big game in town. Let's see. All right, good. There's still separation between where you've got the air pinwheeling around the top side of the storm, and I'll illustrate it for you. Where you got the air pinwheeling around the top side of the storm and coming around the belly. That is a rotating storm. We call it a mesocyclone. It tends to blast wind. And right now we believe it's blasting gusts of 60 to 65 miles per hour in straight line downburst wind. But you're going to watch right there at the axis to make sure as it comes over Route 6 that you don't get something that can come a little bit tighter overall. Either way, you've got a ton of cloud to ground lightning that's going on right now, and that certainly is going to be a big deal in and of itself. Let's switch back over to the more conventional radar. You can get a better feel for it. Now the rain has begun in Foster. And it looks like this storm is literally straddling Route 6. So Simmons Corner, you're going to be up. Clayville is going to be up. And these are going to all be areas that are right in the path. Situate, Rhode Island, you're going to be in the path of this one as well. Again, I'm not going to tell you that everybody in the path is going to go 60, 65, but I think we're going to do that in some spots. Now that we know for the at least for the moment that rotation is continuing, but a little bit broader than we might worry about. Let's go. Okay, Danielson, National Weather Service Skywarn Spotter Network reporting Warrigan at Shepherd. There's a tree down on wires there. So Danielson already coming in with reports of damage. So that it will continue to be the case. I don't expect that to let up as this thing crosses the state line of Rhode Island. Let's take a look at the chat. Anybody chiming in from over there? Not that I see on a lot of our kind of compiled chat from social media. Let's take a look together at Chatango, which is off of our livestream.onedegreeoutside.com site. All right, nothing yet. Okay, that's fine. What I am going to do is I'm going to put out another social media post. We're going to say 6:40 p.m. Live stream continues. Gusts estimated 60 to 65 miles per hour being tracked. Danielson, Connecticut to Situate, Rhode Island. Okay, and we'll give the link if folks want to come join us. Okay, super, ding, ding, ding. Okay, great, and we'll publish it now. Get it out there. All right, very good. So back to the radar analysis so we can stay on top of that. All right, okay, let's, I already know what I want to do first thing. So I want to take another storm relative velocity look at what's going on in the center of the storm. All right, definitely getting a little squirrely in the center. We're starting to see some different areas where the wind is getting kind of a little bit more variant, but at the same time, what we know is that we've got a good burst, a strong wind coming into Foster, Rhode Island right now. If we probe that, what we have is 54 miles an hour, 57 miles an hour. Keep in mind that is horizontal wind that's blowing straight through the cloud. So when you talk about a downburst wind, it increases. All right, there's the new scan. So the numbers decreased only because it was in that same spot and the storm moved east. Let's do that again. Here we go. You ready? Yeah, so 55 miles per hour on that wind inside the storm. You say, well, what does that mean at the ground? I'll show you. Hold on one second here. Look at the hail. This is some rough hail. I would imagine, based on what we're looking at here, we're going to get probably a 1-inch hail report somewhere between Danielson and the state line before we're done. Let's see. I have to guess we're going to see somewhere around a 1-inch hail report between Danielson and the state line. We'll see what happens with that. But let's go back over to radar. Again, a reminder as you join us here that if you are in the path of the storm and can safely take photos and reports and submit them via the Send to Us tab in our 1 Degree Outside app, that goes directly to the National Weather Service Skywarn Spotter Network so that they're able to distribute it at large to the meteorological community. And that does include TV stations, other digital media networks. That's fine. At 1 Degree Outside, we're all about making sure that we are helping out the greater good and the greater part of the meteorological community and the public at large. And so if you send those reports in, you're going to help out the overall database. That is one nasty core of the storm now that's headed right for Situate, Rhode Island. Let's switch over to shear. So shear tries to automatically plot for us where there is wind directional change. And you can see that's coming west of Situate. You say, is that something like I'm worried about a tornado? At this point, still not yet. At this point, this is still something where what we're looking at is a very broadly rotating storm. We call it a mesocyclone. It's a storm that spins on a large scale. It tends to produce long-lived, damaging straight-line wind and can occasionally, if it wraps up enough, produce tornado development. But at this point, that doesn't appear to be the case. I'm going to switch us over to that other product, which is that homegrown product out of Windham, New Hampshire that I was telling you about, WSV3, because I really like the downburst wind estimate that we can get out of that. Now, sometimes it'll go a little nutty on me when we get enough stuff in here. Look at that core of the storm. Let's see if we can get a downburst wind on that. All right, good. Yes. I'm waiting on the latest scan on this downburst wind, but I'm going to zoom in a little bit more just to get you kind of oriented. You can see where Danielson is here, right? Let me go ahead and probe this. Okay, bottom number is what you're looking at. So you're still getting on the order of about 55 to 60 downburst wind. That's down a little bit from where we were before. We had about a 60 plus in some areas before, but that is still extending east across the state line. And it's funny, that's the latest gust potential. If I go over to reflectivity, I've messed up the color palette just a bit here, but bottom line, if I go to reflectivity, there it is. This is now, it should be across the state line, coming over 6 and headed right in toward 94, 14, and 12. And as this continues to move east towards Scituate, this is going to be a storm that will continue to be one that will produce damaging wind, and I would guess we're going to start getting hail amounts that will be somewhere on the order of probably about 1 inch. That's just my guess overall. If I can go ahead and bring up mean estimated hail size for you, and let's see if I can go ahead and get a probe on that. Well, I can tell you it's not 101 inches, so you don't have to worry about that. Probability of severe hail, can we get that instead? We'll try that for you. Yeah, look at this. You've got about 100% chance. That's the bottom number. 100% chance that you've got severe sized hail that's going on in that area. So waiting on hail reports to come back out of Danielson. Have to think that we've got minimally 1 inch hail that's there. Let me switch off of this. Look at the radar estimate. Radar estimate's 2.75 inch hail coming down with this one. I have found that reality has been running below the radar estimate today. We had a couple storms that were estimated at about 1.25. They came back at about dime size. That's pretty significant difference. So when I look at this, I say, okay, I doubt it's 2.75 inch, but I bet it's inch and a half. I bet we've got inch and a half hailstones that are coming down right now, just crossing the state line into Rhode Island with the severe thunderstorm warning that continues up and down 94 and running across Route 6. All right, we zoom the view out a little bit more. You say, what else is going on? Connecticut's been a mess. I'll swing you back over to the other system. And this is going to get us a kind of a more conventional view. All right, there's the lightning is just prolific inside of this. The other thing that's really interesting is I'd say about half those lightning strikes are yellow. You say, well, what does that matter? So the way that we color it here at 1 degree outside is that the white lightning is negative lightning strikes. Those are pretty typical lightning strikes. The yellows are positive lightning strikes. Those are usually indicative of a storm that's ramping up in strength. So to see that we've got positive lightning strikes at about 50% of those strikes, that means there's a positive electrical charge, but it's an indication that this storm is a very, very healthy storm coming into Scituate, Rhode Island. So we want to be sheltered indoors, away from windows in the path of this storm as the severe thunderstorm warning continues. Expect a new warning to be out momentarily from essentially for the east of this area. Scituate, probably West Warwick, will end up on the south side of the warning. Cranston will most certainly be in the next warning that comes out. So I would expect that momentarily, but you heard it here. I'm just going to tell you anyway. You will have a damaging storm that will likely make its way into Cranston. Now, when you start to get east of Narragansett Bay, it may start to weaken because it starts to pick up some of the cool air that's been coming on a southwest wind off the bay and across the ocean. But let's get Towns and Times on the leading edge to the nastiest part of the storm. We carry it east. We bring it at about its new speed of about 31 miles per hour. Towns and Times are going to be right there on your screen. I'll leave them up there for you to look at if you're listening instead of looking. Bottom line is Providence is probably about 7:10 p.m. Pawtucket's about 7:13. Dighton, Massachusetts at about 7:41. Taunton at about 7:42. And Somerset at about 7:45. So again, the warnings have very specific, severe thunderstorm warnings from the government have very specific criteria that has to be met in order for those warnings to A, be issued, and B, verify. What I'm doing for you here is not necessarily to that same criteria. I'm just telling you, you got a ripping thunderstorm moving east. It's causing damage. It's causing big hail. It's causing a ton of lightning, and these are the times that it's going to arrive for you when it gets there. Again, this is not supposed to be just a broadcast. It is an interaction, so I invite you, if you're watching on social media, to chime in. If you're watching on the Facebook Live, if you're watching on our X Live, if you're watching on YouTube, the chat, I've got all of those consolidated here and on Twitch, which is livestream.onedegreeoutside.com. There's also a chat built into that live stream page, which is a separate chat. I've got that up as well. so I can see everything as it comes in there too. So let's see. Alex Silva says on that chat at the live stream page, sky looks like midnight in western Cranston, Rhode Island. Thunder is loud too. All right, very good. Thank you, Alec. Appreciate the report there. Let's check latest observations, actual ground truth. Willimantic, Connecticut. What did they do at Willimantic? Looks like they gusted at Willimantic to about 38 miles an hour. Oh, we just got another blast at Bradley Airport up at Windsor Locks. They just blew again to about 45 or so, 46. So that's a pretty good blow. And that's just to put it in perspective. Let me move the radar a little bit for you. Just to put it in perspective, I'll get rid of these towns and times. You've had them up there plenty long enough. That's back behind the storm, behind the main line. So you're still blowing 40, 45 when you get back around Windsor Locks, and that's deep into the line of rain that we've got here. So that should put into perspective what's going on in the front line. You know what I mean? If you're blowing 40, 45 way back in the heart of the rain and thunder, then you certainly, these estimates that we've got at 60, 65, I have to think that they're going to be verifying right on the front edge of this storm. It's coming in extremely close to the radar site now. That actually is a really, really good thing because what that does is it allows us to get a very good look at the storm. So the way radar works, just so you know, I'm not going to belabor you with a science lesson here in the middle of storms, but the way radar works is that sweep as it goes around, there are beams that are going out. They hit the raindrops and they bounce back. They reflect, okay? So what you can do is you can measure which way the raindrops are moving. And if you can measure that, then you can actually gauge the wind direction and the wind speed. So the closer the storm is to the radar, the more accurate, because the lower to the ground that beam is going to be. You got to figure the beam shooting up in the sky, it gets higher and higher the farther away you go. So the fact that it's in close to the radar is good to a point. Eventually, when it's on top of the radar, you don't see anything because it's directly overhead. There we go. All right. Danielson, Connecticut, check it in. Skywarn Spotter Network says quarter-sized hail in Danielson, Connecticut, Edwardson Street. Quarter-sized hail. Pretty good hail right there in Danielson, Connecticut. All right, let's get back over to the velocity plot. Yeah, you're still blasting, aren't you? Look at, oh, here we go. All right, this is the time. Scituate, Rhode Island. We are tucked indoors, away from windows. We are absolutely going to have tree and wire damage in Scituate along Route 102 and Route 14 in Rhode Island. It's happening now. Out ahead of it, we like to keep you ahead of the game. Johnston, let's get inside away from windows. If you have friends, family, Narragansett Bay, north side of Narragansett Bay, tell them to go ahead and hunker down. Let's get someplace safe. We'll send that out as well on social media so that if folks are watching if you're seeing this from the northern end of Narragansett Bay, seek shelter as a very strong storm with estimated localized gusts to 60 to 65 miles per hour at peak and reported wind damage with quarter-sized hail and frequent lightning is approaching from the west. Live stream continues. And I'll be right with you folks on the live stream here. Live stream continues at, there we go, livestream.onedegreeoutside.com. All right. Of course, I went over on characters, and the last thing I want to do is try and figure out how to make the characters smaller. Estimated 60, okay, peak reported when, here we go. All right, wind damage, okay, quarter size, okay, great, get rid of that. All right, are we down there? 7 more characters, okay, great. This is so dumb. This is what I'm doing here. And I'm going to be right back with you. All right, live stream continues. There we go, very good. All right, and let's take out a space. There we go. All right, put it out. Publish now so we can get back to our live stream. All right, just wanted to get that out because a lot of folks, if they haven't seen our recent our push notification that we're doing this, I wanted them to have it. I mean, it's a nasty storm. And I just want to make sure that everybody is at least aware of it if it's coming in. And for those of you on the live stream, hopefully you're okay with that slight moment that we took to pay attention to what was going on at Narragansett Bay for them. So again, West Greenwich on the south side of this, Voluntown, Connecticut, the storm isn't as strong. The worst of it really is at Scituate right now and moving east. You've got marine warnings out for Narragansett Bay. Notice you've had, wow, storm development just north of Provincetown. That one came out of nowhere, didn't it? Let's go back and look at the last 30 minutes of looping on that. And there it is, developing just off the coast. You know what? That was that same exact boundary that we've been drawing all through the day, isn't it? Near and south of the Pike. There it was. That boundary's still alive, and the storms were able to take off out over the ocean. You look north from P-Town right now. You got a pretty good show going on, a beautiful cloud. Oh, if you're watching this from the Outer Cape, would you do me a favor? Would you grab the app, the 1 Degree Outside app, and send us a photo in that Send to Us tab? I bet that is beautiful cloud structure right there that's sitting off of Provincetown. I'd love to see what that looks like. Okay, let's get to the most recent image, and let's go ahead. Let's zoom in a little bit. There we go. I'm going to do a broader sweep on towns and times, okay? We'll go from the front edge of all this, take it all the way down to the Connecticut coastline. We're going to take it east, speed accelerating ever so slowly as time goes by. The storms have been speeding up little by little. Here are updated towns and times for you all along the coastline of Connecticut, all through Rhode Island, Narragansett Bay, and running up to Attleboro. All right, so you can see those times on the right. If you're listening and not watching, I'll take care of you. You're talking about West Warwick at 7:04, Cranston at about 7:08, Central Falls at 7:10, Locustville at about 7:11. All right, about 45 minutes from now, maybe a little more than that, 45 minutes to an hour, is when you start to get into it at Lakeville, Mass. When you start to get into it at Fall River, you're probably about 40 minutes out at Fall River, I would say. So this is going to be one. Now, here's the thing. I put stuff out for Narragansett Bay on our social media. Why didn't I put anything out for Buzzards Bay yet? Well, keep in mind that we've got a southwest wind that's coming in, and it's moving in off the ocean. So if I look at the observations now, Martha's Vineyard just dropped to 75. New Bedford just dropped to 79 on a southwest wind. It's coming in across the water, so it's more stable air. Now, it's still going to hold together to the point that we're going to be talking about what will still be probably thunder and lightning and rain, but I'm not sure how strong it's going to be when it arrives to Buzzards Bay. I know that it's still going to have a lot of power to it when it comes into Narragansett Bay, because look at this. As we zoom in, you can see all those live lightning strikes that are showing up right on top of Scituate right now. Providence, Rhode Island, you're going to be next up here. You are one of that north side of Narragansett Bay folks that we were talking about, and that's going to be down through Barrington and Bristol and eventually over to Tiverton. Fall River is going to be another spot that'll be under the gun here as the storm crosses the north side of Narragansett Bay. Core of the storm, meaning the heart of the hail, which has now been reported to be quarter-sized, so which is pretty significant. You're talking about inch-sized hail or close there, too. Here's your towns and times on that hail core. Cranston about 7:17. Warwick, if it does indeed come in on top of you, at about 7:23. It may go just north of Warwick. Cranston, I feel pretty confident in. Warwick, we'll see. See, it's starting to shift a little bit more to the east. There was the latest scan that just came in. Generally, what's happening is a lot of the storm cells are moving east-southeast, but you're also, wow, this is interesting. You're also seeing an eastward motion of that kind of worst of it. The interesting thing to me is this. Let me get this out of the way. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but I believe it probably is. We just had 2 lightning strikes take place, one around Lincoln Park and the other one around Oaklawn. Look at the radar. So now you've got lightning striking outside of the storm. We say it all the time that lightning can strike up to 10 miles outside of the storm, right? But you've got that going on now. I mean, that was if that indeed is right, and I bet it is because we've got 2 different ones. You just literally on the south side of Cranston, you just had a bolt out of the blue. Now, what does that mean? It depends on where it struck, right? I mean, we can go into street level. It's going to start to get a little big the closer in that we go. But nonetheless, I mean, it's right off of Route 1. So that's when you start to hear about, in this one here, you can see, if we come in a little bit more, here's your street names. So you had it somewhere around Sweetbriar Drive, all right, just off of Oaklawn Avenue. Look, the reason I mention that is because that's how you get your house fires a lot of times. You get the lightning that precedes the rain, and that's a lot of times if it strikes a roof or something like that, your shingles are still dry. That's usually how you're going to get your house fires to start. So whenever I see that, of course, my concern is also for people, right? I mean, you get a bolt out of the blue. And in this case, it's not blue. You're on a dark sky. I know that. But you know what I mean. You get the bolt before the lightning. A lot of us aren't really ready for that. Rumbling in Cranston. Thank you very much, Cheryl. Hearing thunder and clouds getting dark in Cumberland. All right, Robert, keep us posted. Daniel wants to know how hail size is estimated on radar. Basically, it's by, remember I was talking about the radar beam goes out and there's an echo back? If you get a ton of echo back, you can measure the amount of echo that you get back, the amount of beams that come back. All right, hold on a second. All right, so on the south side of the storm here, what I was starting to notice is we're starting to get just a little bit of a weak echo in here. Sometimes when we see a weak echo in there, you just have to be careful because it may be trying to kind of wrap up at the center. So what I was doing here is I was saying, all right, let's just look at storm relative velocity in that spot. Yep, there definitely is something trying to wrap up, but it's not enough to make me, again, be overly concerned about tornadic development. But again, remember what I was telling you earlier, if you just joined in the live stream, this is what we call a mesocyclone. It is a broadly rotating storm, which generally is a self-sustaining storm until it runs out of thunderstorm energy, capable of producing damaging winds over a very long stretch, capable of producing significant hail in excess of 1 inch, and occasionally capable of producing tornadoes if it wraps up tightly enough. In this particular case, that is the area, and I'll circle it again, that is definitely the area that we're going to watch. But at this point, I don't think we've wrapped it up tightly enough. So at this point, it's the hail, it's the wind. By the way, we haven't done a wind estimate in a little while. It's been a few radar scans. So as we come in street level to Providence in Cranston, I want to go ahead and if you know folks in Providence and Cranston who aren't watching this live stream and you think it would be beneficial to them, spread the word, let them know. It's easy. It's onedegreeoutside.com or just download the 1 Degree Outside weather app. Brooklyn, Connecticut, report in from Skywarn spotters. Tree down on a house on Route 6. Also, okay, Skywarn, National Weather Service Skywarn Spotter Network getting reports of extreme ice conditions on some roads in Killingly, Connecticut. So if I know we had someone on from Killingly a short time ago, if you're still on, could really use some confirmation. I'm looking back to see who it was. But nonetheless, if you are still on in Killingly, let me know if you've got that kind of hail ice accumulation. If you do, for goodness sake, send it in to our Send to Us tab at the bottom of our app because that would be something that would go directly both to us and the Skywarn Spotter Network. So I'd appreciate that very much. If anybody's got pictures or reports, you can use that Send to Us tab directly to be able to do that. All right, let's see. We've got Alec in Cranston says the rain's going sideways down the street. Alec, I see 68 miles an hour. What you've got, did you measure that? Just I would assume you did. Or are you taking a radar report? That's because I've got the radar reports here. But if you measured it with an actual wind sensor, that would be beneficial information for me to know. I appreciate the heads up on that. All right, so let's go back over to I wanted to take a look with you together at the downburst product and see if we can get an updated estimate on our downburst wind gusts. Let's zoom right in to the heart of our storm. All right, here we go. And swing over. Yeah, no, okay, so right now we're not going to get that. It always depends on what we've got working here. Let me see. There we go. Let's try this again. See if we got it here. Nope. So once in a while we lose it, and that's fine. I'll come back to it again later. But bottom line is that we have considered, there's your new severe thunderstorm warning from Providence to Taunton and Somerset. No surprise. You were ready for that, right? Absolutely. And that's my goal. My goal is always to try and keep you ahead of the game. So if you're watching this live stream or you're seeing our social media updates, the idea is that hopefully you're getting it prior to when it's happening, and you're understanding what's happening. Let's see. No on live stream in app. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and take you back to your more kind of standard look. Okay. If you're watching right now and you're following along from Providence, from Cranston, we'll take good care of you, but you've got the edge of the storm right on top of you. So this is the time to be indoors. I do, in Cranston in particular, want you to be away from windows as the storm comes through, and that is not an exaggeration. I don't do that. If I thought it was a storm, you could sit there and stare out the window, I'd tell you go ahead. This one's got a history of knocking down trees. It's got some nasty wind with it. We lost our downdraft gust estimate for the time being. Look at this. You ready? Here we go. Let's go ahead and pull that right at the heart of that pixel. Look at it. That is a 79 mile an hour wind estimate on radar. Now that is off the ground. That's off the deck. But the concern is that you are right at the edge there. Now some of that may not be. You may be looking at a little bit of an artifact there. That may not be. One of the things is you do, when you get around Rhode Island, you do have some of these spots that are a little bit dicey in terms of how accurate the measurement is. So now it moved on. Yeah, Mike, but now look at this. It's on the move. If we go ahead and let's just loop this over the last 15 minutes. That's a real core of wind. That is a real core of wind that's over Cranston right now. That has been moving along with it. And that, oh boy. So that's your radar estimate on wind speed right now. That is off the deck. But that is a pretty amazing wind estimate that's coming back right now at 106 miles an hour. Now, again, I have trouble believing that that's verifying to the ground, but it certainly backs up what I told you about the fact that we may be looking at 65 mile per hour downburst wind gusts. So again, I think that's probably not going to be true to form. This is 59, 64, 58. I believe all that. So bottom line, I think you're still talking, regardless of sometimes you get the crazy data, I think that you're still talking about something that's on the order of probably a 65 mile per hour gust that's going on there. Unlikely accurate, but moving with storm. Okay, great. So here we go, and you can see what we have here, where we've got multiple cloud-to-ground lightning strikes now. Johnston, Rhode Island, you are under the gun with some of the heart of this storm. North Providence, you've got it as well. And so that's going to be obviously a lightning concern in addition to the damaging downburst concern. When you get to Dighton and Somerset, so let's see what time we think things will be arriving for you. Again, I'm going to take that leading edge out over Bristol. It's a little unfair, only because that really isn't the worst of the storm. But I also really don't want folks to be caught off guard in terms of when this thing comes in. So here's your arrival times now. You can see you're talking about Rehoboth about 7:28, Taunton about 7:40. So we want to be ready for that as it comes out of Valley Falls. Again, there is the potential that when you get down around Buzzards Bay, we may get a little bit of a weakening of the storm, but it's so strong right now that it certainly is going to have quite a bit of thunder and lightning with it when it comes through. And it's also going to have very heavy rain. It'll probably maintain its hail. If you look at the hail over the last hour, there's the really, let me wipe the towns and times away. There's the really amazing history of hail, which in the center of that, where you see that white by Danielson, Connecticut, that's where we ended up with reports that were on the order of about an inch in hail diameter. So now you come farther east, and it's unlikely that the hail is that large, but I'm sure we've got dime-size hail that just came down in Scituate. And then I would also imagine that we're talking about dime-size hail that's headed into Cranston right now. The overall shear or the changing wind direction with the storm, we're seeing a little bit of a spike over Providence. Let's go back to the radar, and I'm not worried about that. Shear normally, when I look for shear, I would say, oh my goodness, if that's strong and you can line up to the legend at the top, it's right over downtown Providence, and you'd worry you have some sort of a potential tornado development. You don't in this particular instance because you're not under the updraft of the storm. In other words, you're way out ahead of the strongest part. If that was directly under the strongest part of the storm, I might be concerned. Radar estimate on this, 2-inch hail. Again, radar estimates have been too high so far today, but nonetheless, that hail core that I just estimated for you is probably still producing dime-size hail. Should come over Providence at about 725. I know you're in on the rain already, but that'll be the core of this thing. Seekonk at about 732, Barrington about 736, and Warren at about 739. Let's wipe that off for you, and then let's also go ahead and we'll take it a little bit broader view so you can see a larger perspective. If you're watching right now from the Boston area, one of your biggest concerns has been how's my fireworks looking, right? And so what I've been telling you throughout the course of the late afternoon and evening is that Boston probably remains just north, not only of all the worst, but north of really much of the thunder and lightning as well. That appears to be the case. The only thing that I'm noticing is on the back edge right by Athol, and you see that too, right? If I loop through over the last 30 minutes, you'll see that kind of emerged almost out of nowhere. What that is the trigger aloft. That is the trigger that's touching all the big stuff off. It's still coming through aloft. The energy itself is actually coming through Canada. So when you go farther to the north, that's where you start to get into that a little bit more. And so, if we come farther north still, we've got a big, broad, severe thunderstorm warning area now. Let me go to the current radar, and I'm going to switch over so we can take care of northern New England as well. Because remember, we want to take care of everybody in New England. So the big game in town has definitely been what we've been looking at with regard to what's been going on in Rhode Island. And we're not going to take eyes off that. However, notice that you've got severe thunderstorm warnings now that are in place across much of northern Vermont. If we zoom in, that's basically a path that runs through Morristown, Stowe, Montpelier, St. Johnsbury, Hardwick, and then on the north side from Richford to Newport. So all these areas are spots where tucked indoors, away from windows, as that storm comes through. This box that you see in central Vermont running across I-89, Rutland or Randolph, this is going to be an area where we've got a special weather statement. There is a gusty thunderstorm. It doesn't appear to be damaging at this point. Part of the issue here, part of the concern is the fact that as this stuff all continues to drive southeast, the New Hampshire seacoast may end up seeing something that will end up being at least with some thunder in it. But right now, there's no thunder and no lightning with the stuff that's over Loudon, Concord, and Weir. So that bodes fairly well. I think the Athol thing is I just want to be careful on that as it moves southeast to make sure it doesn't produce any thunder and lightning. It's coming into an area that has decreased amounts of thunderstorm energy, so I don't think it's going to be a real problem for Boston, but something that we'll continue to watch over the next hour and change. Back to Rhode Island, where we've got, of course, the worst of the weather right now, a nearly continuous wall of lightning that runs from Davisville and East Greenwich, north through Warwick, Providence, Cranston, and up to Valley Falls. You can see the severe thunderstorm warning that runs in advance of the path, and that's going to continue to be the case with the severe thunderstorm warning in effect over the course of about the next half hour until 7:45. But what I'm telling you is, if this thing holds together, then certainly someplace around Lakeville, for example, the south end of 495, when you start getting around Middleborough, these are going to be all areas that we're going to watch very carefully because this storm cluster has generally been moving due east as it's been coming in on top of you. So it hasn't had a lot of deviation from that. You've got a general kind of southeast movement on this south side. So let me put in Townsend times here. Basically, if I were to take this leading edge, whoops, let's redo that and do a decent job with it. There we go. We take that leading edge, we bring it east-southeast at about 30, 32 miles an hour. And you can see that on the south side of these storms, so not necessarily the core that we've been tracking extensively, but on the south side of these storms, you're still talking about arrivals that'll come in across some of the south coast over the course of the next about 30 to 45 minutes or so, right? Whether it's, it's over westerly now, but soon it'll be in South Hopkinton at 7:20. Whether it continues to move in over Broderickville at about 7:22, and then eventually to Avondale at 7:23. These are all areas that we're going to be watching at least what will be thunder, lightning, heavy rain. I don't think you're going to end up with damage out of these, largely because you do continue to have what is at least a stabilizing wind coming in off of the ocean. And as long as you're doing that off Block Island Sound and doing that into the South Coast, chances are good you're going to limit your wind damage potential with it, and you're just likely going to end up with heavy rain, thunder, lightning, maybe a little bit of pea-sized hail. But again, on the north side, it's a very different story. This is air that's virtually untouched. And remember something, if you've been watching the live stream for a while, that we were talking about a little while ago, which is there has been an east-northeast wind blowing in off the ocean through Duxbury and Plymouth for the last several hours, a sea breeze. So eventually, when they get to the South Shore, they are going to lose some power. But on approach, it's actually possible that there's a little bit of enhanced what we call convergence, or air coming together in here, that may cause for this stuff to fill in a little bit more effectively over the course of the next half hour to 40 minutes as it moves east. So that's going to be the next area that we'll watch. One thing that we definitely can say, there's no question that if you loop this through over the last hour, there has been a decrease in intensity at the core of the storm. Not huge, but you had big, deep purples in a large area when it came through Brooklyn and Danielson, downing trees, dropping enough hail that reportedly covered the street in spots and was quarter-sized. You still have a really nasty core right over Cranston, Rhode Island, but you don't have that same huge expanse. The other really nasty storm core is pretty much directly over North Providence and moving to the east. So to take it street level, obviously you can see we've got the lightning strikes everywhere. All the blinking ones are just over the course of the last minute or so. Your hail core is showing up in purple. Birdlong Road, that's one of the roads, I don't know if you were watching about 15 minutes ago, but Birdlong Road is where we actually saw one of the first lightning strikes that happened, and it happened before the rain even began. Now Birdlong Road is bearing the brunt in terms of the hail that's coming down. We can switch over to the hail over the last hour, and this again, I would be guessing is probably going to verify at about dime-sized hail, I'm guessing. We do have radar estimates of hail that are much, much higher, but so far those have generally been running too big. The radar estimated hail has been too high. I also am going to check, while I show this to you, I do want to go ahead and check our accumulated rainfall and just see how we're doing regarding flash flood, because Providence is a really poor drainage area. So it is possible to flash flood fairly easily in some place like Providence. So let me see if I can go ahead and get that switched live for you on the screen and give you a little bit of an idea for that. If we can pull up our accumulation, let's do, it's only been an hour, that'll be fine. Well, in Vermont doesn't help. There we go. Oh, well, it helps if you're in Vermont, but we don't have any flash flooding in Vermont right now. Okay, great. So let's see how we do. So you're picking up about 1.25 inches to 1.5 inches. In the wake of the storm, it was more like 1.5 inches to 1.75. So let's say 1.5 inches to 1.75 inches in general. And that's about what's going to fall. Probably Providence will be on, I would say, the 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches side, because you're on the north side of the storm. You've got it blasting through. So let's go ahead and wipe that clean so you can get a nice radar shot. I'm going to go and check against flash flood guidance and see how we're doing on that. We're doing fine. We're doing fine for now. Our flash flood guidance is substantially higher. So we're in an okay place for now. Let's see. Providence, flash flood guidance, well, in 1 hour is somewhere around 2 inches, 2.5. In 3 hours, flash flood guidance in Providence right now is running about 3 inches. So we should be fine. The only thing is there are parts of Providence, as I mentioned, that are really poor drainage. So you can actually urban flash flood, even though maybe your guidance is much higher. So just keep that in mind. I would not, if you're watching right now from Providence or you were going to head into dinner at Providence, I wouldn't go right now. Let's give some time for the heaviest downpours to move through, because I'm sure there has to be some street flooding going on there. Starting to see a little bit of a playing out of that scenario I was telling you about. Remember, we were talking about the sea breeze and where everything kind of converges, right? So notice you're starting to get some extension of the heavy rain into Fall River. There's now a pretty decent core developing out of Bristol. That is going to continue to move off to the east. That hail core itself will be over Fall River at 7:34. So even though the rain is starting now, the hail itself will likely arrive at 7:34 or so, somewhere thereabouts. So be ready for it to get worse before it gets better. Farther to the north, when you get to the South Shore, we've still got new showers and downpours just popping up over the last few minutes. If I do a 15-minute loop, you can see where they just have started to blossom out of Rockland, Norwell, and Scituate. This is the same exact boundary, right? This is the same boundary that we've been talking about really since late this morning. This is an outflow boundary that was thrown southward by thunderstorms over southern New Hampshire at about 11 o'clock this morning, and now it is left behind this boundary, this wind shift that essentially runs just south of the Mass Turnpike and over the south coast. So you're going to see these downpours continue to fill in over the course of the next hour or so. More and more of you are checking in now, wondering about fireworks. So let's go ahead and show you what's happening with that. I'm going to go to the current image for you. Let's take the back edge. You know what I'm going to do? Let me update my mean storm motion. My average storm motion now is on the order of about 33 miles an hour. It's been slowly speeding up. All right. Let's go ahead and let's put the radar into motion. Whoops, sorry about that. There we go. And so generally, you've got an east-southeast jog to this. This is promising. This is promising for Boston. Even if you take that Athol one and you bring it southeast, woo! It's still doesn't clear till about 9:18. But you got to figure if you're someplace like 495 belt, you're probably clearing at 9 with the rain, meaning clearing the rain at 9, not the sky. And at 495, 829. So some of these communities that run from, and I'll run this thing right up 495 for you. This is going to be basically a back edge rain time from Marlboro north along 495. You ready? So you're about 8:30 at Marlboro. You're probably going to be somewhere around 8:30 all the way back up. Now you get to Billerica, it's going to be sooner because if you shift the view up a little bit, notice the next stuff is up in New Hampshire. All right? And the stuff that follows across southern Vermont. That may drop down into northern Essex County, even far northern Middlesex County. But I think your arrival on that is going to end up being so late. Let's see. Yeah. So, see that? I mean, by the time it even gets to Nashua, it's 10 o'clock. So for those of you who are wondering about fireworks, look, there is definitely this area that shapes up much better that is across spots like the Mass Turnpike northward that I think do fairly okay. Coventry, Rhode Island Storm Spotter Network reporting in now that we've got a tree down in the area of Camp Westwood on Hartney Hill Road. Scituate, Rhode Island, Route 116, trees and wires down, multiple trees and wires down in Foster, Rhode Island. So everything we kind of saw happening with this appears to be playing out fairly well. And by well, I don't mean a good thing, you know what I mean. Let's see, what do we have latest now for chat? Because I do want you guys to chime in on the chat. How long to Plymouth will it hold together? 59 mile an hour. Danielle Noyes chiming in. Hello, Danielle. 59 miles an hour, Providence. Okay, there you go. So we were estimating gusts were probably on the order of about 60 to 65. We verified 59 miles per hour at Warwick, Rhode Island, at TF Green Airport, just outside of Providence. So looks like we're pretty much on track here with regard to the wind estimates. So let's keep going then, and let's see if we know that we've got some decent wind estimates going. Let's find out what we've got right now. We'll go ahead and probe the radar again. 30 miles an hour just over Swansea. 31. Definitely seeing these coming down. 38 miles an hour. What about when we get, there's 38 as well. So it looks like inside the cloud, let's see, we're doing pretty broad 40. If we go just north of Providence, let's see how we're stacking up here. 32, 34. Okay, so this tells me that we definitely are looking at a downgrade in wind from where we were earlier, which is excellent. But at the same time, we still have the potential for damaging wind gusts. I'm also watching, just so you know, I'm also watching where we have some of this air really starting to go in opposite directions, very close to each other, coming close to South Rehoboth. At this point, though, there's just enough separation in here that I'm not, again, I'm not imminently concerned about some sort of sudden tornadic development, but you're always going to watch areas like that. Also, the updraft is not strong enough underneath it right now, on top of it right now. Warwick, Rhode Island, the area of 435 West Shore Road, numerous trees down. Again, Warwick, Rhode Island, now the report coming in that numerous trees are down as well. So this entire area is expanding east to Somerset. I want to give you updated towns and times so you know when it's arriving for you. Let's go ahead and pull the map in, and let's put those towns and times on. Leading edge to the heavy rain, significant lightning, and potential for gusty wind, drawing it and bringing it east at a mean storm speed, an average storm speed of about 32, 33 miles per hour. So on its current path, we're talking about Dighton at about 7:39. I think that lines up pretty closely with the 7:40 we had given maybe about 15 minutes ago. So I only mention that. That's not like a toot thing. That's more like it's nice to see consistency. When you see the consistency, at least you know that you're getting, kind of reliable scan after scan estimates as to what's going to be happening. Marion about 8:02, Carver about 8:12, Bourne about 8:18. So those are your times. I'm going to leave them on as I look at the chat to get spun up on what you've got to say. Linda Burns, appreciate you being here. Conway, Mount Washington Valley, New Hampshire got hit this morning with dime-sized hail, heavy rain and strong wind. Watching the storms in northern Vermont now. The pups are sensing a change in the air again, as am I. All right, Linda, we're going to take really good care of you here in a minute up in the Mount Washington Valley. Stay with me. I am not going to forget you. I am going to check also if we've got anybody out of Rhode Island, though, that's still reporting in with any of the damage and things like that may have gone on. Let's see. Alec is asking on chat how to send a raw video of the storm that just went through the area. And Alec, best thing to do, use the Send to Us tab of our app, our 1 Degree Outside weather app. It's totally free, 5 stars, Google Play or App Store. Go to the Send to Us tab. You should be able to send a video from there. If not, you can always email us reports at 1degreeoutside.com. But really, the app is the best way to do it if you can get that to work. If you can't, you can always email reports at 1degreeoutside.com for reports that come in. All right, meanwhile, let's take a look together and see what's going on in the Mount Washington Valley here, because we want to take care of Linda. All right, Linda. Here we go. Farther north. Okay, here's your severe storms. Let me switch the radar. You know what I want to do, Linda? I'm going to go ahead and keep this on southern New England. Hold on a second, though, because what I'm going to do for you up north is I'm going to use that other program that I have that I show you that was built right in Windham, New Hampshire, right? And I love that one. So let me get over to that one and give you a good feel for what's going on. We're going to take that radar. Let's shift it over to, I'm going to shift it to Gray, Maine, so that we can get a decent view for you as to what's going on in your neighborhood. And you're about to see Mount Washington Valley, what we've got going on. I'm going to tilt the radar up a little bit more. There we go. You ready? Let's switch it over. Okay, so Linda and everybody else in the Mount Washington Valley, a severe thunderstorm warning continues off to your north and west. These storms, as they make their way farther south and east, though, are going to start to run out of some of the available thunderstorm energy. The sun angle's getting low. We're getting down to 730. You're going to start to see them weaken. So right now inside these storms, we still have enough that the National Weather Service has posted that severe thunderstorm warning. 7:31 p.m. gets to Marshfield, Vermont. But I really think that as it comes in on top of you, it's going to rain. But I don't think you're going to be looking at the same type of severity even that you looked at this morning. Chances are very good that we're not going to see that happen. Let me go ahead and see if I can draw a storm track for you on this. We'll take it from the leading edge of these storms. There we go. All right. And I'm going to bring it off. Here we go. Oh, but it's not moving that fast. They're really moving quite slow. All right. There we go. So here's your towns and times, at least over the next hour, which doesn't quite get it to you, but it gets you an idea of where they're going to be by the end of the hour, right? So by the time we get to 8:28, Bristol, which is pretty far southwest of you, but also on the north edge of that red area, takes you up to Route 302. So that's going to be your progression over the next hour, and then you would see it continue to march east from there and come into the Mount Washington Valley. Again, my guess is it's likely going to continue to weaken. It will still be thunder and lightning and rain, but likely continue to weaken as it works in your direction. Back over to the conglomerate mess that is coming out of Rhode Island and now into Massachusetts. We'll zoom this in a bit, and you can see that we've got a very large area of torrential rain, frequent lightning, and the potential for hail. If I go over to the hail estimates, it's beginning to become broader, but not as intense. So that stuff that you see in gray and black on the left side of the screen, right? This is the stuff that we ended up getting reports of quarter-sized hail. Then I told you around Cranston was probably down to dime size. I think you probably still have pockets of dime-sized hail that are going on in here, but notice it's a very broad area, so it's becoming more widespread, but less intense with regard to the hail generation that's happening right now. The other part of this, if we switch over to shear, so you can actually see where there's a change in wind direction, you do see some areas that really jump out. Notice especially over Rehoboth. And remember, I talked about Rehoboth being one of those areas that when you look at the radar and you say, okay, I know that green is air moving one way, red is air moving another, it is uncomfortable to look at it right now over Plain Street in Rehoboth. And the reason it's uncomfortable is because that air is turning in different directions very close to itself. When you go over to the plain radar mode, though, I'm not seeing those reds, those purples. In other words, I'm not seeing a strong what we call updraft. The center of the storm is not necessarily over the area that is spinning. That's good. That's good because what that means is it's going to be very hard to lift that spin up vertically and get it to become a tornado. So at this point, I'm not imminently concerned with that. And at this point, this is just a very strong, sustained thunderstorm that continues to cause the potential for damaging wind. We go back over to velocity plot to see what's happening with this. We're starting to get, there's a little bit of a change that's going on here, and I'll explain to you exactly what I mean by that. So, the radar site in Taunton at Miles Standish Boulevard is right there, all right? You can see when you get into the center of that, when you get right by the radar, if you think about it, a radar beam shoots out into the sky, right? It doesn't shoot straight up. So that's why you have that circle, and I could zoom in on it a little bit more if you want. That's why you have that circle where you don't see anything, right? Because what's happening there is essentially that's your area that's straight above the radar. So the only issue is that as you start to get these storms going south of the radar site, you're no longer measuring the wind coming at or going away from the radar. It's actually, really, when you think about it, it's directly south of the radar. The storm is moving west to east. So rather than shooting that beam perpendicular into the storm, you're parallel. You say, what does this matter? What I'm saying is when a storm gets north or south of a radar site and it's moving from west to east, you can't get a good wind estimate on it in terms of what's going on. So one of the better wind estimates we have right now is from what Danielle passed along to us just moments ago. The Providence, Rhode Island gusted to 49 miles an hour. My guess is we're still talking about wind gusts to somewhere around 50 miles an hour happening at the heart of this thing around Swansea, Fall River, Somerset. My guess also is, however, that we're seeing that become more and more isolated. And the reason I say that is because even just over the last 15 minutes, I want you to watch the core, the purple parts. I want you to watch how they degrade. They fall apart. They become less impressive as they go from Cranston to Swansea. They become less impressive as they come out of Warwick. They're still holding on okay headed toward Tiverton. You're getting a ton of lightning out of it. You're getting some dime-sized hail here and there, probably more in the way of pea-sized hail now. But this is less and less of a broad brush downburst wind issue and more of a localized microburst issue inside some of these strongest downpours. That's what you're starting to transition this to. So I guess what I'm saying there is we're still tucked indoors away from windows as the storm comes through because we still know damage can happen, but at the same time, fewer and fewer folks are probably going to be reporting damage from the storm as it continues to move east. There is another side to that. which is those of you who live in Fall River or who live in Dighton and live downtown or live in Taunton know that, we have a lot of buildings that can be close together right in the center of town and a lot of trees. So that means that it takes less to actually cause damage, right? If you have a limb that comes down, it might have fallen down in a state forest in eastern Connecticut, and now it's fallen on a house instead, then you get a greater propensity for damage. So actually, you'll see a little bit more tendency to post severe thunderstorm warnings on urban areas. Boston is a great example because of the fact that damage can be caused a little bit more easily. So I think chances are very good that severe thunderstorm warning will extend east before long into Plymouth County, largely because I think you'll still get these kind of bursts in southern Bristol County that may be going on. Farther to the north in the Boston area, the rain is just about to begin now in the city. Let's go ahead and we'll take this the telestration off. The rain is in Needham. We had heard from you in Needham a couple of times, right? And just heard from Daniel now saying dark and drizzling in Brighton. Here you go. Daniel, you're not going to get a lot out of this. I mean, it's going to do it for a while, right? If you look at the back edge and you try and time that out, you probably have, all the way till about 9:25 or so in Brighton before it's totally done. But at no point is it going to be strong for you in some place like Brighton or in downtown Boston, right? You got a couple of downpours mixed in around Hopkinton, Milford, Northbridge, and Upton. There is no thunder and lightning in here. There's no cloud-to-ground lightning. When we come farther to the west across Auburn, Worcester, Oxford, I don't believe there's any here as well. This is from the National Lightning Detection Network, but I also do keep loaded up off to the side an international network. No, there is no lightning in those areas either. The closest lightning strikes to Boston right now might surprise you. Right there. We've had a couple of lightning strikes near Hanover at Route 3. Those are your closest lightning strikes to Boston so far. And those are all going to continue to move off to the east and out over the ocean. I don't know. We'll see whether anybody sent it along or not. I had asked if anyone was watching from the outer Cape near Provincetown or Truro, look north and send me a picture of the cloud through the Send to Us tab of the app. I would love to see it. I think it's got to be a beautiful cloud structure just north of Provincetown right now. That looks really stunning on radar. I bet it's beautiful to see in person, and it's over the water, so it's only hopefully not bothering too many boaters, but that's where it's at. All right, so now is going to be the decision time for the government on whether or not they're going to extend the warning farther to the east. I can tell you that I do think that particularly in southern Bristol County from Acushnet, perhaps all the way up to Lakeville and southwest Plymouth County and into Rochester, there's a pretty good chance that you still may pick up a pocket of damaging wind. So as far as I'm concerned, when we plot this out here, we're going to say the leading edge in terms of the heavy rain, the lightning, the downpours, the chance for damaging wind, moving off to the east at about 30 or 32 miles per hour. What happened to my towns and times? I don't know. Maybe I should try it again. Let's give this another shot. There we go. There we are. So you got them on your screen. You can see what it looks like we're probably going to be dealing with here. I actually don't like, I'm going to redraw that. I don't like the northern edge. I don't think I took it far enough, right? We've got this stuff coming over Raynham right now. So why don't we please make sure that we include everybody? There we go. All right. So now as we draw that out, there you go. So you've got Lakeville about 747, Fairhaven about 749, Mattapoisett about 757, Marion about 802, Carver at 806, Bourne 818. That's consistent. That's consistent, right? When we did this 10 minutes ago, Bourne was 818. Sandwich about 829. Mashpee about 830. So at this point, I'm going to just check one more time on our chat that we have going, and I appreciate everybody who's been chiming in because it's very helpful for us. Is Hyannis going to get a thunderstorm or two, David? Yes, Hyannis is going to get a thunderstorm or two. They're going to weaken on approach because they're going to hit some of that ocean-modified air. But Hyannis will get some thunder, some lightning, some rain. All right, Mike says, Attleboro rain and thunder and the fireworks still seem to be on. They weren't watching 1 degree outside. We actually had some folks chiming in from Attleboro a short time ago, well, a couple hours ago now. We first went on and asked, what do you think about Attleboro? I said, I'm so sorry. But maybe I guess I shouldn't say I'm so sorry. I guess you'll get thunderstorm, you'll get fireworks through rain. I'm so sorry. Let's go ahead also and take a look too. I want to get an update out on social, just to let folks know. And again, part of us being live here is the fact that we are talking about something where I will occasionally put stuff out on social media just to make sure that folks are aware that we're doing this live stream and they know that they can check in. So we'll say downpours and thunder scattered along the south shore of Mass, and a strong cluster with localized wind damage possible, and lots of lightning coming into north side of Buzzards Bay and onto Cape. Live stream continues. All right. All right, we'll send that out. Great. So to resume where we were here with regard to our updates on what's going on with the radar, so you can have a good idea and a good feeling of what's coming next. Again, your towns and times are on the screen. It's now the storms have advanced into the beginning of that town and time area, but we'll zoom in a little bit more. Acushnet and New Bedford, you're going to be up next. New Bedford is oftentimes subject to street flooding, but in this particular instance, chances are good that real heavy, terrible torrential rain is not going to last a very long time for you. So hopefully, aside from some of the classic poor drainage areas, you're going to end up doing okay. That is the plan anyway, and that's where we hope that things are going to go. Lots of reports now of damage coming out of Providence, Rhode Island, all over. Providence, East Providence, Bristol, Rhode Island, Cranston, Rhode Island. Cranston's got a tree down on high tension wires. All of this from the Sky Warn Spotter Network. Really appreciate all the work that they're doing. And a reminder, if you're watching on our app or if you have our 1 degree, there's that new severe thunderstorm warning that we were waiting on, right? We had already had you prepped to the storm already into that area. But the idea here is it's just not weakening, right? You're going to have pockets of wind damage that are likely to continue, and this will continue in the areas that I just outlined for you with towns and times. I can do it again if you're just joining us. Welcome to the live stream. We do have a chat feature built in almost all of this. We are live on X. We're live on Facebook. We are live through YouTube. We are live on Twitch. That Twitch live stream is also on our website at livestream.onedegreeoutside.com. Nearly all of those features have a chat feature built in. This is not meant to be a broadcast scenario. This is, you can get that. We've got that from me for 20 years, 25 years on TV. This is meant to be an interaction thing. So please use the chat feature. Let me know what you're seeing. Let Danielle and I know what you're seeing, so that at least we can make a little bit of of kind of reports with that. That would be very helpful. So Nina, appreciate the live updates of the coming storms. Nina, you bet, absolutely. Keep the reports coming. It's going to be helpful. In terms of what I can tell you, right now the area of most concern is going to be from Acushnet to Rochester. This is the area that's going to be under the gun with the strongest core of wind. Right now, we've seen most of the wind breaking apart. We had a big, broad area at the center of the storm when it came through eastern Connecticut and Rhode Island. At this point, I can highlight it for you. We're starting to see pockets of wind damage that are starting to break apart instead. So what does this mean? It basically means that we're not going to get widespread wind damage reports now, but we are still going to get wind damage reports. And if it's your house, it makes a difference, right? So along Route 140, coming out of New Bedford and running north through Acushnet, this is going to be right along the path of the wind blasting in now. Next up is going to be Rochester, and Mattapoisett is going to be on the south side of this thing as it comes in. Let me see if I can zoom you in a little bit more. There you go. Now you can actually see your neighborhoods that are on there as well, right? Long Plain over to Sturtevant Mill. Tinkham Town is another area that within the next 5 minutes, the rain begins. You have a chance for damaging wind to occur right in the center of Acushnet. You are going to get a burst of real gusty wind that comes through. Now, I don't think it's going to cause widespread damage across Acushnet. I do think that you're going to get a wind damage report because right now I think you're probably talking about wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour, and that will be enough to cause damage, particularly with leaves on the trees this time of the year. Farther to the north, Dighton, you've got a ton of lightning. It is an epic lightning show right now in Dighton that's going on. Old Town Landing, Somerset, all examples of this as well. There are a lot of what we call positively charged lightning strikes in here. So lightning can be negative or positively charged with electricity. We plot the negative ones in white. What do you care? Positive usually comes with a stronger storm. Oftentimes shows that the storm may still be strengthening. In this particular instance, I don't know that the storm is strengthening, but I know it's a really powerful storm, and that certainly helps to drive that point home. If you're watching from the north end of Buzzards Bay, or you have someone that you care about that's on the boat on Buzzards Bay, give them a ring, let them know. They've got two options here. Option one, get to port. That's the good option, and you can see, look at this. Here's the core of the storm is headed directly for the north side of Buzzards Bay, from Mattapoisett to Marion to Bourne, right? So option one is get to port, and that's a great option for anybody who, let's say, is anywhere from, I would say, Mattapoisett north, certainly, but here we go. If we get a little bit, all right, good. Let's get a little bit more specific. From Saconesset Hills and Sippawisset on the east side over to Winsagansett Heights and Silver Shell Beach. Anyone north of that, they want to get to port immediately. That's what you want to tell them to do. If they are south of that, it's going to take a long time for them to get to port. And the problem is, by the time they get in there, and some of you may be watching. I mean, we're digital, so you can watch us on your boat. Some of you may be watching. If you're south of that, then the concern becomes by the time you get in, that storm is probably going to be on top of you, which means you're almost better off to sit it out of the south side of the bay, near the bay entrance here, and somewhere out toward the islands, and let this go by to the north, because what's coming in from the north and west is not as bad as what's going to slam the north side of Buzzards Bay. We now get reports out of the Skywarn National Weather Service Skywarn Spotter Network that we have multiple trees and wires down in Swansea, Massachusetts. Swansea has been hit hard. That is the core of the storm coming into Acushnet, and that is what's headed next to Rochester, Marion, Mattapoisett, and Wareham. We want to be tucked inside, away from windows. If you have folks that are out on the beach on the north end of Buzzards Bay, very important we get them inside before the storm gets there. Farther to the north at the South Shore, we now have thunder and lightning at Marshfield. If you're curious about what's going on with the rain that's just begun at Marshfield, if you're watching us from Brant Rock or Ocean Bluff, and you're watching on the live stream on your mobile device, look, we've got lightning. You can hear the thunder. Where has it been? Take a look for yourself. Street level mapping of the lightning. It's been right across Main Street and Plain Street right now. 4 strikes that are out by Marshfield Center. They're moving east. They are going to make it to the beach. So we want you to get inside someplace that's grounded and safe and a good place to be. The good news, you don't have a ton of lightning. The bad news, you have cloud-to-ground lightning. It's confirmed and ongoing. We've got more that's been coming now when you get down to the south and west, headed toward Duxbury. If you are out at Duxbury and you're at the Spit, just keep in mind, now a lot of this stuff that's coming in, if I put it into motion, I'm going to play through the last 15 minutes for you so you can see the direction that it's going. It started out moving due east. The problem is, and we talked about this a little earlier on the live stream, you're getting a southward build of this now because it's hitting the sea breeze boundary, so you're starting to fill it in, which means it's going to try and fill in now. Look at the latest scan just came in. It's trying to fill in all the way to the coastline, down to the beaches through Duxbury. I'd say even Kingston, you got a chance it's going to build on top of you. And for that matter, when you get around Fort Standish, when you get around North Plymouth, Rocky Nook, chances are good you're going to have this thing try and build south, and lightning is a possibility. There is the latest lightning strike, confirmed cloud to ground over East Street. And again, that's part of the area that's building down to the south as well. You saw severe thunderstorm warning still on your screen. That is for the orange area to the south. But look, I'm not worried about a severe thunderstorm warning for you at the South Shore at Duxbury and Marshfield and maybe even down to Plymouth. I'm worried about lightning. That's what I care about. You don't get a government alert for lightning. The only way you get an alert on your phone for lightning is if you have our app and you have notifications turned on with lightning notifications. That's it. Other than that, you're not going to get a notification. So that's why I'm making sure to cover this so thoroughly here for folks who are at the South Shore right now. I think probably the best thing for me to do is take a moment to just put out on our app for folks who are on the Cape and on the South Shore that we continue to watch this. Let me see if I can. That's going to be a bit of a process, so maybe that's not something I should do. But nonetheless, let's see if we can get a quick one out. We're just basically going to say that thunderstorms, and if you're watching the live stream, I'm going to keep that radar up, and I'm going to keep that analysis going again in just a moment. Use the chat feature. When I come back and I look at the chat here, I'll answer whatever questions you have. We'll look together. If you have reports, please keep them coming. Thunderstorms moving across Buzzards Bay and onto the Cape. Also scattered along South Shore. Live stream continues. Tap here. Okay, great. We'll give that the URL that we all know, which is livestream.onedegreeoutside.com. Super. Live stream continues for thunderstorms. Tap the link to watch the live stream. All right. Great. We'll get that out. We're going to do a customized area here so we can just make sure that we hit the folks we need to do. Okay. Great. All right. And we will push that. All right, so that'll be out to everybody who's got our app and notification and locations turned on Cape Cod and the South Shore. Let's get back to the analysis, and let me get back to your chat as well. A couple of different ways that you can chime in. One of those ways is through, if you're watching on social media, we're live on Facebook, we're live on Twitter, we're live now also on YouTube, Twitch. The Twitch also shows up at livestream.onedegreeoutside.com. Fairhaven getting hit right now. Thank you very much for the report in Fairhaven. Attleboro has delayed fireworks to 9:30 to 9:45. All right, well, that's a good move. That's a start. I like that. All right, transformer explosion on David Street in North Providence, Rhode Island. Alec, thank you for the report on that. Appreciate that. Let's get some of the real-time reports and what's coming into us now. Holy cow, there we go. New Bedford at the airport just gusted 48 knots. So 48 knots is going to be about, 56 miles an hour, somewhere thereabouts. So New Bedford Airport has just gone to 48 knots or 56 miles an hour, somewhere thereabouts. Let me just make sure that I got my math right for you. 55. All right, 55 miles per hour at New Bedford. And again, that's a storm that's coming on to Cape Cod. If you're just joining us and you've seen the notification that we pushed out to Buzzards Bay, listen, it's really important that we get folks off the beach and off the water and into port on the north end of Buzzards Bay. This is the live radar that we're looking at right now. The front edge of the rain is right at Marion and Mattapoisett, but that is one nasty core of the storm. And I can tell you right now that the core of that storm, you can see where all the arrows are pointing, can't you? That is going to come right down over Marion. That's going to come right down from Hollywoods, running north to Briarwood Beach. That's going to come through Onset. It's going to come through Gray Gables and Monument Beach on the east side. If you got friends and family that are out there because they're doing fireworks or having their 3rd of July bash, you got to let them know that this is a big deal to the point where we want to get them inside. Look at the wall of lightning that's off to the west. These are all live lightning strikes that are present right now just over the course of the last couple of minutes. The flashing ones are just in the last 60 seconds. Folks, in the last 60 seconds, take a look at the flashing lightning that you see on there. So that is a significant amount of cloud-to-ground and cloud-to-water lightning that's coming into the north end of Buzzards Bay, and we need to make sure that we've got folks off the beaches. Look, the car is a safe place. Tell them, if you've got friends and family out there, tell them to download our app, pull up this live stream, which is right at the bottom of the home screen of the app. And if they scroll right down to the bottom of the home screen, they can watch this. They'll watch it pass. They'll be safe in the car. The car is totally grounded. Lightning would go, electricity goes around the outside. So that's what to do. They can put the radio on, they can relax, and they can watch this live stream and know exactly when the worst of it is going to be by them. But for right now, we got to get them inside. Same thing, Cape Cod Canal. If you got folks boating on the Cape Cod Canal, please let them know. We need them to get back in. We need them to be safe because we've got a ton of lightning that's coming right at them with the potential for damaging wind and a history now at New Bedford of producing a 55-mile-per-hour gust, all right? We're getting multiple damage reports coming in. New Bedford, you got a tree down in a car. Not surprising with a 55-mile-per-hour gust. All right, let's keep going with this. If you're just joining us from Cape Cod, look, if you're on the outer Cape at Chatham, you probably you've got some time to see what's it's going to rain and it's going to thunder. I don't know that it's going to be the same kind of severity that it is for the north side of Buzzards Bay. That's what we're real concerned about right now through the Cape Cod Canal. We've also been watching the South Shore. We've got thunder and lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning that's been happening when you get up around Duxbury. We just had a cloud-to-ground lightning strike a short time ago that was along Route 3. We've also had cloud-to-ground strikes when you get around Green Harbor. We had a cloud-to-ground strike here. We have multiple ones that were in around Marshfield Center. Haven't seen a lot right at the beach, but this is the same exact cluster that produced 4 lightning strikes at Marshfield Center that's now coming down over Duxbury and coming over beach. It's coming over the Spit. It's coming over Fort Standish. It's going to expand south and east to Rocky Nook. And Plymouth, I think you're probably in line here. If you look at just the last 15 minutes, what's been happening is there's been a southward expansion that's been happening along the sea breeze. And so we do have a sea breeze that made it into Plymouth. And so what that means is we actually still may see a little finger of this thunderstorm action extend south through Kingston down to Plymouth along the coast. So if you're at the beach in Plymouth, look, I think we're at the point, particularly I was pretty specific a short time ago, that it's from North Plymouth through Rocky Nook that I certainly think we want to be getting inside. We're in a car. In a car is totally fine and a safe place to be until the lightning threat passes. But my concern for the rest of Plymouth is that look what you've got coming out of Bridgewater and Plimpton and out of Halifax. And where's that going? That's dropping east, southeast, and southeast. So that means that Carver is going to be up next. So all of a sudden, and this is something that if you've been watching the live stream a while, we talked about it, you're going to fill this whole area in. And the reason is because you've got a convergence of air. You had a sea breeze, and then you had a southwest wind, and now they're just smashing, and they're creating these thunderstorms across the board. Many of you now are chiming in on the chat. Appreciate it. Brockton, sure, no problem. Brockton, you're on the back side of this. You're on the north side of this. You're not going to get anything bad, but you are going to rain over the course of about the next hour and a half to 2 hours, probably, I would guess. I could zoom out a little bit more for you. Yeah, I mean, your back edge is still way back out by Worcester. So you've got until about 9:30 or so until the back edge comes out for you, all right? Meanwhile, let's go ahead and wipe this off. We just have a brand new downpour and, thunderstorm that's now developed. We'll go to the latest radar, and you can see exactly what I mean about everything filling in, both from the north and the south. Marshfield and Duxbury, and that stuff from Lakeville, now coming out of Bridgewater, is going to fill in the gap. And so everybody essentially down along from Plymouth, probably south, all the way through Sandwich, we got to get in off the beach. If you got boats that are out there, we want to get them into port if we can, because there's a lot of lightning coming your way. Massive lightning strikes in Attleboro, says Judy. Appreciate it, Judy. Let's see, who else do we have that's chiming in here? Daniel, how's the storm that was forming near Ashby? That has since died down, which is great. So good news there. Thunder and lightning in East Bridgewater, that's right. That's the stuff we're looking at. It's filling in toward the South Shore right now. Keep the observations coming in the chat. Feel free to ask questions if you have them. That is completely fine to do. This is an interactive thing. I'm going to keep you posted on everything. I'm going to show you the live radar, but I want to make sure that that you feel like you've got somebody here that's got your back as well. Faint thunder in North Plymouth as of 7:50. No rain yet. Air is still as it can be. Yup. So that's what I was saying. You had that sea breeze, and now essentially the reason your air is still is because it's all just come together and it's going up. And so that's why you're seeing this rapid filling that's happening all around you. And absolutely, North Plymouth is going to now fill this in. If you're just joining us from the Cape Cod Canal at Bourne, you've got one heck of a lightning show coming in. Get ready. It's going to be a lot of thunder and lightning with this. We've got a measured wind gust to 55 miles per hour that came through the TF Green Airport at Providence. So there will be pockets of wind damage that will occur with this storm. Now, I say pockets for a reason, because really where we think that the heart of the wind damage is likely to happen is in two places. One, where you see a little bit of the bowing of this structure that's going on in the storm. Let me move the hand here so you can see it. There we go. Can I get that out there? Let's see. Nope. All right. We'll let that away. There we go. Where you see a little bit of the bowing of this thunderstorm structure coming out of New Bedford. So that just produced a gust at New Bedford that was to 55 miles an hour. And that's exactly what's coming in to the heart of Buzzards Bay. That thing is moving off to the east-northeast, okay? The heart of the wind gust is very likely to be located at the center of that storm cluster, so right around Mattapoisett. But we have to assume that we also are getting gusts on the order of about 55 miles per hour that are coming in at least pockets around Rochester. That's coming direct into Wareham, and it's going to parallel Route 25 now as it continues to move to the east-northeast. So these are the areas that are going to be most under the gun on potential wind damage. Obviously, on a night like tonight, one of the other things that's really important is lightning, right? There is no, oh, here we go, Provincetown. We were watching the storms off Provincetown for a while, and we were waiting, and they were beautiful just off the coast, but they're less beautiful now as they make their way onto the outer Cape. So, again, we've got a lightning strike, cloud to water, just north of P-Town right now, and you can see it there. It was right off the coast. I bet many of you were able to catch that in the distance. So this is going to continue to build to the southeast, Provincetown to Truro. If you've got folks that are on the beach here, tell them if they can get in the car while this thing comes through. That'll be good. Now, Truro's got some time, okay? I mean, if we take this out, and we take it, I'm going to have to zoom the view out a little bit to get the right timing on this for you. But if we do have some time at Truro. So if we take this leading edge out of Provincetown, we carry it east-southeast, all right? It's moving pretty decently, about 30 miles an hour. You got till about 8:20 at Truro. So again, you've got a little time, 19 minutes or so, but I'd love for you to make that phone call to the loved one that's out there and say, hey, listen, just when this comes in on top of you, it's got some thunder and lightning with it. So just stuck in the car. It's a safe place to be. Let it come through. Same thing right now, Marshfield, Duxbury. Let's track. Oh, yeah. Okay, so live lightning. So you can see that we've got a lightning strike that just happened now, just off of the barrier. A cloud to water strike that's happened here. We can track these lightning strikes right down to a street level. East Street, you've got a lightning strike that just happened here at the corner of East and Mayflower. So you've got lightning strikes that we can confirm that are now happening throughout Duxbury. Marshfield, we have not seen much in the way of new lightning strikes in Marshfield. We had 4 at Marshfield Center early on. It appears as though we're probably talking about the leading edge to these downpours as they expand south, mostly being responsible for the lightning production. And then you've got a whole thunderstorm cell that's coming out of Plimpton, and that's moving east. So look, I could draw the time for you as to when this thing's going to arrive, but the problem is it's closing in from the north and from the west in Plymouth. So it's not really something where it's just an easy cut and dry, here's when it gets here. Having said that, if I were to give you an estimate overall on this, what I would do is take this stuff that just came out of Duxbury, I'd continue it down to Plymouth coastline. All right, it's moving at about 30 miles an hour or so. Whoopsies. All right, and so you can see it's mere minutes away, about 5 minutes away from Plymouth. And then the other thing I would do is I would take this stuff coming out of Plimpton and Carver, and I would bring this off. It's pretty much moving east. This is going about 31, 32. All right, and that puts it, that's going to arrive in on Plymouth at about 8:17. So you got 8:08 coming from the north. You got 8:17 coming in from the west. Sandwich at about 8:24, and actually, I bet Sandwich will be a little bit sooner than that as well, because you can see actually the leading edge has outrun already what I had drawn in there. Let's zoom in again. Those of you around northern edge of Buzzards Bay, this is where we've got now the rain has begun when you get around onset, but the heavy stuff is just coming into Marion. That chance for a damaging wind burst just coming into I-195. Wareham is going to be up next on this. If we zoom in a little more, essentially it's coming off County Road now, so it's going to go over Main Street in Wareham, come right down Route 6 to Cranberry Highway. You're going to have spots of wind damage that will occur here. Look at all the flashing lightning strikes that you see here on the west side, on the left side of your screen, and now you've got more. This is interesting. Same thing happened in Rhode Island. We've got a lightning strike in onset outside of the rain. The rain has not begun yet, but you've got lightning striking the ground, and that is always a concern for house fires, but it's also a concern for folks who are out there, right? Because a lot of times we kind of think Oh, okay. Well, if it's raining, then there's a good chance that there's a lightning threat. But in this case, that's not necessarily been the case. It's coming in just prior to the rain on the east side of these storms. Look at this. Same thing in Pondville. Look at that on Bourne Road and at White Island Shores. You've got lightning strikes before the rain has ever arrived. So this is obviously it's a dangerous situation for folks who are out there, and that's a big reason why we've spent hours today live streaming. Earlier today, with the line that came through southern New Hampshire and was approaching the beaches, Maine, the Mount Washington Valley, but now of course streaming in the late day and evening with this cluster of storms, because we know how many of you are out on the beaches right now. So if you are watching this on the live stream and you can report this to any of your friends and family who are out there, that's the beauty of having a totally digital product. They can watch no matter where they are. Just tell them to download the 1 Degree Outside, the number 1 Degree Outside weather app, and they'll get it. If they're on the boat, we'll take care of them. We are going to take care of everybody here as this continues to move through. Wind picking up on velocity scan, says Daniel. So he's talking about radar. Yes, Daniel. So what's happening, remember what I was talking about earlier, is that when the storm is due south of the radar and it's moving west to east, you get a artificially low wind estimate. So now you're going to start to get more accurate wind estimates again. We have family in Wareham and New Bedford. They both lost power. We're in Mashpee. Okay, Nina, thank you. You are on the south side of this storm, but the part of the storm headed for Mashpee, which is this part right here, does have a history of producing a 55-mile-per-hour gust at New Bedford. So as that moves east, you may lose power as well. For your family in Wareham and New Bedford that lost power, Wareham's getting slammed right now. If you would, shoot them a text and tell them if they should download the app so they can watch this coverage, because I will make sure that we take care of them. Wareham, you can see right under the center of the storm. That pink that you see onto Honnet Road and at Main Street in Wareham, Toby Road. There's hail coming down here right now along Route 6 and 195. This hail is probably dime-sized, I would guess, and there's damaging wind that's coming down in bursts here as well. So more people are going to lose power as this thing continues to move east along 25 and 6 and heads out toward East Wareham next. Farther down to the south, Marion's into the heavy rain and the lightning now. The time has arrived, eastern edge of Buzzards Bay. You are just about 2 minutes away from having your lightning chance begin. We've already got lightning that's been hitting cloud to ground, cloud to water, up around Onset and out at Marion. So we found that on the east edge of this storm, the lightning strikes have been happening before the rain begins. So I do want folks who are up on the east side at Barlow's Landing, South Pocasset, North Falmouth, not yet, but South Pocasset North up through Monument Beach. Let's get inside because your time of lightning strike has now arrived. Here you go. And to my point, there's a lightning strike that just happened right now. When you get across over to Green Gate Lane, you've got a cloud to ground lightning strike that just happened. And that is right at the very beginning of the rain shield. But some of this has been outside of the rain shield as well. Going to check in to see who else has been chiming in on our chat here. You feel free to chime in. This is an interactive thing. This is not necessarily a broadcast thing. I did that for 25 years. Now it's time to be able to interact with you directly. So if you have questions, if you have observations, reports, etc., don't hesitate to use the chat feature. If you're watching this on social media, don't hesitate to fire off with that as well. New Bedford report out of the Skywarn spotter network of a tree down near St. Luke's Hospital, and also in New Bedford, Sassaquin Avenue, tree down in a house with a natural gas leak that's ongoing there. So again, damage has been done in New Bedford. I expect we'll find the same reports, not the same exact report, you know what I mean, damage reports coming out of Wareham. And now here comes the lightning coming down on the north side of the Cape Cod Canal. Pondville just had a lightning strike before the rain ever began. You had a lightning strike down and it made cloud to ground contact. Look at this, same thing too. Wow, Manomet, here we go. We had a cloud to ground lightning strike now as well. And we've got the same thing at Beaver Dam Road. And so look, if you've got folks that are out at Priscilla Beach, at Beach Park, let them know, we've had lightning around the area, not far away, just about a half mile to a mile, and that's been cloud to ground stuff. So we want to get them in. We want to get them safe. Keep in mind, let them know that the car is a perfectly safe place to be. That is completely safe from lightning. It is much safer than being in a tent or being in an open-faced lean-to or open-faced type. You know the stuff you might see at some golf courses, right? Where it's just like it just goes over your head and it's wide open. That's not safe, okay? A dugout, a baseball dugout, unless it's got electrical wiring all through it and it's grounded, is not safe. So your safe place car is a perfectly safe place to be. Plymouth Rock, so much for the beach bonfires tonight. Yep, so much for the bonfires. That's right. Tomorrow's another day. We'll live to see another day tomorrow, and tomorrow is going to be a much better evening. Timeline for Chatham. All right, let's take care of you, Kimberly. And by the way, if you folks are wondering where it is that I'm getting all these questions that folks are chiming in from everywhere, Kimberly just chimed in on X. Plymouth Rock just chimed in on YouTube. So we're going on X, Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitch. The Twitch stream is also at livestream.onedegreeoutside.com, which you can access through the bottom of our 1 Degree Outside weather app right on the home screen. You scroll down to the bottom, you'll see it. All right, let's answer that question for you, Kimberly, on Chatham. So I'll zoom out a little bit more. And one of the things that I just want to set the stage with for you is over the last 30 minutes, if you look at how things have evolved, right? A lot of this, the heaviest, the worst of it, has been up toward the canal. But there's been a southern extension of the storms that you can see that came through New Bedford and produced a 55-mile-per-hour wind gust. I truly believe, at least in my kind of gut, based upon how this is going, that we are probably going to see less of a damage threat when you get along the south shore of the Cape, including Chatham. The reason I say that is because you've got a wind that's been coming in out of the southwest, and the ocean is warming up, but it's still cool enough that it can stabilize the air. So sometimes you can have a very strong thunderstorm, but the winds don't make it down to the surface because of the fact that you've got more stable air. That's my expectation when you get, let's say, from Falmouth right along the south coast of the Cape and including Chatham. Now, that doesn't mean you're not going to get the storms, all right? Let's take a look together at the timing on the storms so you can get a feel for that. I'm going to focus on that southern branch that came through New Bedford and now is over Buzzards Bay, okay? Generally, it's moving east at about 30 or a little bit better than 30 miles per hour. So this puts it in Harwich by 9/11, all right? So if you kind of extrapolate that out, we're probably looking at about a 9:15 arrival time, somewhere thereabouts to Chatham. The only thing we have to be a little bit cautious of here, Kimberly, is that we've started to see already, look at this, a little area developing out ahead of the main band. That does happen sometimes. What happens is you get what's called outflow or exhaust that comes out of the primary thunderstorms and develops another one out ahead of it. So when I tell you 9:15-ish, I would say that's the latest. I think that it's possible you could even be 15 minutes earlier. I'll watch this one out ahead of it that's just coming by Hyannis now. If that strengthens, it's even sooner, right? You can see that some stuff has already taken off. Bottom line, you're on a slippery slope from now through 9:15. You're running out of time, I would say, before it closes in on top of you. But I do think that you're probably far enough south that you'll be okay in terms of the damage part of it. The storm's moving into the mid-Cape in the next hour. Well, I probably just answered your question, Joe, I would imagine. But the answer is yes. If we take this leading edge to the storms and we extrapolate it out east and we bring it at its current average motion, again, it puts you in through someplace like Dennis at 8:52, Yarmouth at 8:51, Brewster at 9. And then the only thing for you is the same thing I cautioned to Kimberly, right? Which is just watch out for these little guys that are trying to develop. They may do the very same thing that happened off to the east, which is they may take off in kind of a hurry. I don't think they're going to become severe. I think the severe game is still the one that's going right across the canal right now. But I do think that it's possible that you may find those try to fill in a little bit sooner than the average timeline that I gave you there, okay? Plymouth Rock, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Folks, please keep the observations and questions coming if you have them. This is your opportunity. This is what we do. This is how we work with you, right? This is our new format. We are digital. We are interactive. We are here. Our app is designed to be with you 24/7 because Danielle and I can't always be here 24/7 with you. But darn it, whenever we can, we will be. Okay, let's see. So we've got Danielle says nearly 7,000 without power along the Mass Rhode Island border. Thank you, Danielle. She's following the reports from the other room. Starting to pour in North Plymouth, more lightning, wind picking up. Here we go. All right. Yep, it's in on top of you now. Absolutely. Very good. Let me check the current observations and see if anything else new has come in. Yep, here we go. Falmouth. Okay, Falmouth just gusted to 40 knots. So Falmouth gusted about 48-ish miles an hour, somewhere thereabouts. And so let's see here. That's all on outflow. That is all on outflow. What I mean by that is that's wind out ahead. All right, let's see. Just passing that along to the Weather Service there, which I'm sure they have access to all of it. But just like what you're seeing here, we all kind of try and help each other out. We got a lot that you're keeping your eyes on, so you try and give each other the heads up when you can, because look, the more people that get the word, the better, right? So Falmouth is an outflow boundary. What I mean by that is this: we just had the storm itself that's back off to the west. You've got the nastiest part of the storm that's coming across the canal. But what you did is, there's a front edge, all right? You sent out what we call an outflow boundary, cool air. Think about it like the exhaust pipe of the storm. And you developed a new storm on the edge of the outflow. But in doing that, you also got a gust to 40 knots at Falmouth. That's enough to knock out power. That's enough that you can have power outages happening on Route 28 right now in Falmouth. And this is what I'm talking about for the Mid-Cape and Chatham, right? This is what I'm concerned about, is that if you get new storms developing on the outflow, they're going to continue to move farther to the east a little quicker. Let's zoom in and show you what's going on. A wall of lightning now, Wareham all the way to Sandwich at the coast. Sagamore Beach, we're going to assume that everybody's gotten in. They certainly had plenty of warning in terms of nature giving them warning. You could see that lightning in the sky this time of night from far away. You heard the thunder coming in. A few flickers of the lights at Plymouth. Thank you very much. Storm has arrived. Trees are swaying. Yep, here we go. Okay, we're going to probably get a burst of damaging wind that's going to try and make it into Sagamore Beach, right underneath the heart of that. I can certainly tell you there's got to be some hail with it. Let's go ahead and do an examination on that. Yep, okay, so our hail on this is back up to the point that I'm sure we still have dime-sized hail at the heart of that, at the core of that storm. So my guess is you got dime-sized hail that's just now coming over Bourne Road, Valley Road. So you're in the middle of the lightning. You should start to hear the pinging going on, and that's going to come right over Herring Pond and then make its way to Sagamore Beach. This is also the area where you get the most lightning. Look at the vast number of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes now over Cedarville. This is live data that you're watching here as we continue to see these cloud-to-ground strikes that are becoming cloud-to-water strikes, expanding out east of Sagamore. Now, hopefully, if there are folks on the water, they've been able to find some place in between where there's been less lightning. There have been a couple of spots, but not many. I mean, it's the scattered lightning strikes still continue out by Duxbury and up to Marshfield. There's been no real abatement of that. Let's go back over to the plane radar, and you can see even when you get up by Scituate now, you've had some lightning that's been mixed in at Fourth Cliff. Anywhere north of Scituate, I doubt we're going to find much. Okay, you got one just off the coast of Cohasset. Well, I take it back. South Weymouth has had a lightning strike now as well. South Weymouth has been into that lightning strike as well. Back edge, by the way, if you're curious, if you say, when can I get out there and enjoy? Again, it depends on what you mean by enjoy. If you mean by when will the rain be done, that's going to be a while. Back edge is in eastern Connecticut. We take it out and extrapolate. We take it out. Whoopsies. We take it out and extrapolate it at its current speed. And you're not going to be done until about 10:40 at the canal. Could be a little later than that, and probably till about 11:45 at Chatham on a back edge. If it comes in from the northeast to someplace like Duxbury and Plymouth, you're talking 10:30. When you get out toward Truro, you're talking 11:30. All right, so that's going to be your end time in terms of when the back edge comes through. So that's why I say you got a while to go. All right, let's get zoomed in again one more time. One other thing I need to be real careful with you for here is we need to be careful for the direction of which the wind is turning. It looks like we've gone to a straight line wind entirely, which is good. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have any rotation or anything like that was going on inside of these. At this point, that does not appear to be the case. The velocity is going to be rather impressive. So this is a wind estimate of a radar estimate of wind inside the storm. So I'm going to go ahead and start probing. 60, 66, 63, 55, 53, 62. So you get the idea. You're generally 60 to 65. Honestly, no reason to believe that that's not making it down to the surface, at least in spots. It would make sense that it is. And so that's my guess, is that that's probably what we're seeing in a couple of pockets there. We are, by the way, for those of you that watch from northern New England, we are still watching. I'm going to switch over to a regular radar so you can see this, and then I'm going to give you a very brief look. Don't go away if you're on the Cape and the South Shore, because I'm going to come right back to you. And but I do want to give you a brief look at what's been going on up in northern New England, because, of course, fireworks are happening everywhere, right? So what do we have up in the North Country? We've got the rain coming in around Plymouth. It's just going to get to you in probably about 10 to 15 minutes, I would guess. And then eventually it's going to make it down to Wolfboro, but it doesn't arrive to Wolfboro until later. It's on a weakening trend. There's little in the way of actual cloud-to-ground lightning that's continuing with this. There are a few strikes. There haven't been much. Let me check the lightning network for us here. There we go. Yeah, you've had about 12 strikes in that entire area over the last about 10 minutes or so. Well, look, that's not nothing, right? Any lightning is dangerous, so certainly, unfortunately, for the time being, the safety call on these spots around someplace like Plymouth, if they're thinking about doing fireworks anytime in the next hour, is it's not safe to do it, right? That's also the case when you get down someplace like Bristol, when you get down Franklin. Unfortunately, the call, if you were to ask, is it safe? Is it right now with the thunder and lightning that we have, particularly the cloud to ground lightning strikes? Right? No. This should continue to weaken as it moves southeast. It's possible that in the next hour you would lose the lightning out of it. We'll keep an eye on it, but that's something that I'd be foolhardy to try and guarantee you. Let's go back over to the to what we're dealing with in southeastern Massachusetts. So you can see the wall of rain that has filled in now in southeastern Mass. The real concern is just north of the Cape Cod Canal. This is the area that we're looking at hail that's coming down. Sagamore Beach now is into almost a continuous lightning event, and that is a real deal. Rain and lightning in Mashpee with the lights flickering, says Nina. Thank you for the update. Terry says it was crazy in Dartmouth. I'm sure it was, and that is exactly what's happening now. Okay, so the pink that you've seen on here is the radar picking up on a tornadic signature. I don't believe that is probably accurate, but I am absolutely going to probe it. Let's take a look. Yeah, I don't see anything on here that stands out. Nope, I don't see anything on here that stands out as actually being a developing tornado. That happens from time to time. We get the radar computer algorithms will pick up on something and say, I think that's a tornado. There is no signal, as far as I can tell, of any type of a developing tornado in there, even though it probably seems like it if you're watching us from Sagamore right now. It's a horrible storm. All right, wow. Borden Flats Lighthouse, Fall River, Mass. Anybody want to guess the gust on that one? You can chime in on the chat if you want to. I'll give you about 5 seconds. Borden Flats Lighthouse, 72 miles an hour. 72 miles an hour at Borden Flats Lighthouse. Connecticut Light in Warwick, Rhode Island, 67 miles an hour. It's the real deal. You've got also this area now coming out of Falmouth. This thing is taken off. This is the one that caused 40-mile-per-hour gusts at Falmouth. It's over Pompanesett right now in New Seabury. It's moving off to the east. So you can bet that it's not only bringing that thunder, lightning, and torrential rain, but I'm sure you had that wind gust up to about 40 miles an hour as well. It wouldn't surprise me. All right, let's take you farther to the north. Bring you back up. Bourne right now, Pocasset. We talked about you a short time ago. Monument Beach, Barlow's Landing. And certainly the lightning continues. The worst of it to your north. The cloud to ground and cloud to water strikes generally cease when you get south of about Holly Woods or Grand View. The farther south from that you go, you're not dealing with cloud to ground strikes. So this goes back to something I had mentioned on the live stream a short time ago when the storms were first coming into Buzzards Bay is if you had folks that were in a boat on the south side of Buzzards Bay that do better to go south toward the islands than they would to go north, and that was why. Because you tended to avoid the cloud-to-water lightning strikes the farther south you went. Power lost at 8:18 in Plymouth on generator currently. I'm glad you got one. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, Connecticut gust is a 5-second average gust. Isn't that crazy, Paul? That makes it even more impressive, doesn't it, folks? What that means is that gust had to blow. That was an average amount of 5 full seconds. Can you imagine that? Getting 65, 70 mile an hour gusts that last you 5 full seconds? That's a win. That is a win. Absolutely. There is the mammoth wall of lightning that continues right now. We can take you on a little tour. Sagamore is getting hail, torrential rain. The hailstones are about pea to dime size at this point. The farther north you go, you outrun the hail, but you get a ton of lightning running all the way up through Eastland Heights and Bayside Beach and Route 3, South Pond. Look at all these areas along the beach. Listen, if you got folks that are out there and they're texting you and they're calling you and they're a little scared, let them know there's actually more lightning coming from the west. So this is the time for them to get to the car and be safe because the lightning is increasing over the course of the next 20 minutes along all of these beaches up through Priscilla Beach. Not done, increasing. All right? Where's the lightning decreasing? Duxbury. It's not done, but it's decreasing quite a bit. Marshfield, same deal. Not done, but decreasing substantially. All right? Once you start getting up by Weymouth, I told you if we had one little lone lightning strike in South Weymouth, I'd be surprised if we get another. I would. I think that probably we've looked at a lot of that action shifting, and you can see for yourself on radar, shifting south and east, okay? Back edge, by the way, we had folks on this live stream when we first started hours ago from Tanglewood wondering about the James Taylor concert and how things were going there. We told them, don't worry about it. It's going to clear out for the concert. So back edge now is all the way at Worcester, all right? So on the bright side, will we have comfortable air to sleep once we get through this? That is, I like that. That is a bright side of that, absolutely. And I got to tell you that, yeah, when I look at the surface observations right now, Plymouth just gusted to 41 knots at Plymouth. So again, I'm quite certain there's got to be damage that's going on right now. Geez, what did Falmouth just do? Oh, Falmouth, that's the 40. Is that the same 40 knots or is that a different 40? They may have done it again. But Plymouth, 41 knots. That's a pretty big deal, considering that Plymouth is not on the underneath the core of the worst of the storm. So what that means is that these estimates that we've been having of 60, 65 likely is absolutely still happening at the core of the storm. Let's get back to the core here. We've been shifted off to the north and west, but okay, so the worst core of the storm with the worst of the damaging wind and the hail has just gone off Sagamore Beach. It's out over the bay. All right, what does that mean? Hang on, Outer Cape. All right, so if you got folks that are at Eastham, Wellfleet, Truro, and P-Town, it's going to storm like the dickens when it gets in on top of you. Cape Cod Bay has warmed up. So I was telling you about how the wind off the ocean may limit the damaging threat at Harwich and Chatham. I think this stuff coming across the bay will hold together just fine. I really do. So if we go ahead and what I'm going to do is plot the towns and times, the arrival times for you here. Okay, we're at about a 32 mile per hour pace. All right, you got Truro at 9:03, Wellfleet at 9:03, Eastham at 9:04, and Orleans at 9:04. All right. Plymouth, we got wires down across several cars on Bourne Road. Unfortunately, Bourne Road was one of the streets we looked at on the street level maps, wasn't it? And I say unfortunately because the reason we looked at it was underneath the core of the storm that just went over Sagamore. So what you're getting is you're getting verification of the fact that, it was actually in the north core, on the north side of that core. So you're getting verification that we've got significant damage that's occurred as a result of this storm this evening, with wires down and several cars have been impacted. Notice the next round of thunder now firing up out of Mashpee, coming through Cotuit, heading toward Wiano. Any weddings out there tonight? There might be. It's a lovely wedding spot. This is going to be thunder and lightning coming into Wiano next. So this is going to be one of those things where, unfortunately, and nobody ever wants to hear it at a wedding, the tent is not a safe place to be during a lightning storm. A tent is not grounded. Tent is still something that's vulnerable. So generally what we tell folks is when you're in a tent and you've got lightning around, you got to get to some place that's an actual grounded structure. Farther up on the north side of the Cape, you got another real nasty cell. Look at this thing coming out of Scorton Shores. Wow, that's going to run right down Sandy Street. That thing just came off Old County Road, Route 6, and it's got with it, I bet a burst of wind. It's going to go about 45 right at the heart of it. I wouldn't be surprised. Very localized, but we may hear about damage coming out of Scorton Shores by the time all is said and done. Certainly going to be a storm they'll remember. I don't know if you're still on from Chatham, but remember what I was talking about with sometimes things arrive quicker because they build faster into that warm air, right? Here's that leading little shower that we had originally looked at. It was just a little teeny guy south of Hyannis. Now it's going to be a full-fledged shower. It's going to get in on. It's going to beat that 9:10 time. It's going to get in there about 8:45 probably. By the way things are looking now. Let's check the chat. What do you got in here for us, folks? Anything new? Nope, nothing new for a lot of our social media chat. What do we got on the livestream.onedegreeoutside.com chat? Let me check and see what we've got here. Doing a refresh for you. All right. Tree down 195 east just before exit 39 in Wareham. Tree down 195 east just before exit 39 in Wareham. Very helpful. Appreciate that. Carver getting hammered right now. Woohoo. All right. I guess you must be a weather fan. Okay. Danielle said just tweeted a video from our 1 Degree Outside account we got from Woods Hole minutes ago of gust 40 plus from the outflow alone. Wow. Here we go. All right. Okay. Let me go ahead and, again, just a reminder, you can pass along the, Alec, thanks for the report that things are quiet now in Cranston. That makes a lot of sense. Just a reminder, you can certainly send these reports through the Send to Us tab, which you'll find at the bottom of our app. All right, go to our app, 1 Degree Outside. If you don't have it, please get it. Mostly because I just want you to stay safe and I want you to have the alerts and the warnings and all that. But also you can send us pictures, videos, reports. At the bottom is the Send to Us tab. And guess what? That goes directly to the National Weather Service Skywarn Spotter Network, and it's an immediate transfer. So that means that the government forecasters get those right away. The Skywarn Spotter Amateur Radio Network are the ones who coordinate it, and they're able to send that along to the weather community at large. So basically, you send us the reports, we'll make sure they get out everywhere. We figure it's the least we can do right now, supporting the weather community. Fall River partial building collapse, 100 Main Street. According to what's been going on with MEMA scanner traffic, it sounds like we've got a partial building collapse at 100 Main Street in Fall River. Presumably, that was due to wind. Remember, Fall River, which for those of you who are quite familiar, is right here. I'm circling it for you. This is an area that we were talking about where we got winds that we were estimating to be minimally 65 miles per hour when they were out that way. We guessed perhaps greater than that. We ended up getting a reported gust that was in excess of 70 miles per hour in that area. And now you've got reports of a partial building collapse. So it's not shocking, I guess, in other words, right? Plymouth Rock says, heard fire trucks from the Bourne Road Fire Station. Just as you said, wires across cars. Scanner very active. That makes sense. Wind picking up in East Dennis. Okay, you've got the lightning nearby. All right, very good. Thank you for the report there. Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and zoom you in. The more that these storms start to move east, the more we can kind of focus on those of you who are being impacted, and it becomes more and more of a focused area, right? So this is as storms, what I'll do here is as one last kind of getting it out there on social, we'll go ahead and we'll just say as storms fill in across Cape Cod, our live stream analysis and forecast continues. And we'll just put the link and we'll keep it as simple as that so that you and I can get back to doing the analysis that we need to do and you can stay aware of what's going on, okay? What's that.com? All right, here we go. We're going to put that out. Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and push that. No, I won't push notify again on the app because we already did that a short time ago, and presumably a lot of you are watching as a result. All right. So now that we've got storms all over the Cape, let's go ahead and take a look at what we have. We've got one of the stronger cells now that is up around Provincetown, and you can see all that lightning that is filled in right around P-Town coming in from the west. So for anybody who's at P-Town, it's going to get worse, not better, all right? Here's Province Lands Road, and this is the big loop. We know about the big loop, right? So if you have loved ones who are out on the beach at Provincetown right now, presumably they're already heading for the car because it's pouring rain. But let them know the car is a perfectly safe place to be from lightning. That's fine. It's grounded. But notice that we now have strikes at downtown Provincetown, right? Here we go. So this is coming at Race Road and Brown Street. You've got a cloud-to-ground strike that's just happened here, and a ton of cloud-to-water strikes are coming in from the west. Here's another area that I'm going to shout out because I want you to tell your friends and family if they're out at the National Seashore. Newcomb Hollow points northward. You've got lightning coming in from the west. I'm sure they see it, but let them know that it is indeed going to come in on top of them, particularly Truro and North Truro. But look, Newcomb Hollow, Wellfleet, you've got the terrible stuff over the bay that's coming in. So we don't want to get tunnel vision and say, oh, yeah, it's the Provincetown. It's everything. We zoom the view out a little bit more, and you're down to minutes, essentially, before this stuff comes in on top of Truro and Wellfleet. So, again, it's as simple as them getting to the car. That's a safe place to be. If they're on the boat, that obviously becomes a little bit more difficult. Presumably, they've tried to find someplace safe if they're on the bay. If they are out on the open water, I would say at this point, I mean, the best thing I could tell you is if you're watching, because some of you we know you've told us you watch while you're out on the boat. If you're watching and you're outside the outer Cape right now, you could either try and get farther south and just off the coast of Eastham, because you might get a split that happens here. No guarantee. You might if you can get south of Eastham toward Orleans. Or other than that, there's not a lot I can tell you. You're not going to make it to the north in enough time. Appreciate all the coverage. You didn't get any storms in my area. Got a beautiful sunset. Good. I'm glad you got that. As a Skywarn spotter yourself, well, Daniel, thank you for all you do. Very much appreciate the fact that you keep us all safe and aware of what's going on in your neighborhood. And it's a pleasure and an honor to work with the Skywarn spotters, yourself included, Daniel. Thank you. All right, let's see what else is coming in right now on the chat. That means you. Listening to each of you. Tree down on Tremont Street in Carver, blocking traffic. Thank you very much. Numerous trees reported down in Acushnet. All right, very good. Excellent. Excellent. Mike says, just set the Attleboro fireworks for 9:20. Never say die, right? No one will be able to walk there. But that's all right. That's all right. Well, listen. It's not a bad call, right? Because let's take the back edge to this here, and let's show you what's going on. All right. First of all, actually, let me go ahead and put this into motion. All right. Let's close it in from the east, which means 9:20 is a pretty good call. You ready? Take the back edge of the rain. There you go. 9:22. Oh, those folks, they know what they're talking about. They know what they're talking about. Do they call 1 degree outside? Are they using our app? Is that it? So anyways, yeah, you get, look, that's good news for you. Absolutely. It's going to be similarly good news for a lot of the Metro West, right? Because if we go through over the last 30 minutes or so, here comes the back edge, closing in from the west, moving at about 30, 32 miles an hour or so. We take that back edge, we move it east. We say, all right, 9:30 tends to be fireworks time. It at least gets to the back edge, at least gets to 95, I-95 by 9:30. And presumably the rain will be fairly light just inside of 95. So you got a lot of folks in the Metro West that if they want to launch them off at 9:30, again, folks are going to get wet walking there, but they could certainly do it. Farther to the north, we got to keep an eye on these. These are still, look at that, still producing thunder and lightning. Remember I was telling you that unfortunately the answer was it just wasn't safe if there was thunder and lightning. You still got, it's not a lot, but you got lightning strikes embedded all in there from Unity, New Hampshire to New London and Newbury, and running all the way up to Bridgewater and Bristol. Those are going to head down to Franklin over the next 20 minutes or so, Molten Borough and Meredith. You've got embedded lightning still, unfortunately, so it's still not really a safe setup for you. Different situation than it is when you get in the Metro West. Not really anything in the way of thunder and lightning on the back edge of this stuff for you. Back to the Cape, for those of you who are watching again, really the heart of the worst of it now is directly over Cape Cod. It is just one conglomeration of storms that's over Cape Cod Bay. We are still getting substantial cloud to ground and cloud to water lightning going on from Plymouth southward, but the worst of the storms is over the bay and over the south coast of Cape Cod at Hyannis. I'm willing to bet Hyannis gusted probably 40 or better, considering Falmouth did, but let's see. At some point, let me zoom in. At some point, I would think we're going to get to a point. Yep, 41 knots. There you go. So Hyannis gusted 41 knots, so that's going to be about 48, 49 miles an hour. So we continue to get power outages happening on Cape Cod. Latest number on outages out of MEMA for Massachusetts, 19,150. You've got 60% of the town of Rochester without power right now. You've got between 15 and 25% of places like Dartmouth, Westport, Fall River, and Freetown. And you get the same thing in Swansea. And right now, Falmouth has very few reported without power, which is great, considering the winds have been gusting. I guess we're used to it on the Cape. But to see that gust now, all right, one more thing. Another tornadic signature just came in on radar over the bay. Again, doesn't always mean there's something tornadic going on there. The radar algorithms will pick up on that sometimes, and it's not actually the case. But stand by. Let's take a look. Well, it's one to watch. Absolutely. Shear is marked as low, but there's not much history of it yet. It's one to watch. At this point, it's not something that that makes you immediately concerned of imminent tornado development, but it is one to watch. Actually, it's got at least a little weak rotation with it over the bay. Again, at this point, I wouldn't be, if I live in Eastham, if I live in Wellfleet, I wouldn't be overly concerned. More than just the fact that you've got one heck of a thunderstorm coming in. That's the more concerning part for now. You are likely going to get some power outages when you get onto the outer Cape, largely from that core of the storm when it comes in. When I look off to random sides, I'm just kind of checking out another radar product here that I have off to the side, so I can make sure that I stay on top of what we've got. Okay. So what we're starting to see is these squirrely little mini vortices, basically these small areas of spin that don't necessarily indicate that you've got anything one way or the other that's developing, but you need to watch all of them. Just to be sure. But for right now, it's just one heck of a thunderstorm that's going to have, let's check out the wind inside of it again. We will go ahead and pull a query out of the middle. 62, 66. All right, so you're probably talking about gusts of 65 miles per hour, still a possibility at the core of the storm. Because if you line that up, bam, that's right there at the heart of the storm. So it looks like Outer Cape, you're probably going to have a brief burst of wind. It's going to go 60, 65 localized, very localized. It's going to, the very localized part of it is going to be right here. Out of the core of that storm, it's going to come right in, about hit the shoreline about 9:01, hit Route 6 about 9:03. If we zoom in a little bit more, it's going to be right at Cooksbrook Beach, Sunken Meadow, Campground Landing, Thumpertown Beach. I'm going to guess Campground Landing. I guess that means we got some folks camping out there. But booms in the distance in Brewster. All right, well, let's zoom the view out so you can see yourself here. All right, yep, there you are. Your booms in the distance are coming from both directions here, Stephen. Your booms are coming from the south, and you got booms coming from the north. That north one's the one we're watching. Yeah, wind is very much, I'm sure it has. So, Stephen, you got to remember, Hyannis, what I tell you, just gusted to 41, right? 41 knots. So let me check and make sure I got that right. I've had a lot of numbers in my head here. Hyannis, 41 knots. So that's about 48 miles an hour. That's coming your way. You figure if you drove a car, straight line, Hyannis to your house, it should be there any minute. And that 48 mile an hour gust came at 29 past the hour. So it came about 16 minutes ago. So on its path, just about there. Here comes your 48 mile an hour gust or so. It should be any second now. When you hear it, you say, welcome. All right. So again, let's take a look here. Of course, one of the things that I'm always going to be on guard for is whenever I see that pink line, the way we've got things here at 1 degree outside, if you see that pink line, that means you've got a radar indication of a developing tornado. But in this case, I just haven't seen enough evidence. But anytime I see that, obviously, I'm watching very carefully all the time, but I'm going to watch especially carefully. In this case, no, you know what I see in this case? I see one heck of a blast of wind. Look at this. That's coming in. It's going to hit exact. Oh, here we go. The exact spots that we talked about. There you go. Sunken Meadow down to First Encounter. We can watch it live if you want. We can watch it hit the coast. But basically, we could take 73 miles an hour. 73 miles an hour. Here it comes. So if you got folks that you know that are there, let them know. It's going to be one heck of a blast of wind. I'll switch it back over to plane radar. Not much. The only thing I could think of that I could do in addition to live streaming, I always hope that folks found us here on the live stream. But the only other thing I could think to do here is we could put out a push notification just to those folks right along that part of the shore. And see if we can at least get that out on our app so they'll know about it. There we go. All right. Radar estimated winds in excess of 70 miles per hour in localized strongest gusts approaching from Cape Cod Bay. Tap for live stream. So if they want to watch, they can. And we'll do this. We'll do a high winds. We'll just make it active for the next hour because it's going to be gone in an hour anyway. We'll put our live stream link if folks out there want to join us. freeoutside.com. All right. And blast of wind and lightning approaching. Tap see more to watch the live stream. All right, so we'll get that out to those folks that are out there, and hopefully they'll join us. All right, so let's get back to the larger view on the radar so we can take care of everybody across the remainder of the Cape. You got heavy rain, but remember what I was telling you is that you're probably not going to get much in the way of damage when you get along the south coast and Route 28, largely because you've had a wind throughout the course of the day that's been coming off of the ocean. And if this was August, it would be a different story. You'd be getting fueled. But instead, what you tend to do is you get just enough in the way of cool air that comes around the south coast that it really can limit just how strong the wind can be. So it's going to pick up because you've got a good gust front that's coming in. It's probably still got a gust 40 to 50, but I don't think you're going to get the same kind of gust we were just looking at for farther north when you get to the outer portion of Cape Cod. Those of you who are watching along the South Shore and have been watching, I think you can probably tell from the fact that the weather has started to quiet. There is still thunder and lightning from Scituate and Norwell down to Duxbury and Plymouth, but a lot less than there was. In the back edge of the rain, it breaks up quite a bit at Avon and Brockton coming across 24. That's going to continue to move east, and then from that point on, it goes down to passing showers. Outer Cape, if you're just watching because you saw the push notification, welcome to the live stream. So here's what we're watching. Basically, we've been seeing a huge area of thunderstorms coming over you off the bay, right? You know that already. You can see all little white squiggles that show up here, all cloud to water and cloud to ground lightning strikes. So we got a bunch of those now. If you've got folks that you know and love on the Outer Cape who are anywhere from Orleans to Eastham, running right back up along the eastern shore to Wellfleet by the Sea, anywhere in between there, let them know to get Nauset Heights is included in it. Let them know, get in the car. That's a safe place to be from lightning. They're okay if they can get in the car, all right? But they can't be out on the beach. We are just about to have this core of the storm hit land. We are talking about the south end of the core of this storm that has wind gusts that may exceed in at least 1 or 2 spots 70 miles an hour. South side is around Thumpertown or Kingsbury. It's going to go up through Campground Landing, Cooks Brook, Sunken Meadow, and then all the way up to Mayo Beach. Why did we send out a push notification that we may get gusts to 70 or 75 in a couple of spots? I'm going to show you exactly why. Radar estimated wind inside of these. Here it comes. It's just about to hit the beach now, or it's hitting. These radar estimated winds, there's 55, 60, 58, 59, 57, 60. This, right as it approached, was on the order is 62, right on the order of about 70 miles an hour, 75 miles an hour. So now that it starts hitting land, we start to see it coming down a bit, but I bet we're still going to get these gusts in a spot or two that may end up going all the way up over 60 miles an hour right along this zone. All right, center of the storm, go to velocity here. Let's go ahead and probe the center of the heart of the worst part of the storm. This has come down a bit. We're down into the 40s now. And then you've actually got one spot where, you know why it's less right there? Notice you've got your most recent lightning strikes there. So that's where you actually have air going up. You've got an updraft completely focused right there. So your wind is pushing into the storm. Your wind is pushing out of the storm. And right in the middle, where's it going? It's going straight up. That's what you call an updraft, and that is the core of the storm, and that's what's supporting it. So we're just about to get this blast of wind coming into the west side of the Outer Cape on the bay side. It's going to sweep across the Outer Cape, all right? And I can't tell you that it's going to be a widespread 60 mile an hour, 70 mile an hour. I can tell you that embedded in here, that certainly may be the case. Why do we say that? It's already happened. We already had gusts over 70 miles an hour when you get around the south coast. We just had a report out of Plymouth. There's sirens all over the place, according to the folks who are on our chat here. But we have wires that fell down in several cars, folks that may have been in them. So we know that there's been a lot of damage done, and we know that that's exactly what's coming out of the Outer Cape right now. So if you're watching, chances are good. You've got interests that are on the Outer Cape, and we're staying with you. Special marine warning remains in effect, obviously. You would expect that to be the case. Things have let up substantially here. Pondville, Bourne Road, you're halfway Pond Road. Excellent. Thank you so much for the report on that. No rain yet, about a mile from Cape Cod Bay in Brewster. All right. My guess is that maybe it's changed since you sent that to me. West Harwich, yeah, you're under it right now, aren't you? Absolutely, Fred. You got it going on. You just got a lightning strike there in West Harwich. Zoom in a little bit. But this is the worst of it. As it comes overhead right in the next 5 minutes or so. This is going to be the worst of it for you. Chatham, you're going to have to deal with that. We're going to send that down your way, but that is nothing. That is nothing like what's going on when you get out into the bay, up to the Cape Cod Bay. And this is a huge area of heavy rain, torrential stuff, thunder and lightning, and again, pockets of damaging wind possible, particularly right here in the core of the storm now as it makes its way farther to the east. Zoom out a little bit. All right. This is the last of our real heavy stuff. Those of you who are watching from the Metro West, waiting on your 9:30 fireworks, we're going to get that back edge through just in time. We are across anywhere 95 to 495. Boston, I know we've got the rehearsal that's been going on, so it was a wet rehearsal with the Pops. But back edge now at Providence, moving east. Obviously, the problem, the farther south and east you go, is where there's damage in towns. They're not going to be doing fireworks tonight, right? But in the Metro West, in the suburbs north and west of Boston, areas outside of 495 are done with the rain already, up to a point. And then you hit, unfortunately, what continues to be cloud-to-ground lightning that's in across Newfound Lake, Bridgewater to Bristol, Holderness and Ashland, up 93. There's not much lightning left anymore up at Plymouth. You start getting north of Plymouth, you come into Waterville Valley, not much left. That means that probably Molten Borough, it's going to rain over the next, it'll arrive in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but it's not going to thunder on you. Laconia, you've still got some thunder and lightning embedded in up by Hill, and it's moving southeast. By the time it gets to you, it'll probably be even a little bit less in the way of lightning, but nonetheless, there still may be some there. Boscawen, unfortunately, this has been one area over Andover, New Hampshire, coming down Route 4 that really has not seen a decrease in the amount of thunder and lightning. It's been slow but steady. And then Brattleboro's got a downpour heading in towards Swansea. Back to the Cape. Let's get an update. All right, here we go. I'd like to switch over to the storm relative velocity. All right. So it's funny. This is the imagery where when I look at this, I say, well, you're looking for green indicates air moving one way and red indicates air moving the other. Good luck. Good luck figuring that one out right there, huh? Bottom line, not overly concerned. Don't see anything that looks to be real strong rotation in any way, shape, or form. We know for a fact that we've had real strong wind, straight line wind, and that now has just likely come on shore. Looks like the heaviest and worst of it was probably ended up around Sunken Meadow into Fresh Brook, where we just had a fresh lightning strike as well. But this blasted in along the western shoreline of the Outer Cape. When you get down to the south, it's been gusty, but one of the things I had told you about is when you get that wind coming in off the ocean, it stabilizes things near the south coast this time of year. That did tend to stabilize you. You got gusts of 40, 45, but you didn't go much worse than that, and these storms never grew as strong as you can see they are farther to the north. If you're watching from Truro, P-Town, you say, when is this going to be over? Not for a while. I can tell you that in terms of the steady rain and the back edge of that, let me see if I can take you and give you an idea there. Whoops. If we were to say that that back edge is somewhere near Brockton, if you want to just count it as showers behind it, you got until about 10:20 before it gets to P-Town. All right, you got more like till about 10:30, 10:35 when you get farther out toward Wellfleet. So you got a while, and that's just, again, on the steady rain, some embedded lightning, and then you got scattered showers still ongoing at Framingham right now. Those would take even longer. You say, well, when's it going to be dry? Because I'd love to get back out on the beach again. Go take a nap. It's not going to come through till probably about 11 o'clock, 11:10, I would say. So that's kind of where we're at there. So at this point, what I'm looking at is I'm saying, okay, the action that we've got down across the southern portion of the Outer Cape at Chatham, Brewster, we're not really looking at anything that's severe in this zone. That's good. We've got heavy rain, some gusty wind, but not severe, not damaging. Orleans, Brewster, non-severe. Eastham, non-severe. Wellfleet, Truro, Provincetown, technically perhaps non-severe, but I bet we got a little spot of wind damage when that gust hit the coast. Now, if you look at what's going on with the wind at this moment, this is a velocity scan. Let me go storm relative. Okay. Interesting. So, all right. 45, 45, 35, 31. So I would say at this point now, we've gone non-severe with the stuff that's on Wellfleet, Detroit, and Provincetown. It's just a heck of a lot of lightning. So let me check one more time for anything else that we have here in the chat. I appreciate everybody who's been chiming in. It's been hugely helpful. All right, New Seabury, the wind was really picking up, and the lightning in Harwich, good. All right, very good. I think we're in a spot now where, look, if you're still watching from the Outer Cape, here's what I'm going to say. On our app, if you don't have it, please download it. It's you're going to love it. 5 stars. Danielle and I, we constructed the whole thing in terms of the whole layout and how it all goes. It was an app development team that developed it, but we constructed everything and how it goes together. Make sure when you get it, if you don't have it yet, you're searching for 1 degree outside, the number 1 degree outside on the App Store and Google Play. Make sure when you get it and you install it, you turn on notifications and location. And I don't like giving my location to anybody, right? So if you're one of those folks, I hear you. We don't use it. It's literally Danielle and I are the ones here. We don't use your location. The only reason it's there is for nights like tonight. So if you're out on the beach and there's no severe thunderstorm warning, you'll get a lightning warning if you have notifications turned on and location turned on. So when you use it, go to the radar tab, and I can actually show you if you're watching and you don't have our app yet. I'm not sure whether the camera will pick up on it. If it does, though, it's worth showing you because I think you're going to love the feature. Okay. So you're going to go to the radar tab, and down the bottom, and down the bottom in the corner, there's 3 dots. 3 dots right there, all right? You're going to hit those 3 dots, and you can actually go into overlays, and you can turn on storm tracks. And if you do that, it puts the track of every storm right there on it, so you can actually touch the storm and see if there's hail. You can see if it's rotating. You can find out all the details on the storm, find out the motion, the speed, all right? You can turn on lightning. It's nearly live lightning. It's fantastic lightning, all right? And then the other thing is, I always like to have it on past plus future mode down in the corner. Past plus future. And the reason I like that is you can see where the storms have been, where they are now, and where they're predicted to go. And sometimes that'll help because the prediction might not be all that great. And at least you'll know it right away. Usually it is. If it's not, though, you'll know it right away. All right? So thank you to everybody who has been chiming in. And Stephen Cute, may have done this once or twice before. You're right. Yep, Plymouth Rock. Yeah, right. It's made me laugh, too. Joe, okay, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. So, look, that's where we stand on the Outer Cape. I think we're good. Follow it on the radar for the rest of the night. I think we're done with any additional warnings. I think the stuff that's coming out of New Hampshire is going to be non-severe. It's starting to run out of energy, so it's going to continue to weaken. And we're in a pretty good place here for the remainder of the night. So, happy 4th of July, everybody. I hope you have a great holiday. Man, I really don't want to get up early and do the video tomorrow. Maybe Danielle's in bed. Maybe she's going to do the video tomorrow morning. We usually put those out about 4:30 in the morning. Anyway, it's not that late. I'll go to bed. That's it. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you, everybody. And please spread the word on the 1 Degree Outside app in particular. We really would appreciate it. Take care. Stay safe. Happy 4th of July.